We have a new panel member without any roles. Peter ought to Electric Boogaloo. Anybody wants to try to talk to them? I'm probably roboting.
Nah, I hear you loud and clear. I'm actually on my way out the door right now.
You're not going to get to talk to Peter ought to Electric Boogaloo then. Maybe. I don't know if there's anybody with unmute powers around, but at least they didn't leave as soon as I said their name, if they're listening.
Lulu, play a song.
I don't know if she. Yeah, I can play
I'll
a
play
song.
one.
One second.
Or Roger could play
Oh.
one. Oh.
Sure. Not everybody at once.
Oh, I. Sorry.
Here
I
we
just
are
heard
all
my
at once.
name out of the blue, so.
Damn, all your guys' name is Lulu?
I don't have a song on me. Well,
Oh.
not on me.
Yeah, I can play one.
I mean, I can't think of it right now.
Oh gosh,
Who's
she's on the spot. She's nervous. She doesn't know what to do.
Sounds like
Who's
the
Brad?
Glovers. I don't have any glove proof on me.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna have to
So
run
wait.
away now.
So Brad, you're Brad, bitch. Cool.
What's up?
What troll song? Oh, the Britney
Oh, hold
song.
on.
I got it.
Hold on, hold on. I'll play it. I'll play it for you guys. Hold on. Give me
Get
a
back
second.
to work, Brad.
The dog ate my glow proof.
So what's going on? Why is everybody sitting in here quietly?
Yes. I don't have the answer for that, but yes.
There aren't any Globers with the gumption or wherewithal enough, the balls, as it were, to come in and speak to us. Yeah, this is great.
What the?
It's a song about nothing.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, I'm having a good time.
I like the beat.
I like the beat.
I like the lyrics.
It tells a story, doesn't it? It's a good story.
Everybody.
Here comes the chorus. Here comes the chorus.
All together now.
Oh no, there he goes. All right, guys, this is what you need to practice for karaoke night coming up.
I know you guys really want the link, right?
Oh God! Oh no! Who is that man with the fake hair?
It needs some wah wah pedal on this part.
It's a powerful piece of music artistry, if I say so.
See, much better with some wah wah. Oh, it's quite effective.
You guys are welcome. You're welcome.
Thank
That
you,
was a
Brad.
full troll.
I charge $3.50 per song, so I take Cash App, Venmo, Snail Mail. Fucking, I got the debit card swiper on the phone if you need that.
I got a bunch of coins. Do you take coin?
I wouldn't be surprised if that won a Grammy. Did it win a Grammy? Probably.
Or do you even
Yeah,
need
these
to
days, man.
ask?
These days, a fart will win a Grammy. Shit.
Well, you gotta
Okay, is
stunning and brave. If it's not stunning and brave, well then it's not getting an award.
Right.
If they don't pay for the award, they won't get it, and it's the highest bidder.
It's gotta, push some sort of agenda, the transgender agenda, the climate change agenda. Then it's stunning and brave enough to get an award.
I think that one covered it all, though.
Well, did you hear what he was singing about? I mean, it's current events, guys.
It was exactly coherent as the Glober argument, so that's a good thing.
That's the best globe evidence I've heard in quite some time. Very, he was coherent, like you said. He delivered it in a way that, he was confident,
Yeah, but was the floor made out of white and black checkerboard? That's what I want to know.
Masonry. They have their calling signs everywhere. The one-eye symbolism, the checkerboard. What else is there? The compass and square.
Just the fact that there's trannies everywhere is also their symbolism.
That too. A little bit of Gnostic androgyne.
Right.
Always wearing red and black and stuff.
We do know one thing for sure. The troll guy, he is not a tranny. He's an actual guy.
Well, yeah, because I mean, he clearly is wearing like a hairpiece, and I think only men really do suffer the hair loss as a result of hormone imbalance. I mean, women do suffer it, but not like that.
Look how square that hairline is. That's unnaturally straight.
I promised myself I wouldn't watch any breakdancing videos until dinner time.
Now we have to span the screen with breakdancing.
No, don't do it. Please don't do it. Because that'll steal my thunder.
We have Alien Zoo 1 in the chat. Alien Zoo 1.
They can talk, but they're flat earther. I've already to them.
Oh, okay.
But they're free to talk if they wish, or they have the right to remain silent, but they have the ability. Let's find out.
That's him again.
Who are we talking to?
Alien Z1. Pretty sure is a flat earther.
Yeah.
Probably robot.
Hey, Alien Zoo. Welcome back.
Yeah, it has to be repeatable.
Repeatable flat earther. Yes.
We got another guy, Arnold's Choppa. Dog.
Yeah, that's Reckoner.
Oh, that's fucking Reckoner.
AKA Reckoner.
Is he back?
Well.
He ought to be back.
Yeah, he's back. Reckoner's back. By God. Or not, I don't know. See, you will see.
Sorry, I got cut off, but I'm sorry. My network.
You always be blaming it on your
Don't
network.
Don't mind me, guys.
Okay.
We're minding.
I just wanted to say it was nice to hear from Lemon, dude. But never mind.
He's still there. He's still available to talk. Lemon, what's up?
He's still kicking.
Hi. How you doing?
You know, Lemon, I was on Nathan's server. Not Nathan's server, the other guy. Anyway, and I was arguing with some Globers, and then I used a phrase, and the guy said to me, "Are you sure you're not Lemon?"
There are many lemons out there.
No,
Lemon
it was,
meringue.
it was you. I was talking. I was talking about stuff, and I said I had to drop everything and start paying attention to the Jesuit cabal whores. And it was that.
Well, the Jesuits have brought us a lot of things. The Big Bang, heliocentrism, communism. They seem to figure very prominently with some of these strange ideas.
They wrote Mein Kampf.
That too. Misdirection, classical.
Yeah, it's
Have a
almost like,
patsy.
Probably the little red book too.
it's almost like everything they touch turns to
Crap.
shit.
Yes.
A big pile of steamy crap.
It's basically a way to destroy Protestant heretic nations. With the mind virus of heliocentrism, questionable Bible interpretations, several denominations probably funded and fueled by their strange ideas and their money. No wonder they've been thrown out of so many countries.
To make
I'm
people
about to throw him out of this one too. Shit.
to make
they were
people
already thrown out of
dependent.
all the countries.
To make people dependent and also at the same time worship the state.
It's masterful. Promote all sorts of dissension and division in their enemy countries, while in their own countries where they rule, brooking nothing but, just strict adherence to their dogma and their doctrine. It's classical.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, it's not to me. It's not impressive anymore because they've had so long to kind of perfect it, and they still get caught and they still get kicked out of countries. It's like, guys, come on, you've had a long time to get this right.
Promote
And we
liberal.
still
There's
catch you red-handed every time.
Yeah.
There's always been groups of people who had their nose in the mud smelling these guys out. So we should be applauding everybody who's finding these guys so that they do get kicked out and get found.
Correct.
And their calling card is starting to become more obvious. You can see classic signs of their medical inquisition with the vax. And you can see their liberal, mealy-mouthed, anti-biblical doctrines with the way that they just push the weird Bible translations, the NASV, stuff that comes from the Alexandrian tradition, which is typically more mystical and has less concordance than the Byzantine tradition that you get the King James Bible out of, and much more concordant translations that have more matching and less disagreement. It's like you can see their calling card everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, the syringe is the new bowl.
Yeah.
Well, at least none of this group of people are in any positions of power and hold dual citizenship or anything. Oh, wait a minute. I'll shut up.
One of our top parliamentary members today, MP, was just walking to his destination. I don't know if his driver didn't drop him off at the right place or whatever, because today they were voting on extending the paranoia period, because it's coming to an end. So they're probably gonna. I haven't even checked to see. I assume that they will push the vote through. But this guy couldn't even walk like 100. It wasn't even 100 meters. It was like 40 meters to the entrance of this building, because people immediately noticed him on the pavement, and it's like a nice area of London, into this swish building with this revolving door, and the police had to escort him there because people were just screaming at him. They were screaming, "Arrest him!" They were screaming, "Pedophile!" They were screaming, "We hate you!" And that hasn't actually happened here, but sometime in the past week, one of these MPs was he was holding a surgery. So he goes to the constituency where he's from, the place that he represents in the government, and he was in a Methodist church, and just some random 25-year-old med student who was going to be qualified as a doctor from a Somali background went in there and stabbed him 17 times.
Oh, Lord.
And this area is like suburbia. There's like nobody around. The guy could have made a run for it and disappeared, but he didn't. He was apprehended. So this poor guy is now dead. And now in the government they say that these people need police protection. So from what I've seen today, yeah, I think they do.
Oh, terrible. Mm.
And I hope it resonates with them that they are not liked. Not only are they not liked, people despise them.
Well, they serve other masters, so they don't serve us. So they only have to worry about keeping their satanic overlords happy, not us.
Yeah, because during lockdown they were so inaccessible. Every one of them was working from home. They weren't in the public eye. They weren't round and about, in public places. And now today they had to all get into the chamber to go and do this vote. So for the first time in a long while, some of these people were like out and about in London. And the moment they get spotted, people just hurl abuse at them. So yeah, that was good news.
Those British people get pretty rowdy when it comes to their representation.
I think that every nation has like a kind of psychological sort of framework in which they operate. Like the Latino nations are very, they get emotional and riled up very quick. And if you look at the Nordic people, they're still really calm and like just chant and sing. But the British, and I mean the French, they will never give up. But the British people have this sense of, we'll do what you ask as long as you are fair. As long as we can see that it's fair play. It's about sportsmanship. It's about, not taking us for fools. So I think people will endure until that line has been crossed. And I think as far as the British public is concerned, that line has now been crossed.
People are starting to see what they're about, that they're pushing the New World Order at all costs. Look at Brexit. The people obviously wanted to get out of Brexit, so they tried to invalidate their vote by forcing them to vote, twice, 3 times, until they give them the vote that they want and stuff. I mean, they see obviously that they're not being represented. They're being ruled. And so, war at that point is inevitable.
Yeah, so it's nice to see that it's beginning to unravel after all these many months.
It does give us hope for humanity. I think also with these mandates with this My Sharona Cyrus, people are just like, this is just getting out of hand. This government that doesn't really represent our interests and will fire you for not getting some jab with Lord knows what in it.
Yeah, and it's really strange, usually when there is when there is like an attack like the one that happened to this minister, they will absolutely never bring up the Islamic terror tag. It's always, mentally ill. But in this instance, that was like right on the table, like the very next minute.
They have their way to spin it. Even now, they're spinning all of the people that are on strike or leaving their jobs as some sort of commie revolution. When, just as easily, they're like, I'm not taking this jab, and you can take this job and go shove it. So the lying, complicit media will have their way to spin the story in many different untrue ways. Just got to see through their narrative.
Yeah, they keep on saying that people are striking because they want more pay. Lol.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Our wages have been going down for a long time. I think the jab is just the straw that broke the camel's back, as it were.
Well, they're going to say no jabberoonie, no jobberoonie, and a lot of people are going to be like, screw it, man. And then a lot of people will be like actually starving because of the fact that they're not going to get this thing. And then the people who have gotten it are going to be like, yeah, well, let them starve, shit. That's how it will start.
Well, the discussion we should be having is what the hell is in it? We should be, whether or not we take it seriously or not, discussing, is there graphene in it? Is it a tracker? Is it going to clump inside of you and cause your blood to go to blood clot crud? Are we going to take this narrative seriously or not? Are they being truthful about what's actually in it, or are they lying to us? Can we trust Pfizer and these companies based off of their track record? That would be where real journalism would start, as opposed to, fear porn, get this jab, Colin Powell died not because of the jab, but because he already had some sort of immune deficiency, spin, lies. And meanwhile, people are seeing people dropping dead left and right, like that YouTube influencer who died on her own YouTube broadcast, probably right after getting the jab. That's the only reason I see why a 30-year-old woman would have a heart attack in the middle of a YouTube broadcast. I mean, this is the elephant in the room that we're not talking about, and the fake media is not doing their job.
I agree with everything you just said, Lemon. We're not supposed
You're kind of roboting. I think the FBI is tapping in there, so it's kind of messing with the connection. Hey,
yeah,
FBI,
they don't want you to speak,
doing?
Dave. Hi, Fibbers, FBI.
Hey.
Get it?
Epstein didn't kill himself.
It should be.
Hey. I still want to know what they did with Gotti's body. Come on. Where's he buried?
Inquiring minds want to know. Well, even though they lie like a dog, they can only do so much to deceive. So a lot of times you can figure out the truth simply by the way they lie as well.
Well, here in the UK, the National Health Service consolidates and puts out all its figures at the end of the financial year, which comes around at the end of March. So that's going to be an opportunity for people to really compare the numbers and to see the exponential rise in, things like myocarditis, blindness, all these neurological things. I mean, there's going to be no denying it then. No denying it. And outrage will follow. I was watching a video earlier about how to build a thermal evasion suit, and I'm hoping that is not necessary.
Dude, yeah, if it gets to that point, I'm sorry. I'm gonna do my own thing, if you know what I mean. Like, if you get to the point where you're like considering, to stay in this reality, I have to now build a suit that I wear so they can't detect where I mean, that's just, you know what? I'm done at that point. I'm like, all right, well.
Well, I try to do my own form of counter propaganda. They're denying people employment and shaming them for, causing people to die for not taking this jab. So I just go right back at them and say, well, you're, basically a mudblood now with Lord knows what going through your blood with this vaccination. Sort of like the Harry Potter, thing about the mudblood, two-tiered wizard society with the mudbloods and the purebloods and stuff. It helps to, have some counter propaganda that's catchy. The pureblood unvaxxed versus the mudblood, vaxxed people.
Is it programmable mud?
I mean, if you're doing something this underhanded, you don't want like half the people you're trying to fool to like suss completely what you're up to. I mean, that's not how you do stuff. Didn't these
Well,
people?
no, that's the thing. They're not gonna,
Didn't these people read The Art of War? I mean, come on.
Right. Art of War should be required reading.
Yes.
What?
I was just agreeing to the point.
Oh, sure. Got it.
A lot of it's mental. Throw out some weird statistics to make you feel like you're outnumbered, so you agree to their terms. Whether or not the numbers are fraudulent or actual is something else. But if I hear something like 66,000 people have been vaccinated, 666, my hackles go up.
Little spidey sense.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like numerology to me.
Well, the issue is, and we know in the UK, the numbers that they quote of the actual population number. People who've looked at it have said that it's so far off. There's like 1 million people not even in that number, because they don't keep track of people, because there's no border control. So if they say 90% or 92.5% of the people have had the thing, what does that really mean?
Well, we saw on election night how they count. When the numbers, like they did for Trump, start going in a direction that they don't like, stop counting and bring in the fake statistics. Do whatever you have to massage this number into place. So I prefer to go with more organic indicators like my own eyes, going by the hospital and seeing nobody there.
I also learned on the internet today about Brown's gas, which is a hydrogen-infused gas. And if you do that with water, if you infuse the water with hydrogen and you put it on your plants, it's like amazing. I saw somebody had done this experiment where 50% of the plants were watered using this Brown's gas. And in China, you can actually go into like beauty salons and places, and you can go and breathe Brown's gas for like 20 minutes, and you can have some water as well as anti-aging. It's also really good for healing wounds, and I'll link it. Yeah, there it is. Oh, there it is. I've
Brown
never heard of it before. Yeah.
Well, the medical industry needs to make money, so every 5 or 10 years they're going to come up with some sort of epidemic of some sort of strain of something. That makes you need one of their expensive wonder drugs to fight it. So once you get their, general pattern, you can, fight their fear porn. But there are inexpensive ways to deal with this stuff that's already on file. Like Brown's gas and other stuff that they, suppress for a profit or whatever. Just got to go and know where to look before YouTube scrubs it or suppresses it or whatever.
Yeah. Chlorine dioxide, MMS.
They still fear porn about that, saying it's dangerous bleach. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
It's crazy because they use it to clean blood products. And people swear by it, and they've used it to cure malaria. Yet they still say, oh, this is drinking bleach. I'm like, oh my God, it's propaganda. I stopped trusting the medical industry the moment I found out they were suppressing cancer remedies. Bitter apricot seed, SCACT, peroxide, baking soda. Things that people give testimonials to saying that it works and it's cheap and effective. I'm like, these, this medical industry is just a slave to pharmaceutical companies. They're just paid drug pushers. They're not really healing people anymore. They're just cutting out parts of your anatomy, irradiating it, or giving you a synthetic drug. The worst thing is they don't emphasize detoxification. So you got people that are gunked up full of toxins in their guts and their liver and in their lymph. I think you're trying to put a synthetic pill on top of it, but really they need to get the gunk out. That's the worst thing about the regular medicine industry currently. It doesn't really emphasize detoxification or herbs or spices. Just take this pill and hope for the best.
Meadow, I work in a building where there's about 330 odd people. And at the beginning of 2023, of these women, 2 of them got breast cancer and the other one got ovarian cancer. And these are people that I know, they are more than acquaintances. I've spent a lot of time with them. And I couldn't even approach these topics with these women. And I know the one, because we were keeping in touch during the lockdown, she told me that she was taking 22 different things like tabs, and this was after they cut her boobs, then they irradiated them. And so these women were saying to me that, because I said, oh my God, I've never gone for a mammogram. That just creeps me out. So they were like preaching to me, oh, you need to go. And I was like, yeah, well, maybe I do need to go. And, within a few weeks from that, I saw this guy on the internet who said, really, do you want to go and get your boobs irradiated to find out whether, you've got growths or stuff? That's a smart. So I decided that I'm not going to go and get my boobs irradiated because these are the women who go and do it every year, and I've never done it. So.
Well, it helps to have a two-pronged approach. The medical industry will try to cut you open, see if it's localized enough and in one spot where they can just cut it out and sew you back up. But if you're in a bad state where it's at 20 or 30 different sites in your body, they just sew you back up and say, look, it's too far gone, we can't help you. So you're going to need something that's more of a systemic response. I think they try to do that with poisonous chemo, but you can do that with herbs and spices as well. Like, some of the other cancer remedies that are brutally suppressed by, the FDA and the regular medicine industry. Right. They can have more of a systemic response that can give people hope rather than them, cutting you open and trying to, cut it out here, there, everywhere.
But you see, when I speak to these women now, they are so traumatized. They need to tell you everything that's happened to them. And it's really shocking, what they've been put through. And so I was thinking, oh my God, I examined my boobs. Then how will I feel when I'm in a really weakened position and I have to make this choice? Where will I go now to resolve this problem? And with these women, their mindset, they would never even encounter something like alternative message because they are just not inclined. Their faith in authority is just so ingrained.
Well, you have to pick the right authority. Sometimes authority can be corrupt. And the moment the authority is inconsistent, they run the chance of not being an authority to me anymore. The authority has to be at least consistent. Otherwise, I'm going to tend to challenge it. And, when I'm hearing testimonials from people saying, I took this herb or this tea and I was fine, that doesn't concord with the medical industry, which is spending billions and billions and still somehow can't find a cure to cancer. I find that hard to believe.
And also, why would they lie?
Why would they lie? For power. I mean, the moment you realize that they've been spending billions, but you can go to your backyard and get sheep sorrel or bloodroot or, slippery elm or any of the other herbs that are in SCAC tea to help you, they're going to be illegitimate and they know it. So now they either have to admit that, hey, we were wrong, or we've been spending our money needlessly, or they're just going to double down and just be like, we're going to suppress this other remedy and you knowing about it instead. So it's just this vicious cycle of power and, the need to maintain it at all costs.
So true. And the thing with me is I never get sick. I can't remember the last time I had a sniffle or anything wrong with me. I seriously can't remember. I know that I had flu once, like something like a flu or something. And I think I felt like really horrible for about 3 days. But yeah, I just don't get any sickness or disease. It's really weird. So, and with everything that's now happened, now I feel so traumatized by all these lying liars. I don't think I'll ever go inside a hospital again. I know I work in a psych ward, in a psych facility, but general medicine, unless I need to get a broken bone splintered or something,
And you don't need to spend millions of dollars, to prevent sickness, get the gunk out of your guts, liver, and lymph, detoxify, and get some natural, raw herbs, that haven't been processed or washed or irradiated to death in our processing industry with our food. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to be fine. Part of it is our crappy diet. And I think the medical industry is in cahoots with modernity. Where we're really living a toxic lifestyle. We're irradiated by the 5G. Our food tastes okay, but there's no nutritional quality in it. And the medical industry is like, okay, let's try to manage these symptoms, which you're going to keep having with a pill. So they try to manage the effects of modernity as much as possible, but they're not really getting to the root cause. Lack of nutritious, raw, preferably unprocessed food, and detoxification. Because then they have to admit that the way that we're living is toxic. They have to admit that there's something wrong with the way that we're doing things. And that is, too much for somebody who has pride in the way that we're living right now. Despite the fact that, the moment you get on a Western diet, you get cancer, your bones start to degenerate, you get dementia, you lose your teeth, you lose your vitality where you're living up till 70, but you're on a walker. And you're not, as vital as somebody in an indigenous culture who's working up until the day they're dying with little to no problems. That's just too much of a red pill for them to swallow.
Yeah, everything gets so neatly packaged and like dumped in your lap. It's like, no, don't do research, don't shop around. Just go to this one place where everything is really convenient for you. You don't even have to engage your brain. People are in that mindset. Well, they were up until now. I mean, yeah. The unintended consequences of all this is that so many people have suddenly said, hang on.
And with the vaccines in particular, I see an industry on its last dying breath. I think that they were starting to get critical mass with, the YouTube channel Vaxxed Part 2 even after they had been suppressed and taken off YouTube the first time. Then they had to take them off YouTube a second time in preparation for this, because otherwise people would have been, storming the medical, industry, saying, why are you giving our kids and us this form of blood poisoning? So I think people were really starting to wake up, and they had to, censor everything fast. But, nowadays, if you follow the censorship, follow the death, the doctors that are getting killed, or, whoever's being silenced for the lie, and follow the money, 9 times out of 10, you find the truth nowadays anyway.
Yeah, very much so. I'm off work this week, so I'm feeling pretty relaxed. I'm not stressing out. I think it's got a lot to do with I don't have to meet my colleagues and see their cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive resonance is key. It's good when our thoughts match reality. It's like our mind and our hearts sing, and cognitive resonance.
Well, I was on Rufkin. It's a subscribe-only site. And Eric DeBay has posted a new, it's a rap song. It's mediocre. And so I posted one of Kai's tracks there with a comment. And I also posted the link to our Discord. So we'll see. Because of the way the site works, there's not a lot of people that comment there. So I don't know, maybe he will see that. And the track is about flat earth people in the flat earth community who are shows. So I get that he's got a beef with some people, but for me, as just an observer, I don't really get that. Why is he taking time to even pay attention to these people when you can spend your energy in a much more positive, sort of forward-looking way?
Well, I mean, the flat earth has many different directions you can go in. I think the main part of the psyop within the flat earth community is keeping people from knowledge of a creator, especially, one like Jesus Christ. I think that people are willing to divide the flat earth in many ways as long as you don't come to, knowledge of a creator. I think that's the main counter psyop that the, satanic Luciferian powers that should never have been want to, sow into the flat earth community as is. Because there are testimonials of people who say the moment I realized it was flat, I knew it was the creator. And some of them even came to saving knowledge of Jesus Christ, some of them. So that's the only counter propaganda that I can see in the movement. That would be the main focus, to say, okay, it's flat, but we're going to run you down these other rabbit holes and keep you from finding the main objective at the end of the rainbow.
Well, that's an excellent observation. I didn't consider that.
They have many ways to do counter propaganda: sowing division, drama, distraction.
Yeah, and I was listening to a guy that Elijah linked me on a topic that I abandoned a long time ago, which is astrology. I just find the person who's delivering his delivery is so excellent. I'm sure this guy could become massively huge and mainstream, his personality and everything. and the topic that he is using. And yeah, there are so many angles to this, and he's got this catchphrase. He says, "Teamwork makes the dream work." I think that's excellent. An excellent thing to say. Because Eric Dubay talks about the flat earth community, and so people on Rufkin have said to him, "You're nowhere to be found in this community." Yeah, it's quite weird the way once you're in this community, then you get to know about all these people that when you're out there in the world and you don't know about people like Eric Dubay, you don't know about people like Quantum Eraser, about Nathan Oakley, you've never heard these names, you don't know that you should be looking for them. You don't go into like DuckDuckGo and put in, big flat earth. So the way I got to understand that it's not a magic spinning water ball was that had nothing to do with other people. And I wonder if people inside the community think that it's due to the name that they have like they have a reputation, that this is like a drawing pin, that will bring people in. I think this Discord here and the work that people do here, taking the time to speak to people and going through the ins and outs with them in such a measured and scientific and brilliant way, that's the way we are helping people to come to conclusions. I don't know how else to promote the flat earth reality, really. Because people are reluctant, to speak out for one reason or another. So, yeah.
Ariel, that I'm not defending him or anything, but my mic working now?
Yeah.
That song that you're talking about, he just released it on Rockfin, but that was made like 4 years ago.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I didn't know. But you see, then I don't know who's got beef with who, or, for me, that is a complete non-issue.
Everyone that Eric calls out, they called him out first. So, call it retaliation, call it defending your honor.
Yes, understood. I'm gonna speak to an old friend that I haven't spoken to for a couple of years, and I'm a flat earther now, and it's like on my mind all the time. Like, at what part in the conversation am I going to say to him, "Oh, and by the way, I'm a flat earther now"? It's funny, but in my circle of acquaintances and friends, I've whittled my circle down to just a handful of people who could actually bear to hear me say, "No, but we are going to have this conversation because, it influences everything in the way I see in the world." And so I spoke to a friend of mine who lives in the Czech Republic. And I said to her very cryptically in a message, I said to her, "So what do you make of all this with, how do you put it, Sharona? What did you say, Meadow?" Anyway, the fake virus. And so I was waiting for her to respond. And then when she did respond, she said, "I don't believe it. People are so stupid," and whatnot. And I was so, so happy to find out that she hadn't been fooled. So it's such a Such a weird reality that we find ourselves in now. That our ideas have to, when we bounce our ideas off of people, the way they can react is like, no, and never mention it to me again.
Yeah, well, the asking friends, that you haven't seen in a while, their opinion about everything that's currently going on and just getting a feel for where they stand with all of that can be a good litmus test as to whether it's even worth addressing the flat earth topic, right? Because if they say, oh yeah, I feel like everybody's lying about everything that's going on, that's when you're like, oh, it gets worse than that.
Exactly.
And that's kind of your inroad, right? Like, yeah, you think we've been lied to just about this stuff?
Yes, exactly.
Well, wait until you
Let
figure
me
out
tell you.
the big lie.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm going to toot my own horn because it just came to me and I put it down in the voice text. Globe belief boils down to prideful, knee-jerk reactions of pure reluctance and fear. Prideful, knee-jerk reactions of pure reluctance and fear. That's all it is. Yeah. And they make therapy sessions for that, people. It's not that hard. In fact, you don't even need therapy to get through this. It's not like having a bad childhood. You can forget a lot of the things that happened in your childhood regarding planets and space and all that stuff.
Well, you're right.
You don't even have to deal with it.
Most people have a hard time with change. They fear change within their life, and kind of shattering the basis of their worldview is a fearful thing for them. So they put up many defenses in order to avoid that fear of change.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that they're more obsessed with the fear of change than what the change would actually bring itself.
Yes.
Right, which is why they can't wrap their head around the why does it even matter, right? Because you can't explain it to them. They just have to experience it themselves.
Well, I just think our Creator doesn't want us to be these sniveling, hiding behind the sofa,
They're protecting their pride. Yeah, that's what it is. So
and ego.
So the reason people are in fear is because they're afraid of losing something they have, or perceive they have, or not getting something they want, or perceive that they need. So
or that they feel they deserve.
Yeah, that's true. So what I think they fear they're going to lose is their security of themselves. Like they think that in the egotist world, all they have is the material. All they have is themselves, their knowledge. They think that's who they are. That's the problem we're having.
I agree.
They think that their thinking is them.
Put.
And your thinking is not you.
And they have a fear of being ostracized for, even if it is the truth, understanding the truth. They have a fear of ridicule.
That right there is
narcissism.
Much bigger than we think. Like that part of it right there is probably a bigger majority.
It's narcissism. You can't, the people, and I've experienced it too. I've been very narcissistic, and that's how I can kind of tell, when I see this in myself, oh my God, I can't be publicly humiliated. There's no way. Like, I'd rather die of cancer than be publicly humiliated. That's kind of what I feel from these people. And it's too bad. It's because it's really just a decision to start saying, hey, my ego and pride couldn't matter less. It's about the truth, and I'm going to take one honest look real quick. Let me go measure the earth. Let me see about what these flat earthers are saying. I'm going to do it, do it silently. Don't tell anybody about it, right? So that no one will know. Go find out for yourself.
Yeah, the less you care about what people think of you, the easier it is to set aside the ego.
Yep.
Once you become a flat earther, you don't give a fuck. I mean, I know I don't give a fuck. I mean, my whole family hates me because I'm a flat earther.
That sucks, man. They shouldn't hate you. They could disagree with you, but they shouldn't hate you.
Yeah, but like, you're growing up your whole life. If you've been bullied too, you kind of grow a thick skin to it and it doesn't bother you. So kind of had that on my side. Being a loner.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been somewhat nonconformist, right? So
yeah,
I don't care much what people think about me. I grew up in groups that were fairly ostracized for being different. So, is what it is.
It's like when I'm skateboarding as a kid, and all my friends are trying kick flips, right? And they're almost landing it, and this, that, and the other. And I keep saying, I feel like I'm gonna get it. And I'm like, guys, check it out, I can do a kick flip. And then I keep trying, and they're like, ha ha, you can't do it either. And then finally you get it, and I'm like, hell yeah, look, I can do a kick flip before all of my friends. And then that's when you realize who's your real friend and who's not.
Yeah, it's like the first time I dived into water. When you learn to swim and you always jump in and you jump and you jump and everybody else is doing these dives. And I used to teach children to swim, like little kids, like 4 or 5 years old. Like, you just see like how they eventually get to that point where they just have to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
You can't do it for them. You can talk them into talk to them about it, but
sounds a bit like my story. When I first learned how to dive, they told me I looked like a frog leaping in.
Well, that'll get you right there, right? I don't want to be a frog. I'm a damned human. What the hell?
Well, I mean, when I first did the dive, like when I actually did it, like I looked like a frog.
Well, yeah, frogs know how to jump. They know how to dive. Shit.
That's funny. I've taught old people to swim. People who never swam their whole lives.
That's got to be fun.
Who were scared of water, yeah.
That's awesome. What a privilege that must have been, right? I don't know. That's how I'd see it.
Yeah. It's just the gratitude that they feel and the joy that they experience when it's like, oh, I can do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The
and
toughest
I can imagine at like the geriatric age and everything, like to be proud of something new that you can do is just got to be overwhelmingly positive. I love that.
Yeah, I bet the toughest part about doing that is the mental part of it, getting people not to be afraid.
Yeah, it's a good exercise in overcoming fear.
Yeah, exactly. There's small steps.
I have a friend who still to this day plugs his nose with his hands when he jumps into the water. He's in his 40s. He is in his 40s and still does it. Needless to say, he's a blue-pilled normie.
Well, that figures. I've noticed, like, I've read this article back in, I think it was dated in September. Like, fucking the mainstream media is trying to say that flat earthers are responsible for people not wanting to get the vaccine. It's like a CNN article. I don't know if y'all read that.
I didn't think that we had any influence at all whatsoever. I thought there was only 15 of us that lived in our parents' basements.
Well, you know, Rob Skiba died, so they had to attach the two there as well. Rob Skiba, flat earther, also anti you know what.
Yeah,
So
I saw.
they need more straw men.
They called him a evangelical flat earther and anti-vaxxer.
Oh, labels, man. Labels, labels, labels. People are so divided by the labels.
Yeah, I'm about getting sick of people demonizing anti-vaxxers. There's nothing wrong with being against having unknown chemicals injected into your body.
Yeah, I mean, I've had friends that have come at me calling me that, and I have to explain to them that I almost died at the end of 2000 from a flu injection. And that's firsthand experience as to why I would not get things in the future. So it's hard for them to wrap their head around people that have firsthand experience like that with these things. They just want to associate them with crazy people who are conspiracy theorists who have just read things off the internet from non-scientific sources and are crazy tinfoil hat people. But when you have an experience where you almost die from one, it changes your perception of them altogether.
Yeah, so they want to deny you your body, your choice, and your lived experience. Yeah. Clown world.
Yep. I mean, and if you're so pro that,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
fall into a category like my friend who recently, over the past year and a half, he acquired Guillain-Barré syndrome from a flu variant of an injectable and has been in and out of the hospital and close to death many times since then, and then decided to take the first juice, which literally almost killed him. And nurses were and nurses actually instructed him to do so, which is like, do these people have no ethics, or do they just have brains that are so left right politicized and in such a dogma that they can't even see that these things might be harmful to certain people?
Or maybe suspect it, or maybe even see it quite clearly and then dismiss it for X, Y, and Z reasons.
Well, even my friend who experienced both of these things, one of which he's still dealing with from the flu one, still is in complete denial that there's any correlation between any of it, even after taking the first scheduled juice. He's still in denial of all of it because solely based off his political beliefs, which is pretty crazy that it can, somebody's political beliefs can be that influential over them that it can blind them to a reality that has almost killed them.
When I was reading Scientology for a while, my brother was the ethics director for the headquarters of the Scientology organization in South Africa. So I got hold of all their literature for free, which is like, you just don't do that. You pay a lot of money to get access to that. And there was a whole part of it where they explained why people behave the way they do. It's got to do with your basic instinct is to survive. So even if you've input wrong information into your operating system, it keeps on making you it weakens you, it makes you fail. You will find a way of rationalizing why that is the right thing to do, because you have connected that to your survival potential. And if it comes from authority figure like mom and dad or school teacher or the people in the church, then it's really hard to disabuse people of some of the wrong ideas that they're holding on to. It is all fear based, I guess. But yeah, as you say, your friend who's now twice experienced the negative consequences of his action will still find a way to rationalize it. That's a very complicated thing. I pity these people. It's ego as well, I suppose.
Yeah, ego takes a part of it.
You don't
Yeah,
want to be shown to be wrong.
And with the current situation, there's so many different varied statistics around the topic. But it's like you can find statistics to support whatever side you're on, and it makes all the statistical arguments almost moot. And you're going to find the statistics and the supporting data for your preconceived notion that you have. I was on another server earlier this morning discussing this topic, and it was, it becomes an argument that can't be won, almost a religious type argument.
Yeah.
Because you've got somebody fully invested in one side, and, you have to, first of all, trust that the data is gathered correctly, or that it's all the data, or that the data hasn't been skewed. And then you can find ways to correlate that data to whatever side you want to. And it's I think it's confusing intentionally by nature of what's taking place, because the more confusion there is, the easier it is for two sides to form to battle against one another. And all the while they're spending their energy battling the other side while the controllers continue to march on.
When I first looked into it, the first thing that really impressed me was the CGI image of the round spiky ball thing, and an actual microscopic image of it under a slide. The black and white, very fuzzy, indistinct kind of where you can look at it with your eyes and try and put that picture in your brain for future reference. And I wonder now who came up with the first CGI image, because now it's so prevalent. Everybody thinks they look what this thing, they think they know what it looks like in real life. It must exist, so this must be what it looks like.
Right, it's got to be real because they have the visual imagery in order to support the narrative.
Which, just like the globe image, is completely fake. Isn't that ironic?
Imagery is very powerful, more powerful than we consciously understand most of the time.
Why are we hardwired that way?
I'm not sure. It probably goes back to things that we needed naturally, right? So being scared into fear by certain colors, because lots of times those colors within nature will represent
danger.
things, things that are dangerous to us via like venom or things like that. So it's probably goes back to something like that. I want to say that the color green is kind of calming and soothing, or has been understood to be calming and soothing, and it's the most prevalent color you see when you're out in nature, which is calming and soothing. So there's probably correlations to all these colors
It's the
based in
green.
nature.
Yeah, green is the preferred color for the interior of medical establishments like insane asylums and hospitals.
Yeah.
I mean, and what is more soothing than being in a forest or being out in nature where you are surrounded by grass and trees and little specks of other colors?
Exactly, which is probably why your brain associates these things, right? And knowing how your brain associates these things, you know, you can use that to influence people.
Yeah, brown.
Look at the amount of work that was done, you know, through like the Nazi regime and all that kind of stuff, and really understanding how to propagandize people, the inner workings of the mind, and how the mind reacts to certain things. There was a lot of work that was done on this, you know, experimenting on human subjects to really find all of this stuff out. And the only thing that seems to have come of it is ways to further control people and to manipulate people, not for necessarily a benefit of humans as a whole.
You have that color brown that's underneath you in the ground, and above you is blue, and everything in between is green. So we have blue, brown, and green. And if you look at the eye colors, there's 3 different colors: brown, blue, and green. Many different shades of all of those. And some people will say people have red eyes, but it's reddish brown. There's many shades of those 3 colors.
It's an astute observation. I never thought of that.
No, me either.
And if you think about, you know, history and you go back into, I don't know, you could probably go all the way back to the Tower of Babel and speak on the languages, but languages wasn't the only thing that distinguished the people. So people at the higher elevations probably had blue eyes, and people at the lower elevations had brown eyes, and everybody in between probably had the green. So it's yeah, it's pretty amazing. You get people to ask about the Inuit people. You get people to ask about, you know, blue-eyed people being in a place where there's brown-eyed people. But you got to understand that even back during that time, you had people that traveled, and you also had people that were taken as slaves. So there's a lot of things that could really come out of that, you know, whole historical thing we have about the Tower of Babel. I really wish we could have a movie. Maybe some flat earthers could get together and maybe make a movie about it. We could talk on, there could be so many avenues you could go down. You could talk about racism, like people talk about racism, because these people knew, you know, that they had a problem with the other people, right? Because the languages were split, so to say. So yeah, I think they had some characteristics that were just different also.
Yeah, I know there's a whole theory out there about root races. Can't remember all of it, but yeah, theories that there was 3 or 4 or 7 root races, right? Which is where we get a lot of our distinctive characteristics from, allegedly.
Interesting. I also wonder if there was a tribe with blue eyes and they had to move to an area that wasn't native to them, and they were supplanted and their whole diet changed, the whole environment changed, would their DNA expression then would it change and they would become brown-eyed people?
Yeah, the environment would. That was my whole kind of theory, was the environment played a part, because the people who seen mostly blue, their eyes were blue. So the people who seen mostly green, like Mediterranean, they were green. And the people who saw mostly desert and brown, just the ground, their eyes are brown.
Well, I guess my hazel eyes are a blend of all of them.
Hazel eyes is not a color. So hazel eyes would mean either you have toxins or you have trauma to your organs or your body in some way or another. You have one color of eye. Either your eyes are blue, they're brown, or they're green.
So mine are brown, extra brown, deep brown. So like, have I been staring at Globers my whole life?
Extra brown. Oh, that was good. I like it.
It means you're full of shit.
Hey! Yes, I like it.
Yeah, the brown-eyed people, they're harder to like look into the eyes and tell what's wrong with the body if you're doing iridology, because it's a lot darker. So when you're picking out the little anomalies in it, the little craters, specks, and things, it's kind of hard with dark eyes.
Well, I just try to stay healthy then, so I don't have to. So nobody has to worry about trying to stare deep into my eyes, except for my lover.
Be full of something, bro. I mean.
I'm just kidding, kinda. Don't look too deep into my eyes, man. You get fucking lost. They are dark.
Well, mine are
Purple.
bluish gray with brown around the middle.
Nice.
I mean, purple and red eyes exist as well, but they're the rarest eye colors there are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's Sunji.
Yo, what's good?
Just playing some. What was the name of it? Mirror's Edge.
Alright.
And I bugged it again. Oh, I have to restart it. No. Every
Alright.
time I alt tab, my game just bugs. I have to restart it.
I mean, Alt F4 will fix it.
I tried that before. It actually crashes my entire PC.
Based.
I mean, it's an EA game, but come on.
What are you playing?
Mirror's Edge.
Oh, Mirror's
I can't escape. Can't. Let me see.
Hey, that's just like this place. You can't escape this one either. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's such a blessing. We've been made this place." It's like, yeah, but you can't leave, dude.
What the fuck happened to my PC? I think I bugged it badly.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
What the fuck?
My eyes are blue and green.
Does your color go all the way out to the outer edge of the color part of your eye, or do you have that little ring around your color part of your eye?
Let me check that.
That
I
little
can't look at
ring-
myself in the mirror long enough to be able to tell. I'm
Yeah,
just
if you
kidding.
looked at
I
it
have
like
a dark
Antarctica,
ring.
right? If you looked at it like Antarctica, the center being your pupil and being, Mount Meru, whatever you want to say, north, and the outer edge being that ring. If you have that ring, that represents your skin. Oh, so you need to do a cleanse. If you have a ring, that color should be vibrant.
Barely noticeable.
And it should go all the way out to the outer
Barely
edge.
noticeable ring. There is a noticeable ring, but barely noticeable. It's almost imperceptible. Looks the
nice.
same color as the iris.
Oh, not again.
I have a very noticeable.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you were hot mic and your sneezes there,
Sorry
bud.
about that, dude.
What's wrong with you, bro?
That's
I don't know.
Allergies.
If I send a picture of my eye, can you tell me what's wrong with me?
No, I'm not going to turn you into a hypochondriac.
I wonder what would happen if you made a tea from the plant that's giving you the hay fever and drank it.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot we don't know
It'd probably
about health.
suck, and then I'd probably get over.
Get you some apple cider vinegar. Just get a little bit of apple cider vinegar.
I do use that every day. I put a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar into my pre-workout and post-workout shakes.
That's not what I'm talking about. Take your apple cider vinegar, dilute it in some warm salt water, and just sniff it up your nose.
No thanks. I don't like the neti pot stuff, but I appreciate you trying to help.
Yeah, I mean, if you got mucus or you got any kind of cold or infection.
It's not mucus. It's just a constant need to sneeze and
Antihistamine response.
Yeah. It's just, here's what it is, guys. It's the plants are changing and the pressure systems are changing. Sometimes it affects me greatly, sometimes not at all. So I'm just sitting through it. It's fine. I'm not sick. I'm not going to get sick.
You're going to get sick off those
I appreciate it.
You're going to get sick off those GMO plants. You know it.
Yeah, well, I'm either going to get sick in the plastic from the bottles of distilled water that I drink, or I'm going to get sick from what's in the tap water. What do you think?
I don't know why you're drinking out of plastic, bro.
Well, I don't have a choice. Well, I guess I do. I just don't have the money to buy a distiller.
Not playing Mirror's Edge anymore. That should cross my PC harder.
I'm curious. You can snort apple cider vinegar up your nose?
Yeah. Diluted.
Not like snorting it up into your brain. You want to kind of let it drain, right? So you just let it drain.
Yeah, you just kind of give it a... It's not like you're railing a fucking line. It's not like you're railing your last line of the month.
There's a reason why women use it in their douches, right? I mean, so if you take that apple cider vinegar and you have a cold coming on or any kind of mucus buildup, and you just take just a little in your palm. I'm not saying snort a big cup of apple cider vinegar, right? Just like that. That's all you got to do, and you're done. Your nose is clear. It's clear. It's killed the infection. Whatever's there, you're good.
Interesting. I use apple cider vinegar all the time for stomach issues.
Yeah. Me too.
You guys should give the disclaimer: this is not medical advice. Go ahead.
No.
Well, we're just talking about food.
Oh. So there's a half a teaspoon of baking soda. You make sure it's dissolved really, really well with a little lemon juice and water. That's pretty good too.
I feel like when we homestead, we're all going to be really healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have baking soda like at least once a day. It's very good at cleaning out your kidneys.
No, I don't do it that often. Maybe I should do it more often.
You can do too much baking soda. Don't overdo the baking soda.
Don't ever?
Don't overdo it.
Oh, don't over. Yeah, well, you have to make sure it's really dissolved well, or it can cause some problems with your digestion. Yeah, you have.
Napalm, you have an interesting structure of the skin around your eye.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
That's cool. It's like a personality trait that if they tried to make another one of you, they'd have to try really hard to get that in there. You know, it's cool.
You talking about my droopy brow ridge there? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to say that
Okay.
way, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
He already knew, though.
No, I know he knew. Of course, he did.
I'm aware.
It's
I'm
his
aware
thing.
of how handsome I am. It's okay.
That's what I'm saying, man. It looks almost like, a girl be like, he has kind eyes.
Yeah, I have a very distinct dark ring around the outside of my eyes.
Yeah, you do. You guys ever get those idiosyncrasies on your fingernails? Little bumps and dots and ridges. Everybody's like, oh my God, you've got full body cancer. Like, no, It just happens sometimes. When detox periods put the marks on your fingernails and toenails.
What if they could do an iridology and then they sent a freaking drone to your location? Oh my god. Didn't mean to scare you.
That's okay.
I mean a drone to
It's
your
okay.
area.
Just a suddenly
No,
drawn
because
out
On your
somewhere.
eye.
well, it's easier because then you know they're coming, and you can get your cell phone camera ready in case anything goes down. Just film the whole encounter.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse too, because like it's not even a human. You can provoke a human. You shouldn't be able to provoke a fucking robot machine. So
Good night, Geppy
you know what I mean?
It's already evening where Geppy Get is. Wow, it's way over there in
Wow.
the east. Good night, Geppy
I
Get.
get love you, bud.
Yeah, I don't know about the whole being able to tell whether you've got issues based on your eye, because my eyes have pretty much looked the same my whole entire life, regardless of lifestyle and diet and all of that stuff. So
Yeah,
who knows?
likewise.
But I'll be sure to get in the sauna and eat some more salt and drink more water as advised. Thank y'all.
I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, and clearly I don't listen when people try to help out. So keep your mouth shut when you're talking to me about this stuff. Okay? Just kidding. It's like, the reason it's not medical advice is because it's not dangerous. Apple cider vinegar, it's not dangerous. You put it in all your food, you can have it all day. It's just like anything, don't have too much.
Does that help with acid control? I've heard that it
Yes.
does. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is acidic itself. So what it does is it helps garner and maintain a more alkaline digestive system and body in whole. But like I said, you got to be careful because it is acidic, and so if you get too much at once, it'll end up exacerbating any irritation that might already exist. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pickle juice.
if you
Pickle
don't have
juice
enough
good for that?
acid in your stomach, if you don't have enough acid in your stomach to digest the food, the apple cider vinegar helps balance that.
Mm-hmm.
Pickle juice good for that too?
Yes, it is.
Maybe that's why I crave pickles, or I enjoy pickles.
Oh yeah, it's wildly healthy, and just so delicious. There's you guys remember the cucumber video, the Jamaican guy telling you all the benefits of a cucumber, and there's like 100 of them, and it's this full song video. Now I have to grab it. Hold on, I'll find it.
Why don't we call pickles pickled cucumbers? You have pickled eggs and pickled onions and all this other stuff, but we don't have pickled cucumbers.
Some people say cucumbers taste better pickled. Sorry, that's a Chappelle reference.
You made me LOL.
Well, and if this doesn't make you smile, you need to hit the reset button, bruh. Here we go. Sorry, I had to save it on every single one of my playlists before I shared it. Here you go. This guy.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Check the voice text, everybody. Cucumba. Yeah, he's awesome.
So the defenders of the heliocentric model of our cosmology do not seem to like coming to this server anymore. What is the problem, guys and girls?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
The problem is they can't just sit here and philosophize about what is. We hold them to empirical evidence, and they don't like that.
I like Don Pettit's answer better, though. That's a good answer, though, Napalm. You're exactly right. They don't have a leg to stand on, to put it simply. I'll start with basics. If it's on a ball, it's got to be curving somewhere, right? Is that logical to say? You should be able to detect this said curvature. But anyway.
Yeah, but we can look at the sky, though, man. And the sky tells us it's not curving.
Yeah, the sky tells me absolutely nothing about the ground.
The sky, the science tells you, because science must have a mouth.
Between this topic and current events, it's amazing how many people have been baptized into the religion of scientism.
Mm-hmm. It's like the largest religious cult ever created.
Like a one world religion, almost.
It couldn't be that. It couldn't be that, could it?
And one to where even the elect would be deceived.
I like the spooky music, Creation Bear. That's hilarious.
I know.
Yep.
Creation Bear's always clutch.
Mm-hmm.
No need to thank me.
I wonder if the anti flat earthers realize that, like let's say all the flat earthers went away, the whole thing went away for whatever. I know it's not going to be because of proof. They think this censorship is just going to stop. That's not going to affect. It's not just going to continue on with them, or they just really don't care if they're a slave or not. What would Gem Pandas be doing if there were no flat earthers? I mean, we're all flat earthers, but you know what I mean.
I think once Gem Panda realizes that at some point a male human should have male reproductive parts, then he'll find something else to do. But until he grows a dick and balls, I don't know how to help him.
Yep, when you realize everyone's flat. Everyone lives on flat earth.
Well, just the way he talks specifically, I would hate to be his wife or husband or whatever. Or like even his son. Ugh.
I know. How caustic.
Imagine that voice every time you made a mistake, or even when you did something good. Like, I wouldn't want that person talking to me at all, let alone be my dad or someone I had to hear every day.
Mm-hmm. Unless they were being super duper nice.
Even then, Gem Panda's voice is completely worthless and not needed. In this realm, at least. I'm sorry, am I being mean? not sorry.
Better than that, man.
I am better than that man. Yes, I'm
I
better
had a
than him.
relapse. I had a relapse
That's not
of
what I
mania.
meant, but you understand what I mean.
I know
I had a
what you
relapse
meant,
of
Brad.
mania yesterday.
I had to make a joke out of it, Brad. Sorry, go ahead, Sonny.
I understand.
Wait a
Sometimes
minute. What did Brett?
you gotta bump your own ego up if somebody else won't. All right, go ahead, Sonny. I'm done referencing you.
No, it's okay. I missed it, and I wish I would have caught the joke because I was too busy talking. I need to shut up.
I'm the joke.
Yeah, clap a little bit of a joke. So you miss nothing. You hear the joke every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in here obviating that I'm just a joke. Jester.
Jester's the only one that's beyond reproach.
The globe is the ultimate joke, just nobody gets it, right?
Hey,
exactly
I like
right.
that. It's true.
No, I suppose that may not be completely true. There's probably some jesters that got beheaded as well, but they're probably only the really smart ass ones. So.
Yeah, like, you know, the jester standing next to the king during dinner, and there's a couple people in one of the performances on the side, like, accidentally get killed. And the whole place, like, kind of gets concerned and erupts in laughter, and they're drunk. They don't care. They keep eating, and they clean the bodies up. And the jester's like, wait until they find out the Earth's flat. Shit.
You know, all those places your ships are sailing to, Your Honor? I mean, Your Majesty?
Exactly. That would be the thing that got him killed. It's like,
No,
wait
that's
till he just,
horizontal.
like, does a tongue-in-cheek flat Earth joke, and the guy kills him.
Yeah, he's like the jester. Guess what? Guess what, everybody? Earth really is flat. Ah, ha, ha.
Off with his head. It's great.
I think that's why they had to put freaking monsters on the maps to like scare people. Like, don't go out here. It's the unknown. Yeah, we're not sure you won't fall off or get eaten. Let us check it out first. Oh yeah, they checked it out.
Do you think the aliens are going to have
Antarctic
names?
Treaty.
Do you think we're going to have to like pronounce the aliens' names properly to like live
Glad
in the
man.
next world?
Glad, man. You bring up aliens like every other day at least. I think it's
I
hilarious.
love it. I love to talk about them because it's so ridiculous.
Yep.
No, I don't think they're gonna have names. None that we can really understand at least.
Yeah, it'll be like it'll be someone's
I'm gonna
name.
tell people on the news what's happening, and they might actually bomb us, like for real, like bomb the cities and say it's the aliens. That's possible.
That's what I think that's what they're gonna do. Yeah, for sure. What else would that's what I'd do.
Yeah, because then they could do an automatically lockdown of everybody everywhere, lockdown society, martial law.
Yeah, it's like the thing somebody posted yesterday. Might have been you, Sonny. Somebody was posting pictures from the 90s, videos from the 90s of this meteor gun, high-pressure gun that you can put in the planes and just shoot the ground and be like, holy shit, asteroids, guys, watch out. We got to get Bruce Willis up there in the sky.
Yeah. Get some more
Don't
actors
forget about Ben
involved.
Affleck.
Get the
Do
Space
you think Bruce
Force
Willis will go
involved.
on this real one? Do you think when the asteroids come this time, Bruce Willis, they'll ask him to go again?
Only if Ben Affleck goes.
Right. Batfleck needs to be up there.
It would be Will Smith in an F-16 defending us now, right?
That's funny.
I got to get me one of these.
And then we need Jeremy Renner and the chick who plays the Lois Lane to be our translators.
Yep. And we'll get the guy who played the president in Independence Day to do a couple jokes on the side.
Is Randy Quaid going to show up? Wasn't he in it?
Yeah, he'll come back to life. Yep.
Bring all the space sci-fi actors back on board. Bring all of them on board. I mean, this is that lame center of the earth one. Bring them all back in. Too. All the
OJ
comments.
Simpson from Capricorn 1. Get OJ back up there. Yeah.
Day of the Comet. Bring all those people back on.
Yep. Get the Challenger crew back online here.
Have them do some more acting. Yeah. I mean,
I think we need
Hollywood.
VC
They
check
should have star. They should
Just
have
get
a
Pennywise up there
star.
too, man. He can turn into a spider. Scare them all away.
Starts to grow 6 legs.
If anybody's available, there's
all
somebody
get
in
stars.
VC check-in.
Oh.
Come down here.
They ain't give me the permissions yet. And that's good on there.
Pretty sure you do, actually.
Yeah, especially now you're a referee also. But I don't know how to use half the stuff up there.
Referee
Verify.
in this server doesn't. I don't think it means anything.
Oh, really? You
Sure
have
does,
unlimited
as a matter
muting
of fact.
power.
I don't.
You have
No,
not
I
been in
don't.
the arena very much. Then.
Yeah, see if you
Take
can
that
mute.
back,
See if you
Brad.
right click on my name and see if you can mute me. I'm a gold plus.
I
See if you can mute
can't.
me.
I'm not able to.
Then you have to be gold plus and then you can.
Yeah.
Referee
do
was
that.
created for the
Oh.
arena.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. He's right about the arena.
No, I know I'm right. I was there.
I was there.
I was there.
Yeah, whatever happened to Miggy?
Who?
To what?
Miggy.
Yeah, I don't know where Miggy
He
went, man.
went on. He's on a break. Miggy needed a break.
Yeah, he's doing something else. He's on another server actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you guys talk about the arena, I just thought about Miggy.
My death.
Yeah, I was like,
What?
what's going on?
I'm watching breakdancing videos, so I shouldn't
Man,
be
you don't
talking.
know how to fucking breakdance.
What, bro? Oh, that's it. I'm just gonna post my favorite one right now. Only one. If it makes you guys head down breakdancing rabbit holes, I am not responsible.
I know I'm unmuted. I've got my hands full, so I might have to start talking to myself here at work. You guys are just gonna have to deal with it for the time being.
And there you have it. I'm gonna learn this dance.
No boss.
Earth is flat.
Yes.
Yes. Did anybody try talking to Glitchy Boy? No.
You just did, Lulu.
Sorry, say that again?
You just tried to talk to him.
Ah, okay. Let me unmute him real quick. Glitchy Boy, are you there? Yeah.
Unmuted.
You're unmuted, bro. What's up? Oh.
And he's gone. You've got such an intimidating voice, Lulu. Her voice is so intimidating.
Yeah.
Right? Oh well. He's up in VC check-in.
What are we talking about?
You missed it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It was Glitchy Boy. You failed on us, bro.
It was glitchy.
No,
Oh, that's
he
good.
went up to VC check-in. He might just be trying to get. Yo, mute
The Dugga
yourself,
Dugga.
bruh. So anyway. Hold on. I don't think you know. Brat, you're hot micing.
I can't be hot micing if you server mute me. So why don't you go server mute me again?
Yeah, my ears were bleeding. Alright,
Jesus.
we took
Why are
care
you
of that.
guys fighting? Stop fighting.
Or not, dude. Did you not hear him hot micing real bad?
No, I was watching that fucking breakdance video for the millionth
I
time.
was just playing the Binding of Isaac.
Playing the what?
The Binding of Isaac.
The Binding of Isaac?
Yeah.
Is that the fuck is that? Yeah.
For sure, this is just a game.
Okay, alright. What's the object of the game there?
Beating your
What
mom?
do you do? What?
It's hard to explain. So, a boy gets into a basement because of his mom that wants to kill him. To put it in short.
Okay, so the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, good. It's a basement game. I like those.
Is that an actual game, or are you making that?
No, I'm not making that up. I wish I was.
No, you don't. Sounds like you enjoy the game.
Well, it's fun for the most part.
Okay, that was pretty funny. All these new names, I have no idea who you people are.
Who are you calling you people?
What do you mean, you people?
You flat earthers. Damn you all.
We are the Flat Earth Council.
Who's this alien zoo guy, girl? Been here forever, doesn't talk, just lurking around.
I think they've talked before.
He talked the other day,
I've
just
talked to
in
him
the
a couple
morning at
times.
first.
Yeah. He does have a voice.
That's hard to believe. Can you prove them right, Alien Zoo 1? Alien, you there?
He has the right to remain silent, and he has the ability. I have heard him talk before, though.
Alright, I guess I'll take your words for... how about Reckonor? Well, no, why am I even bothering?
Reckonor, come on, dude. Talk to us.
I honestly have missed your Arnold impression. Please. No? Alright.
Sure. Thank you.
Oh, we got a new guy. Mango Ing... Hi,
Yeah.
welcome.
Bango.
Hey, I'm working, so I'm just here to listen today. But I just get verified,
Hey.
so.
Hey, Mango.
Welcome.
We're gonna try and talk to you anyway, dude. How's that
No,
grab you?
That's...
I'm just kidding.
might be distracting, honestly. I might not be able to stick around too much if you do, because I do actually have to work, but I can talk a little.
Okay. Threaten me with a good time. Well, I hope you...
Love it when...
Real quick, what do you do for work?
Software development.
Okay.
Full stack.
You don't really need to pay attention for that. Come on, man.
You're right, actually, but... Hold on, fine, let me just finish what I'm doing.
No, he wants to get paid, guys. Let him come into a chat room and not talk.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to just listen? I mean, I just got VC verified, so I figured...
Yeah, no worries.
I'm just fucking around, dude.
Well,
Stick around.
we
Stay
we
here.
love it when men stay and hate it when men go.
Exactly. See,
Oh!
Who gets the pun of my name? I mean, that's half of it. You got half of it.
I don't get the joke, so...
Man going Pete. Okay, I'm sorry.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
1 2
That was
3.
so dumb that it's funny.
Oh yeah, it's really stupid. I warned you. I'm also in New York City, so I'm sorry it's loud.
Oh.
I'm sorry you're in
Well,
New
don't
York
worry.
City.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. I'm leaving tomorrow, though. For a
New York
while.
City's not sorry about nothing.
Yeah, we hear you, Brad. Some people just want to ignore you. But...
That's cool with me. I don't give a fuck. As long as Glad doesn't ignore me, that's all I care about.
Right.
Okay.
Glad as
Well,
always responding.
Your
Yep.
day should be made then, partner, because I'm
Yeah,
paying
he's
close attention.
He's the homie.
You should actually ignore him to get the gears turning.
To get the full effect of my wrath.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess since the new guy can't talk right now, let's go down the list of people who don't talk. Everyone's flat. What's up, man? I am under no rules, ban me now. Huh? You wanna be banned, alien?
What the fuck?
Somebody got banned last night on the lobby for this many days.
For what?
For what?
Hang on, let me post a screenshot because it couldn't get to work on the days, so he posted it in minutes, and so we did the math.
Yeah, I don't have no idea what you're saying, man.
I'm loading.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. He got banned for that many days?
That's cool.
Get the days. Calculate. The robot kept saying invalid. So he was like minutes 9999999 repeating.
Oh, cool. That's
Dang, what did he do?
for a man-made construct. That's trippy, bro.
Alright, so
What the fuck? Just DM me. I mean, if you send Nitro, you can. Bro! I ain't fucking sending Nitro for nudes. Like, come on, man. What do you think I am?
Nudes?
Yeah.
Did you say? Oh, have you sent nudes to anybody?
No?
Oh, good.
Why would I?
Exactly. It's a weird thing to do if you're a man. But women, send all the nudes you got. You feel me?
Yo.
Double standard. Gotta have it here in America.
I'll just block them.
Block them if they're asking for nudes or sending nudes.
But hold up,
Sending
they're asking for Nitro, huh?
No, basically I have to send them Nitro and they will send me nudes.
I love it.
Yeah. So I like to call them Nitro diggers. So they're out there. Remember that one
Y'all
chick that came
diggers
in
got
here?
the game fucked
Send him
up.
this. Send him this little clip right here, bud. That way they
let
can
me see.
understand.
I'll definitely send that, actually.
You are made of stupid.
You dishonor and disrespect your entire nation because you are made of stupid.
You are ninja.
Okay, I know that Creation Bear. You have definitely downloaded this, haven't you?
I'm already on it.
Love it. Alright. I was at everyone's flat and he's not responding. FE Batman. Batman, come on. You can do it.
What's up? I'm Batman.
The real Batman, please.
What's up?
A man with or without parents?
I'm the alternate dimension Batman. I got both my parents.
Oh, nice.
Then you're not really the Batman, obviously.
Yeah, I'm spoiled. I'm rich and spoiled as fuck, and I do what I want. Batman.
If it's the alternate, then you should be poor as AF.
That's very not racist, but yeah, you are racist. So I'm just gonna say it's very racist.
Yeah, no shade.
I'm hot and bothered.
Yes, you do.
All right, I guess Batman is busy saving the world. Uh,
And his parents.
nah, his parents.
No, he failed at
did.
that. Oh,
Yeah, they did.
This
Man,
to be
they
the
did.
case.
Jamesy. Crap
Harsh,
one.
brother.
Do one of your one-liners.
Hi.
Aw.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, Lulu?
Doing well, man. Nice to hear from you.
Likewise. Starting the what is it? What day is today? Oh, it's Tuesday. I was gonna say ladies' night.
Oh, ladies' night is every night, so you're not wrong there.
Still doing talking to these weirdos in here. It's flatties.
Right? Yeah. I love my flatties, so gotta get my fix.
Especially the glad flobe guy.
what? What do you want?
It's like upside down or something.
Yeah,
Well,
makes about
ketchup
sense.
is mustard, right? The sky is the ground. So whatever. Fuck it. Fuck everything.
And I'm the mayonnaise.
Yep. Yep.
Don't let C know that.
I did cook the meat. One of my wife did, and it came out good.
Good. It's good that you had her do it. You would have fucked it up.
Yeah, I was scared of.
Now, does she get to share some of that with you?
Oh yeah, my little ones were next to me, and they had a decent piece of it.
Cool. Let her have the majority. You can only have a couple bites.
You like it? Is it good?
Yes.
One,
Yeah.
you had enough, or you want more?
Enough.
Enough. Okay.
I'll take the rest. You're not gonna eat that? Oh, I'll take it.
I only bought like 6.6 pound of it, or it was like $125 a pound. That Japanese Wii U meat or whatever they call it.
Hey, can I get a mod in VC check-in to verify somebody that has some questions regarding the flat Earth?
You talking about the Wagyu Kobe beef?
Bring them in here.
Yeah, bring them in here. Lulu will
I'm
speak
too
to them.
lazy to go up there.
I don't have the ability to verify them and bring them in, or else I would.
What's his
So I
name?
just-
Glitchy Boy? Glitchy Boy?
yeah, Glitchy Boy's got some questions.
Ah,
Was
yeah.
it?
Bring them in here.
Yeah, the guy was before.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so everybody else that is below Gemsy, sorry, but I don't get to call on you today. Maybe next time.
Glitchy Boy, you've been unmuted, Glitchy Boy. Lulu will speak to you about the flat Earth. How are you? Welcome.
Hello, I am good.
What the?
What happened to your mic, man? It
Mike
was
did.
working in BC.
Oh shit, my mic does that sometimes.
So that was a
Hey,
fucking
glitchy
lie.
boy. Yeah, you're lying. 'Cause your name says glitchy boy, bro. Why are you doing that shit on purpose?
I'm not doing that, bro. I don't do that shit on
Hey,
purpose.
there you go. Welcome back. Okay, make sure your connection stays exactly like that for the rest of time. Thank you. As you were, folks.
Yeah, it just does that sometimes. My mic's kind of
Yeah,
stuck.
yeah, no, it doesn't. But I'm glad you've unpressed the button. Thanks a lot. So, welcome to
I
the
wasn't
Flat
pressing
Earth
anyone. But,
24-hour Discord,
well, thank you for
24/7.
welcoming me. Well, thank you for
Yeah,
welcoming
yeah,
me,
you
good
bet.
sir.
Bet.
Oh boy. How old are
How
you?
was your guys? Well, I'm gonna start with the regulars. How has your guys' day been today? Or night,
Thanks,
or
it's
whatever.
been
Fine,
great.
I guess.
How old are you?
I am 15.
Okay. So
But I'm
wait,
very.
Napalm. What was the problem up there?
Oh, we just couldn't get a mod. We just couldn't verify me with the tag. It was kind of being stupid.
Yeah, I just don't have
Uh,
terms.
so you want him to get the VC role?
Well, I guess he's already got it if he's in here, right?
No, not yet. But
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, if you think he's cool, I could give it to him.
Go ahead and flesh that out. See where it goes. He had some questions about the curvature rate and what we should or should not see. Seemed pretty
All right.
confident that from 1 foot off the water at a beach, we'd be able to see 1,000 miles, and kind of told him that wasn't possible.
Well, technically, the human eyesight can see infinitely.
You sure?
Technically, you're wrong.
No.
Oh, yes.
How did you come
no.
up with that?
Literally, that's just science.
No,
Oh.
I'm saying, okay, here, hang on, buddy. So, hold on, guys, come on. When in history did they confirm that you can see forever?
1 sec.
Huh?
He said 1 second. He's gonna Google it.
Oh, 1 second. You guys
Yeah.
can't wait.
Yeah. No worries. Take your time.
My bad. I'm sorry that cricket noises had to be played. My bad.
It's okay. So
Take your
do you
time.
know of any time when they demonstrated
Yeah,
that the human eye can see
that's
forever?
That's what I was told, but I was wrong. So my bad.
Okay. Super
I didn't
duper.
say
Wow,
cool.
that was really honest of you. Hold on, guys. Did you hear it? He said I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
wrong.
we
My
heard
bad.
it.
Whoo-wee. Thank you for being honest. Someone else take it
Um,
away. I'm
The
impressed.
human,
Listen,
the
listen,
human,
Bleach Boy. Okay, go ahead.
the human eye, the human eye with perfect 20/20 vision can see about 20 feet, as the AOA, which is the Ocular Center of America, the American Optometric Center of America, the American the American
Right.
Optometric Center
All right,
.org
buddy.
says.
Okay, so
It's okay.
we
It's okay.
get
Listen.
it. We-
Listen, I like the zeal. I like the fervor. I like
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold
vitriol.
on. Listen. Hold on. He came in a bit trollish, but he is being honest. So let's try to give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay.
I know. I think it's cool
No,
that he
no,
screamed fuck.
not
He's
you,
being
not you.
honestly
The other,
frustrated. I'm frustrated too.
the other
I can't speak today.
people.
Let's let Lulu do one-on-one with me if she wants to. Lulu, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm good with you
Let me
guys
continue.
going for it.
Please. The American Optometric Association says, with perfect 20/20 vision, you can see clearly at 20 feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the information as well as the source. And I just want to say that if you are going to be honest and really want to learn, you'll go far here. So, did you go over the rules and everything with Napalm?
No, I didn't think I did.
Okay, well, go to the hashtag welcome room. That's where you'll find the rules. Just go over it.
I
So
already
that you
read
can...
that. No foreign
Oh, okay.
languages, civil, post-encrypt channel,
Yes.
blah, blah, got it.
You know, that AMA thing, that may be correct in the laboratory setting when reading a line of text. However, signs are meant to be seen at 100 feet. The street signs and stuff.
Yeah, it says,
So it depends on the print.
Person with
like how
normal
big the
vision can
font
see
is.
it says you can see as close as 20 feet, but with normal vision you can see at 100 feet. So you're correct.
Incorrect. The human eye can see far beyond the Earth's horizon.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course,
I can
James,
see
you
almost 40 miles, man. I can see
So
almost
it's not
40
just 20
miles.
feet. Yeah, it's not just 20 feet. But also, it's not forever. I think that's why where we're
Yeah.
still at here with this, my friend. You can't see forever. Okay? Do you agree?
Well, how can you see stars in the solar system? And
I have no idea. I have no idea how or
Well,
why.
hold on.
And neither do you.
That's because you're assuming that stars are millions light years away, right?
They are.
How did you verify that?
Tired light problem and all that shit. Makes no sense.
Okay, if the sun wasn't wasn't as far away as it was, we'd all be dead because we'd be fried. We'd turn into fried human.
Oh, well, okay. So you're jumping to the sun now. So how far do you think the sun is?
The sun is. I don't know the exact sum. I'll look it up.
Okay. So let me ask you one thing. Are
I
you
think it's like
assuming that
40 million miles. If I remember, the sun is 40 million miles away.
okay, so according
Might be 40 billion. Yeah, sorry,
according
92
to
million miles away. My bad.
okay, cool. So according to the globe model, yes, it's 93 million miles away.
92.573 million miles away.
Okay. Yes. According to the glow model. My what I wanted to ask you was, are you, when you think of flat earth, are you thinking that it's a disk in space?
Yes, that's what I think of flat Earth as, because flat.
Okay, no, so that's fine. So let me clear up some misconceptions that you may have.
Sorry, let me make a joke real quick.
Hold on.
When the meteor hit the Earth, the Earth just flipped over and the dinosaurs are on the other side.
Right.
Yeah. Do you have any proof that dinosaurs existed?
So hold on. Let me clear up this misconception first, and then you guys can go at it. Nobody here, no true flat earther really believes that the Earth is a disk in the solar system. I will give you the VC verify role so you can actually see what we are posting in the live stream, and you can follow us. Wait, what was your name? Glitchy. Oh, actually, somebody already did that. I'm gonna tag you. Nice, thank you, Jimsy. You see where we're at in the text? We're tagging you. All right. So can you just take a minute to read that GIF? Let me know when you're done.
Turn that off. It's hard for me to read with music.
Sure, everybody keep silent.
This is library.
That was funny. Hey, this is library.
Okay, focus.
I don't know. That's a big word. What does heliocentrism mean?
It means the globe model, what they believe right now.
Heliocentrism, as in helio, like the sun being in the center. They tell us we're orbiting the sun, all that fairy tale stuff.
One sec.
Okay, so are you done?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, nobody here thinks that the Earth is a disk floating in space among the other planets around the sun.
So, shoosh. One sec. I was talking to my mom. But what were you saying? Yep, miss.
I said that nobody here thinks that the Earth is a disk floating in space, orbiting the sun. Do you get that part?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So, yeah, everything about the heliocentric model we throw out the window. So, if you really want to know what our claims about the flat Earth is, you can ask us. But
What
just
is your
make
claim about
sure.
the flat Earth? What is your claim?
Awesome, great question. It is basically a realm that you live in. It's like the floor of the universe. Everything up above us circulates up above us. The sun, the moon, the stars. Nobody really knows the shape, quote unquote, shape of the Earth, but it does measure flat as far as we can tell. What else? What are our claims? I mean, there
The
are
Earth
many
doesn't move.
claims that we make. Yes, it doesn't move either, but we can go, one by one if you want.
Come here, Mom. Just come and talk to them. Come and join this conversation, Mother. Come
on, Mom.
Mother. Come and join this conversation.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, are all the other planets flat too?
Aw. Hi, Mom. Is she able to hear me?
Yes. Yes, she is.
Awesome. Okay. So what you have to if you can show her this gift that I showed you, maybe it might help her. We don't think I'll say it again. We don't think that the Earth is a disk in space floating amongst the other planets. So what we see when we look up at the stars is just lights. Nobody really knows what they are. But they show you in NASA, like the pretty pictures of planets. They're just all CGI, and they admit this. So hopefully.
One second.
The Earth.
Sorry? Oh, he muted.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
And someone who's thinking it's Earth is a fucking flat plate.
Understandable, Bill Nye. Thanks for clarifying.
Yep. And also, if you can refrain from swearing, that would be great.
That's me. Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't swear. Sorry. Okay.
Does Mom have any more questions?
Sorry, Mom, don't get me banned.
Yep, get you muted.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine. You can. I guess he left.
That kid's gonna be president one day.
He's gonna be a scientist.
He's a good actor. A really good actor.
I agree.
Maybe president of the cell block.
Mm-hmm.
I'm president of the NASA fanboy club.
Well, I was enjoying talking to the mom.
It was him.
Oh.
It was him the whole time.
For real though? Or like I can't tell.
I can't tell either.
I thought it was another person. I thought it was real.
Unless he recorded himself prior to talking to himself.
Maybe possible, but I don't think his brain can handle the effort.
You give him way too much credit, man.
Yeah.
Either way, as long as he knows that it's not a disc, maybe he'll come back.
Nah, he thinks we're space monkeys.
Yeah, he's still young, so there might be hope for him.
You got to break the connection that Earth is a planet. Earth is not a planet. Once you kind of get that through your head, maybe you can make sense about what we're trying to say. Planets are lights.
Yep. Dude, Flat Man Can, what is up with you and these like stacks of money pictures? Like, I'm just curious. You've been doing this for.
Money's good, is it not?
It's bad. It's really bad.
Can't take it with
Money
you.
rules the world.
Money.
Love of money is the root of all evil.
There was a one saying, "The coin is the devil's eye."
Nice.
So what did you?
People to get the jab.
Did you hit the jackpot or something?
I don't like to get too deep into things, but I've always had money around me.
Yeah, well, you're making me jealous, so can you cut it out? Reminds me of how broke I am.
You're not broke if you bought some XRP. I did a hash grab on XLM. Just hold the bags and enjoy the ride. Told you, Luluka.
I've been, bro, dude, I've been holding since like back then.
You still holding the XRP, right? You're not selling
Yeah.
it.
No,
All
no,
right.
no, dude, I've been holding.
Keep your bag. Don't you worry.
It's not his money. It's a picture that he found on the internet. Don't worry about it.
A PNG of money.
Money doesn't change you as a person, it changes the people around you.
But what does Bitcoin do to a man's soul?
Turns him into a pill.
Until they
Oh,
sell
come
it,
on.
nothing.
It's all how
I
you
guess that
see
depends
things.
on how much it's worth, right?
It's all how you see
Gambler.
things. I could give you $1 million. If you're a dick, you're still going to be a dick with $1 million. So
What if you had that money and were able to travel and learn about different cultures and actually grow as a person because of that money?
Not many do that.
They don't?
As far as I know.
Oh.
Okay. Are there any more glowers in the house?
Maybe someone can play a Glober.
Got some high level stuff right there.
Southern star rotation. Why does that not prove the globe?
Gravity. Oh wait, you're supposed to be the glower. My bad.
I'm the glober here.
Wait, what? Southern star rotation?
Right.
Hmm. What about it?
Why do the southern stars rotate in the opposite direction as they do in the northern hemisphere? That's the globe claim. And that's a proof of globe claim without actually knowing what stars are, but we'll just put that aside for the moment. Let's just assume that I'm right about stars being the globe head, and they're trillions of miles away. And you go further, far enough south, and they rotate, anti-clockwise? Clockwise, and in the north, anti-clockwise. No, I'm sorry, north clockwise and south anti-clockwise. So, does that not prove we live on a spinning ball?
No, it's proof we're on the flat plane. Is what that is.
Okay.
But does it?
Yes. Yes. What you can do is you can pick a certain spot on the Earth, and when you get to a certain spot, the stars are actually moving in two separate directions at one time. They're going to the right, circling clockwise, and they're also circling counterclockwise. And you can see them both happening at the same time. How does that happen on a globe? It doesn't.
How does that happen in reality? I didn't even know that the stars rotated in two different. Well, are you talking about at the equator?
It's an illusion. No, it's down. It's when you're further south. It's an illusion. Which was shown the other day, where when you get to a certain point, the reflection off of, well, what he claimed was the basically the dome or whatever. Once you get down there to a certain degree, then you can actually witness the stars rotating clockwise and counterclockwise at the same time.
All right. So remember, I'm still devil's advocate here. How high is the dome? Where's the dome?
Who knows?
What's it made of? Well, if
Who
you're
knows?
saying that there's a dome causing an effect, where's the dome?
Claim the dome. I don't claim a
In the
dome.
sky.
Well,
In the
in his
sky.
example, okay. So
I'm bold enough to claim one because we're contained by something, and who knows how high it is? Who knows? We've never been. How could you ask me something like that? When you know I haven't been there, when you know that we can't go there, when you know that we're not allowed to send rockets or whatever or airplanes or anything, it's off limits. You know that. What kind of a question is that?
right, all right, good. You're racist. So
No, I'm anti-glober.
Best globe proof so far.
I mean, the firmament is implied because we breathe air. Without some sort of firmament, we'd all be dead. So yeah,
exactly.
I agree. But gravity.
You know, your guys' problem is you guys don't take the space race seriously enough.
Well, there is no space race. SpaceX is the only private company that has gone to space. The Bezos and Virgin, they didn't go to space. They only passed the Kármán line.
Neither did SpaceX.
Even according to mainstream, I believe Neil, what, Smoke DeGrasse Tyson? Someone called him that. That was funny. He said something around that the other day, and there is no space race. It's SpaceX already won. So
that's like saying NASA went to space.
Yeah. Well,
what about the Narnia race?
Doesn't exist.
Is anybody racing to get to Narnia?
Yeah, there you go. Let's all line up at the starting line, and let's all just go to a place that doesn't exist. Good luck.
I wonder where that Tesla's at. I wonder if it's going to come back or track the Earth.
That's why there's going to be space trash collecting companies. You know, they can get up there and collect all that trash for us.
It's still sitting on a pedestal with the green screen behind it in a studio. It's still in the same spot it was.
All that effort just to clean up Elon Musk's junk.
What they probably did was they sold it to a Ford dealership.
Yeah, put a Ford emblem on it.
Name it Bronco.
They're gonna steal Elon's technology and start making electronic trucks. Yeah, that makes sense. Electric powered trucks, sure. Well, I think they make just about electric powered everything these days, but are they efficient? No. Do the batteries last long enough to make it worth it? No. Are the batteries super expensive? Yes.
And that's why I bought a plug-in hybrid, not a fully electric car, because that would have been a waste of money, and now I'm saving a lot of money. I've only gone to the gas station twice since I've bought it, and I've had it for like 8 months.
Good deal. How long are those batteries projected to last? You know?
There's a warranty for 200,000 miles. It's got 100,000 miles on it already. And as the guy who sold it to me explained to me, the warranty's for 200,000 miles, but the people who actually made these batteries, they don't actually know how long they'll last. They just know it'll go at least 200,000 miles. It's actually unknown how long they'll last beyond that.
That's not really too bad. I guess I'll have to swallow my pride a little bit. That's really pretty efficient, actually, if you really want to look at it. 200,000 miles, that's longer than a lot of engines are, will last. Gasoline engine. I mean, 200,000
Yeah, and what's
miles.
nice about it is, since it's a plug-in hybrid, I didn't have to spend the extra $5,000 to $10,000 I would have if it was a fully electric car. Because if it was a fully electric car, then I would have had, the full battery pack to go 300 miles, not 50 miles. And that would have been like, a $20,000 car, not what I bought, or a $30,000 car.
So explain to me how that exactly works. So when the batteries get low, it has a little tiny gasoline engine that kicks on and charges them. Is that what happens?
Yeah, it just runs off gasoline and functions just like the original, hybrid Priuses would. Although it's not a Prius, it's a Chevy Volt, much better looking, not dorky looking. But yeah, it just runs off gasoline, and then, it does that thing where it charges the battery a little bit, and then when you're at a stoplight and you start going, once it's green, it starts with the electric and then goes to gas once the battery's dead again. But, since you can plug it in, you go the first 50 miles just on the battery. So unless you're driving more than 50 miles, you don't have to bother with any gas.
So I take it that you rarely have to go more than 50 miles from when you leave your house, because you say you've only been to the gas station twice in a year. That's amazing. So
yeah, I've been meaning to go on a lot more road trips, but I just haven't done it. But a couple.
Right.
You're saying Priuses look dorky.
Well, I'm saying they look
Of course
feminine.
they do. Come on, man.
They look effeminate, man.
They look like a stretched out Volkswagen Beetle. Or no, never mind. I guess the front just looks like that. But yeah, they're kind of dorky looking Priuses. I like the Chevy Volt, especially the new ones. The back of it looks like a sports car. It handles like a sports car too.
Have you ever driven a real sports car?
No, I'll admit, no, I haven't. But I gotta admit, the acceleration rate on this is quite impressive, considering it's an Econoline car. I mean, it's an economy car, is what it is. Technically, for an economy car, the acceleration rate on this thing is ridiculous. Like, it honestly makes me want to just have an excuse to be in a car chase, just so I could chase someone down or outrun someone.
Yeah, it's like a light switch on.
I don't remember who it was, but there was a governor of Florida who had his son take the police on a high-speed chase in a Prius.
And do tell what the results were.
Why does that sound like you're talking about Hunter Biden?
This was like 2008, 2009. Let me look it up.
By the way, that Let's Go Brandon song is number one. Number one song in the country is that Let's Go Brandon song.
What does that song even mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Basically, it's talking about fuck Joe Biden, and that what they're really saying, Grandma, isn't let's go Brandon, but they're saying fuck Joe Biden because of all the bullshit that he's done and selling out America for China.
Who's Brandon? Is that somebody famous?
There was a sporting
it was
event
a
going
news-
on, and a newscaster tried to spin it. Like, people were chanting, F Joe Biden, F Joe Biden, and she tried to spin it. Oh, they're saying, let's go Brandon. Well, that's not what they were saying, so it caught on fire. It went viral on TikTok and Facebook and whatnot.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
Here's a... Well, this Fox News. I'm not going to send you this.
Yeah, just looking YouTube, Let's Go Brandon.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
And you should see a background where guys like NASCAR or Busch Cup or something like that.
Is this the one? The algorithm has already started putting other videos ahead of that, though. Let's see.
What was that amendment where they could remove a president for being incompetent that they reenacted? And everybody was like, "Oh no, that's for Trump." No, that's for Biden because they're going to have Kamala become president. Watch. Somebody that was not even voted, not even wanted in. Somebody that's a hateful, spiteful person. Somebody that's a racist and a bigot in herself. Somebody who is an elitist wants to be president without even being elected in, and she is completely illegitimate because when she came to America, her parents never got her the proper papers, so she's still a foreign. What do you call it? She's still
Well,
like a resident of a foreign country. She's not a resident of the United States.
She's an alien.
Well, I got a little
A foreign national.
I got a little scenario
Yes.
here. Isn't all of the presidents, maybe all but one since recorded history, been related to royalty in some way?
Oh, yeah, they're related to me.
Yes, even Biden, even Trump. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that Kamala Harris probably doesn't fit the bill.
Why? She's black?
Now you know what it's all about. The killing
So
of the
I just
royal.
can't imagine them putting. Yeah, I just can't imagine them putting someone that doesn't fit the bill into the office. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's the Bolshevik movement 100 years later.
It's like putting an alien in there, like it's not going to happen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The same thing happened in Russia, where they had a bunch of non-club members, non-royalty come in, and in fact, they killed the royals and they took it over, thus sparking communism. Right? It's the same thing that's happening here. I mean, this thing happened 100 years ago, 1921 to 1926 or whatever, right? The thing is Operation Trust, and the whole thing is going on again today. Everybody is a bunch of useful idiots. And what I mean by useful idiot is these people, these politicians try to push forward a plan to try to make things better, not realizing that they're really going for, the exact opposite is what the end goal is. So they're called useful idiots. And then there's also one called useless idiots or useless eaters, which is the plebs.
Well, I think she's probably even a step below that, would be my opinion. That woman's, I don't know, she's a disgrace to humanity.
Not a woman. That's Bob Marley, man. That's not a woman.
Okay, you got me there.
Does it really matter which puppet they dangle in front of us anyway?
Christ, look at the scar where they cut out the Adam's apple.
You
See
remember
that
when
scar where they cut out the Adam's apple?
Yeah, that's a man.
The aliens are coming. You see, she's an illegal alien. She's one of the aliens.
Yeah, the predictive programming for Madam President has been long in the making. I think the guy who postulated that Kamala is going to get a position, it'll probably be in a very short amount of time. So she won't have a full term. And it'll be for her to basically enact certain things for her controllers. So I don't think she's going to be a noteworthy president, but I think she will be placed in a position to sign a few pieces of paper and then shift it along. When you start to think of your president as simply a spokesperson for an organization, then you'll start to understand how that presidency, they always promise the world the moment that they take office, they never enact one thing they promised. They keep the men in Iraq or Iran, in fact, increase the numbers, increase the spending to the military, but they ride up to the presidency stating that they're going to pull their troops back and going to make all this change. So it's always just a mouthpiece. So if she is just a mouthpiece, I think she could be slotted in. I think that the ruling families have gotten to a point where they no longer need specific puppets in different places. They can now have a top-down approach.
Yeah, but see, what I see happening is they're going to remove Biden. Kamala will be the first female president. And under her watch will be the end of the petrodollar.
Then we switch to a new centralized blockchain cryptocurrency.
Yeah, that's what That's what I am feeling. That's what I am predicting is going to happen. That it will happen under her
world
watch.
currency, or do you think they'll start out
Well,
regionally?
it will be.
They don't want anything
We've had a one
centralized.
world currency for a long time. That one world currency was the United States dollar. See, in order for you to buy oil, you have to first buy U.S. dollars and buy the oil with the dollars, right? So what they're doing is they're changing that to have, backed where it's backed by nothing, just speculation, kind of like the U.S. dollar. But the only reason why it had the power it had is because other countries had
Standard
to
oil
trade into it. Yes.
Yeah, originally.
Yeah,
Now it's based upon a fantasy, thin air, and they're gonna put that on a blockchain instead.
Yeah, and they're going to ban all oil. They're going to ban all oil. California's already started with the ban of small engines. They're going to wean out all oil and fuel consumption, thus getting rid and having the, what do they call it? The reason or whatever it is, the justification for ending the current
or
financial
at least
system.
the explanation for the fall of the dollar, not necessarily the removal of it. But so when they present an alternative, and more businesses and companies start dealing in that currency, then the U.S. dollar will go away. But then again, though, that would mean the U.S.
For the dollar, what's going to happen is that the physical dollar, the paper dollar, they're going to do away with that, but it's going to be translated into a digital equivalent of it. And all the nations are going to do the same thing. Their currencies is going to be in a digital CBDCs. They call it CBDC, central banking digital currencies. And that system is already built. They just got to flip the switch.
But do you think that they will have a different cryptocurrency per country, or
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't use
every
cryptocurrencies
country-
whatsoever.
So the real
many tokens, there's gonna be many currencies, but there's gonna be a bridge asset that is gonna connect all of the money of the world. They're gonna connect all of it. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. It's gonna be a whole ocean of money that is gonna be all connected, integrated into the new system.
So
for having a single currency. Let me just add something here. Having a single currency and a single blockchain would expose a lot of the fraud that goes on in the world. So
No,
it's why they've tried to suppress Bitcoin and create all these side chains, create all these separate blockchains where you can print as many billion tokens as you want. And within that little paradigm, you can burn, create, change value, restrict the flow. You can do whatever you like on your own chain, but like the other guy said, now there would be a bridging asset to connect these different chains. But effectively, they don't want a single chain for that transparency reason. They want to be able to still do what they do.
Yeah, they call it
guys
cross-border
heard about that?
payments, instant liquidity. So the XRP ledger from Ripple is going to be used between all the central banks as a bridge asset to connect all of the banks and have all transactions done instantly. Instead of this 4 to 5 days waiting period that they have in right now, it's like a 40-year-old system that they've been working with. Now they're gonna translate it into the new system. It's like an upgraded system, and it's a blockchain. It's the XRP ledger, and they cannot print more of the XRP. So the printing of the money that we have right now is not gonna be like that anymore. It's gonna be different, and they call it enhanced quantitative easing, because they can create instant liquidity. So they're gonna create they have like $800 trillion of money in between they have $800 trillion of money that is not being used at this moment, and they're gonna throw all that money into the new digital ledger.
$800 trillion worth of what?
of whatever they call money.
But money isn't real. Money's just a promissory note. It's a debt note. It's not real. It doesn't actually represent anything.
Yeah, it would be
but
You guys heard about
pensions,
that new token they're
pensions
about?
and bonds.
There's a
but
new
the
token,
thing
right?
is,
If you look
the
at
thing is
the
that
pension
that
values,
You guys are jumping on each other. I can't hear you both. Sorry.
to have access to it, you know how the banks, the billionaires, they just control a lot of the money, big percentage of it, and they hold it and hoard it. And most of the people don't have access to the liquidity of the money to use it for whatever reasons. So a big amount of the money is locked by all these companies, all these big people. And they're saying that they're gonna put all the money into the digital ledger.
So the people that say have $1 billion today, U.S. dollars, are they going to be able to exchange that for 1 billion, qubits or whatever the hell they're going to call it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and that billion qubits will be worth essentially the same thing that the U.S. dollar for a 1 billion U.S. dollars is worth that day.
The paper money. The paper money is the one that is not gonna be worthless. The paper money.
Well, there'll have to be an exchange grace period, I'm sure, where you're allowed to trade in your cash, unless there's just a sudden crash. But that's
they're
happened
probably going to opt
before.
They're probably going to opt for a stable coin, something like they use Tether. Tether is considered $1, and it stays at $1. Its price doesn't fluctuate, and they often use Tether as an intermediary to pull different cryptos back into Tether and then to launch into other cryptos from there. The idea that this is a finite supply and that as that $700 trillion goes in, that each unit becomes exponentially more valuable. They don't want to pass wealth on to you. So it's more likely that they're going to create a stable dollar coin and its price is always $1. And then you gain none of the benefit of shifting all of those trillions into the system. They'll extract the benefit from that overall price increase, but we'll get stuck with some kind of
Already in
stupid
place.
stable.
They're gonna have multiple stable coins, and one of the USD is called USDC, letter C, and the Tether one. There are gonna be a lot of issues with the Tether because Tether just got a fine. I think it was like $50 million because they've been lying about the funds they've been holding because and there's just a lot of issues with Tether. It's like I don't know. You got to look into Tether a little bit, but the Federal Reserve, MIT, they have they already are implementing the CBDC systems, and they're gonna be using something called Hedera Hashgraph and the XRP ledger to connect the USDC stablecoin to the US dollar. So that's already basically in place. It's
And
just
they're just waiting for this lawsuit to finish up.
yeah,
Is that right?
before they implement the new system, they're gonna, I guess, somehow crash the old one and say we have some issues and blah blah blah, and we need to put this new system in place to fix the problems.
Well, yeah, like let's say the power went out for a week or something like that. That'd be a good excuse to change money systems.
Well, XRP also has legal suits. They were delisted from certain exchanges. The SEC found them to be also fraudulent because of an airdrop at some point in the past. Each one of these coins are.
Let him finish, please.
If they
the people that sue Ripple, they're invested the people that sue Ripple, they invested into Ether and Bitcoin, and the guy that sued Ripple, he quit the next day. when you look at the papers,
normal.
It's a joke. Thank you. Yeah.
But there's a lot of nuanced legal aspects to this. You can't create value out of nothing. You can't just say, I suddenly have 10 billion of these coins and they have value. Here you go, and I start circulating them. That's committing fraud. And a lot of what these coins did is that they took value initially for no exchange of a product. And effectively, on like a legal aspect, especially the coins that promise airdrops, where they're going to give you all these free coins, it's a legal nightmare which the SEC is clamping down on, because
This is a
there
bunch
has
of
to be an
corrupt people,
exchange
bro.
of value for value. You can't just create value out of thin air.
No, because some of this, obviously there's a lot of tokens and coins that are just meme coins. We know that, but the new system they calling it, they're gonna provide, they call it utility tokens, that they're gonna do work within the finances. Is they gonna work with resources, real estate, metals, and utility. When we say utility, it's about transactions. You know, like a store needs transactions and they want to be paid instantly. The XRP ledger, the XLM layer is going to be there to provide that service. So it's
And there'll
utility
be
token.
different tokens for different types of business. Like there'll be one for the medical side of things. There'll be one for construction. I've read about that a bit. Like I hold a
Yeah,
little bit of
that's-
Anchor. I hold a little bit of ADA.
And divided they conquer. Because if there was a single coin and every transaction was dealt with in that coin and all these funds were in that coin, we would all be in a far more equitably distributed kind of system. But the moment that they fracture it, they'll continue to subdivide and create restrictions or conditions for certain exchanging, and then thereby force the ones that they want in and force out the ones they don't want. It's a very manipulated system if you allow multiple chains. This entire system was always designed for one chain, one central ledger that is immutable. No one can go in there and change it. But if everyone's got their own ledger, we're back to
The
the
XRP
bullshit we've
ledger
always
is immutable. The XRP ledger is controlled by the users, by the holders of the token. Not even the creator of XRP, not Ripple. They cannot control the XRP ledger.
Are they? Is it susceptible to like a 50% attack, like Bitcoin, anything like that?
I'm not sure about that exactly, but you
Of
should
course
look
it
it up.
is. Of course it
Every
is.
chain is susceptible to it.
Right.
If you can mine,
Whether it's so simple. If you can buy into a system, right? Any system is susceptible to a ownership that is equal to more than anyone else. Meaning, even if someone owns 40% of the system, right? Let's say someone's able to own 25%, another person's able to own 25%, and they join together, right? You know, what if the point is unless you basically stop yourself from selling 49% of your overall currency, yeah, and you hold it and you're benevolent yourself, right? Okay, then there's no way of getting rid of this susceptibility effectively. Like at the end of the day, no one's going to do that. Goldrock in your hot mic, and
Somebody's hot mic.
he can
Sorry, Craig.
unmute himself. I'll mute him. It's cool. He can unmute himself. But the point is it's always going to be susceptible to this, right? And no matter what anyone wants to say, I really don't care what anyone has to say on it, right? The only way it wouldn't be susceptible would be if you were to create a coin-based system, right? Okay. And even this, I've just realized there's a loophole in this, right? Let's say you create a coin-based system, okay? So that someone can't own 51%. So you take 51% of the coins that you originally have, yeah? You hold 10% of them yourself, right?
Right, reserve.
Or 20% yourself. You hold them yourself, but then you have to trust that you're not corruptible. And then the other bit, you have to just throw it away somewhere. You just have to just get rid of it, basically, right? But then the bit you've got plus what the other bit is 100% of all of it, isn't it? Unless it's still in, because eventually what's going to happen is the markets are going to realize that that's not in circulation, and the markets will close it out as if it's not in circulation, adding more value to the things that are in circulation, almost creating now the 70% that's left, 71%, as the 100%. They'll eventually equal it out to be that. we saw this before actually with precious metals and precious stones. Similar things happened.
But a
Where there was
51% attack has got to do with hash rate. Got to do with the
Right,
mining.
mining. That's what I was curious about. If you can mine this stuff, then you take over 51% of the mining. Then you can make invalid transactions on the blockchain. And give
100%.
yourself. So XRP is still vulnerable to that?
Of course it is.
I didn't. I mean, not all
every
not all cryptocurrencies are mineable. I'm not, 100% up on XRP.
Well, wait there a second. If XRP is not mineable publicly, then how are transactions being taken place? How do transactions take place, and who makes money on the transactions?
No, XRP is not mineable.
Right, I didn't say it was. I'm saying, what is the format in which it uses for transactions?
For my understanding, it's utility. It's a transactional value. They provide a service where the assets are being transferred, payments, liquidity, and that transfer charges a small fee, like
like almost like mining it.
Decimals of the token,
kind of like mining. Kind
let's
of like
say
mining, though, right?
Let's say 0.00001 XRP for that transaction, which is decimals of a cent.
That sounds very similar to Bitcoin. I'm just saying that sounds very, very similar to the way Bitcoin does it with mining. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
No, because that it's not done like the Bitcoin though. It's not.
Is it similar
It's not
to
the
how
same thing.
Ethereum
It's
is
not the
mined?
same thing. I'm not trying to say it's the same thing as Bitcoin with mining.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
saying that.
The
I'm
mining
saying
thing.
that as long as someone's able to make money from transactions and from relaying transactions, there is a problem there. There's something that can be made there. There is a way of conglomerizing that and
Because
monopolizing it.
It's based upon a vote, right? And if you can take over more than the majority of the miners, then you get to change the vote. You get to vote on invalid transactions, right?
Yeah.
There's no mining on XRP Ledger.
No, we know there isn't, but there are still transactions that make money, are there not, Gemsy, where people get paid decimal points for transacting? Yeah?
Yeah, but the ledger
What
itself.
if they create what if they create a like OPEC, right, for instance, yeah? Everyone thought that oil wasn't going to be able to be controlled, right? Because it was a natural resource and it came out of the ground and it wasn't something that was completely finite, right? Even though it had the finite idea of fossil fuels, right? But when you have people that are greedy, what they do is they monopolize things. They work together in groups to monopolize things, right? So you'll have these people in the background already working toward making sure all the transactors of XRP, all the vendors as well, will be conglomerizing into these little unions that are hidden in secret, right? And then eventually they'll be able to control the flow of the way that cash is able to be moved, right, through XRP.
Yeah. The funny part is that the banks and a lot of the big players, they're trying to buy the XRP because
Exactly my point.
a lot of people, like let's say me, that a big amounts of XRP are at the hand of people, and they're being manipulating the prices. And even with the sue of the SEC, they had a lot of people throwing their bags of XRP and selling them really cheap, and the banks are the ones buying the XRP.
For fuck's sake, my house is flooding again.
Flooding?
Yes, my house is flooding again.
Damn.
Look, where I've moved all the sockets like higher and that in my house, and all the electrics and stuff are higher up now because of the last time.
A lot of rain.
Yeah, rain, and it's just pouring in through the back door. I'm just sat here with my feet getting wet. Sorry, carry on, guys.
I wanted to add something to that 51% attack. Once you've got the dominant hash rate on a specific coin, it effectively starts to fork the coin. And the way that the system works is that you've got all these transactions happening on various computers around the world, and then it writes a block, and then there has to be consensus that is the original block that is attached to the last block that was validated. And once you've got that 51% hash rate, you can invalidate other people's blocks and validate your block and effectively add your block to the last validated block. And after, I think it's 8 successive blocks, you are now the new chain of that blockchain. And that is a risk that still lies if there's a giant mine being built and no one knows about it and it's underground and it kicks on tomorrow and it takes 51% hash rate and it forks the chain and it makes its own new chain. It's an inherent risk in this decentralized system is that there has to be this consensus. And there's, with the banks now buying in, and the banks are buying in with money that we can't even dream about. Like they mentioned Elon Musk invested $2 billion, and there was headlines for weeks. Elon's invested $2 billion. The banks are spending up to $6 billion per hour into this market. And Elon doing $2 billion is like it's nothing.
A drop in the oil. It's like a drop of water in oil. It is effectively at zero.
But they want you to focus on the right hand while the left hand hides the card. It's like, look here, see who's buying in. They start hyping it up. To me, I've been wondering, what are all the DUMs for, the deep underground military bases? Like, why have they been excavating virtually the entire country? Is it really to put vehicles so no one can see how many you own? Or could there be other nefarious purposes? When you look back at
if you look into how much those bunkers are worth, it would not make sense in order to do that at all, because how much it costs to build them, you may as well just effectively build the vehicles twice over again. Like, all right, we need to make sure that we can't get these vehicles destroyed or these installations destroyed, right? So, like, okay, how come radar installations don't retract down into the ground? How come the American electrical grid doesn't retract down into the ground at the moment's press of a button? How come everything that supports human society that's in the private sector and then the public sector, should I say, not the private sector, non-commercial, or sorry, attached to municipalities, right? How come your electrical system in America, your electrical grid, how come that hasn't been upgraded, and how come it isn't a grid that can be effectively lowered into the underground tunnels?
There's a lot of places that have underground electric wires.
Yeah, I understand that. But if there's even one portion of it on the outside, right, that can be fried, it's a circuit, right?
Right.
Okay. So they have ways of it effectively. So, right, an EMP, let's say, for instance, an EMP goes off, right? Yeah. If you know the way an EMP works, right, electronic magnetic pulse, right, effectively what it would use, it doesn't really matter about the fact if there's a redundancy system where, let's say you short out something, let's say you short something out, right, yeah, it will blow up, let's say, one of the huge thyristor type things on the sides of the, on the sides of the chain reaction of the actual electrical grid, right? And it would only knock out, let's say, a tower block, right? Or it would knock out, let's say, a city, right? An EMP doesn't care about the redundancy system, meaning that the redundancy system itself would be failed from being able to take place, meaning it's more like a field that would travel along the outside, right? So, like a wire, right? Electric doesn't flow on the inside of a wire, right? That's why we have to coat wire with rubber so we don't get electrocuted, right? It flows around the outside of the wire, not on the inside. It permeates through the wire and then around the outside of the wire, right? So if an EMP strike was to happen, just for a second, just think about it, right? What do you think would technically happen? Do you think that the systems that have the redundancies that connect to the pieces that are underground, do you think the pieces underground will be protected by the redundancy systems that are meant to, like, effectively, much like you have on your wall socket, you have a fuse? Do you think the fuse is going to blow out? Or do you think the EMP, being a new basically a new form of electricity introduced, is going to travel around the outside of the fuse, using it as a medium to continue itself down the circuit. Because remember, it's not just like people think of EMPs as like a blast. They're not. They're pulses. And it originates with a big blast, or it originates with what you would call semiconductor pulses, meaning that effectively it introduces it, and then it introduces it almost like in waves, and then the waves propagate and they find where they're going to go. Once they found where they're going to go, then the amplification of it can be turned up. That's when they start sending in like explosive booms of pulses, right?
So it won't be a bomb, it'll be bombs.
It wouldn't be a bomb. Like people think of an EMP as like a huge bomb that will go off. It's not going to be like that. EMPs don't work in that way, right? You can get EMP bombs, don't get me wrong, where it's one big poof, and then it knocks out as much as it can in the area,
And then it's done, right? But
yeah,
you're saying it'll keep on going.
A full-on EMP strike would literally be like dropping a generator type system that effectively is like a radar system that continues to send out pulses. At first, they'll be weaker, right? And they'll be like locationary, meaning they'll locate the systems that they need, yeah? They'll locate the things that they need to find, which are probably pre-programmed into the EMP device. So it will target the electrical grid directly. And it will make sure that it bypasses the fuses, meaning it will create a way of making sure that its electromagnetic pulse isn't so strong that it blows all the fuses out, right? It's very smartly designed, these weapons are. So it will find its way through the system, and it will find its way down underground. And then once it's underground, and once that circuit's created, then it will create the boom once it's created the circuit. Now the whole circuit's blown, regardless of it being upstairs or downstairs.
How does anybody keep from destroying itself?
Does anybody know what a stun gun is?
Yeah.
Of course.
That's an EMP device.
Yes, it is. It's an electromagnetic pulse device.
Yep, it puts out large amounts of interference in the electromagnetic spectrum, all different wavelengths. Depending on the frequency of the thing, you can adjust it to target a specific wavelength. But basically, it's a broad wave that comes out, and when those things are going off, it can be detectable even on a damn radio AM station type.
So well, and as well, right. So as well, just to add to that, so since he's just added that, there's a piece. You know that people have the throat technology with a microphone in the army.
Yeah.
Where instead of having your voice actually read for a mic, it's your vibration of your oscillation of your vocal cords. Correct? Yeah. Well, that same device has an upgrade to it, right? Which is effectively it's able to read the frequency of your body, right? And it's tested pretty well. It doesn't mean that you're impervious to a taser, but what it can do is it can have effectively a ratio or range of how do I put it, like frequencies between one end to the other, right? Okay. And if you're in the army, for instance, there's not many places that you're going to get shot with a taser, right? Especially like an X-27 or an X-26 or whatever it is, yeah. The point is if you do get shot with it, there is a redundancy system, meaning is it easier for it to permeate through your body, or is it easier for it to permeate through a system that connects to your throat, that also connects to your what's it called? The inner part of your pelvic bone, right? As well. There's a part there where it connects to. Basically meaning that, like, let's say you went up to a military soldier that's in the special forces and you shot him right in the neck with a stun gun, yeah? It's highly likely the effect on him would be like 1/20th of that of a normal man, because he's got a redundancy system built in to his equipment that he's wearing. That sounds insane, but I've actually seen these redundancy systems in real life, right? And they work very effectively. Like, I mean, I've seen Marines literally get hit with a stun gun, right? And English stun guns actually are much worse than the American ones. If you go and look at, because it's obviously, it's not Remember, it's the amps that kill you, not the watts, right? Or the voltage.
Yeah, it's not built. Most tasers, like even the tasers that the military uses, they're not built by Raytheon. They're built by a private company out of Lake Havasu City,
Exactly.
Arizona.
Yes, exactly. So those stun guns, right? There are countermeasures for stun guns, right? The same way there are countermeasures for EMP devices, right? There are countermeasures, but it's based on frequency. But there's still a ratio of how much it can counter the measure, right? So when you hit these guys and they've got the countermeasure on, which is effectively like a battery pack, right? It's almost like a firista type effect. It's almost like a big fuse that's attached to them, and it attaches to a couple points on their body so that if they get hit by a stun gun, instead of it permeating through their body and fucking them up, it goes path of least resistance to the thing that wants to draw the electronic, the wattage, the voltage, right?
That's brilliant.
And then it blows that system out instead, right? So then you could
Well, it doesn't
basically
necessarily don't necessarily have to blow that system out. It can use shunts that get dumped into bleeder resistors that are only set
that's
up
what I'm
for that
saying.
redundancy
Yeah,
system. Yeah.
that's basically what it is. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't. Instead of it redirects it, right, and then effectively it doesn't blow it out. No, you're right. It continues to work. You could tase them again and again and again, and it continue to work.
And see,
You're exactly
there used to be on printed circuit boards. They pretty much removed them all except for like military equipment still has them.
But
Because
remember,
it
what's
causes
the issue
damage
of
to
that?
the
What
board.
the reason why I'm saying it? What's the
It's
issue of
called
that system? The system. The reason it's an issue with that system. It's the same type of. It's the same type of countermeasure they use for your
core cap overload
mainframe,
protection.
for your electrical grid, right?
Yeah.
So effectively, when an EMP goes off and it uses a frequency, it either blows the system out or it doesn't, right? Yeah. But
Yeah.
the EMP just keeps spooling up and sending out more and stronger pulses, right? It would actually be better if there was a fuse system and it blew up and it completely cut the circuit, right? Yeah. Well,
Yep.
America can't afford to do that. America can't afford to have an EMP go off and then it cut the circuit. But what they also can't afford is a highly sophisticated EMP to go off, right? Which would effectively keep sending pulses, and the pulses would be sent elsewhere until eventually the pulses couldn't be sent elsewhere because they got the right frequency. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but see, the thing is with systems that do hardening, what they do is they have spark gap overprotection or overcurrent protection, which just basically means if there's more current than what the circuitry can handle, it just dumps it directly to the ground rail.
Yeah,
but it will actually
course.
damage the components over time because the traces, right? It's just copper traces, they'll erode.
And that's why an
So
EMP
it's
works in pulses. So it can
Yep.
slowly damage everything over time. People think it's going to be like an instant explosion. This is what I was saying at the beginning. It's not.
Yep.
You're not even going to notice it. At first, it'll be flickering of lights, maybe. The device, things will try and self-right itself. They won't even realize what's going on. And then after about 4 hours, everything will be broken.
Yep. And
That's how
that
real
would
EMP
be a
will go.
scalar weapon. That would be a scalar weapon.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
It would be
Now,
something that is working
what
to the
about
scale, and it would be something that would be working to the scale of the protectionary measures inside, because they know there are countermeasures for EMPs, so they're building EMPs now to go around the countermeasures. That's what I'm trying to get at. The Chinese have got a really fucking scary one, right? I mean, it's so scary. They closed down one of their own cities with it in a matter of 3 minutes, right? And their countermeasures are way, 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 way more efficient than anything I've seen out of the West. And their own countermeasures couldn't stop their EMP.
now what about that theoretical device called a neutron bomb? Supposedly what it's
Neutron
supposed
bombs.
to do. Yeah, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to neutralize all transistors and turn them to NPN from PNP.
Yeah.
And once that occurs, it's also going to destroy and kill all organic life, but
So
leave
it's
all
almost
destruction.
blowing up every single battery, and then every single battery, like, well, not battery, but every single
All
form
the
of
synopsis.
cell.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's highly dangerous, and in theory, it could technically work. because all it would take would be to create some form of an arc from one point to another point, and for that arc to be continuous, which could literally be the inculcation of metal attached to one side to the other side all at the same time, which could be done by an EMP pulse, because again, if you have electromagnetic pulses going off and then you create a polarity in a circuit to it where the polarity of the circuit is in one direction, yeah, I don't know, it seems like the system could self-collapse, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, and
Well, what I'm
even
saying about that neutron device is I think they've been planning it for a while to where it's some sort of a smart dust or something they can spray over a population, or some kind of an implant that people will get implanted into them, that once a certain kill signal is sent out,
yeah,
a certain radio frequency is sent out, it'll activate and kill the host.
yeah,
And I know they've been
okay.
planning this since like the early or the late 90s. They've been developing that.
I think it's been going on since even before that, even probably,
Oh, I
because
know. But I think this is what the neutron device is. It's not really a neutron device.
it probably isn't. Yeah, you're probably right. It's
So
like
if they're spreading that
what's a
stuff,
nuke? What's a nuke, guys? What do you think what do you actually think a nuke is?
well, from what I've seen from the old footage where they showed nuclear bomb footage, I don't think there's such a thing.
Right, because they bring
I'll
in the
tell you
idea
what.
of atomic theory, right? Okay, so it starts to fry everyone's brain, especially the flat earthers, because well, you can't prove atoms, right? I'll tell you what is true though. If you get the right hydrogen mix in the air by burning out all the oxygen, right, and making sure you evacuate all the helium, guess what? Hydrogen is one explosive gas.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was
a
going to say.
hydrogen nuke might just be that they've created a way of creating an explosion which creates a thermobaric explosive device that effectively is just a hydrogen bomb because it blows up all the hydrogen in the atmosphere. It's just that they've managed to isolate the hydrogen from everything else.
Well, usually what they do is they take a bunch of deuterium and they compress it and freeze it to where it's solid mass, right? And they have it under compression so it stays a solid. How it does it, I don't know. But they keep it like that, and they have a device called a plutonium spark plug that
Yeah,
provides
it
the
gets it
initial.
gets plugged in. Yeah,
Well,
Okay,
it
so
but
provides the initial
they
charge
still need
to
the high
denature
explosive.
to
They still
denature
need
the
a high.
deuterium and split it
Yeah,
into two hydrogens.
exactly, but they still need the initial the addition. They still need the initial high explosive device
Yeah,
in order to split the
that's what that
plutonium.
spark plug is. They call
Yeah,
it a
and
plutonium spark plug, but all it is it's just
it's
a
literally
ball
just
of
like a high explosive ball and then a rod.
well, it's a ball of plutonium, and plutonium's not really active until it's introduced with another substance that produces the gamma rays, like say the explosion of a shell collapsing in made of say uranium that
Yeah,
would
but that's what I'm.
set
Yeah,
the
but that's
thing
where they
off.
use
But
that.
what
Yeah,
that
that's
would
where they
do,
use the high explosives. That's where they use a shape charge, right? Okay. In theory, technically, that's correct. They use a shape charge, and the shape charge would be something like the way a football looks, right? You know, with the panels, right? But then you start to invert those panels, right? So it'd almost be like think of like a cylindrical honeycomb effect, right? Yeah, and then you would create shape charges, and then the thing would be in the middle, right? So it
yeah,
creates an implosion. It creates a shape charge like a Monroe effect shape charge, high pressure, high heat, molten jets, right? Made out of like copper or something like that, but not copper. Obviously, we're talking plutonium instead,
or uranium or some
or
other
uranium. Yeah, enriched uranium most
mixture.
likely.
Yeah,
And then once it's done that, right, effectively, what's it going to do? It's going to create such a high flash and heat point, right, that all of the
that is going to
oxygen would be
vaporize
the
the
thing that
ice.
would go first. All of the water
Yep.
molecules would first then go. Then the helium, because of relative density, is going to shoot up out of the way, right? Yeah. And then you're going to be left with what in the atmosphere? Hydrogen. So
Well,
in
see,
theory,
the
it's a
only problem with
thermobaric.
that is,
It's basically a thermobaric bomb, is what I'm trying to say. That's what a nuke really is. It's a thermobaric bomb.
yeah, but I'm talking about a hydrogen device. What a hydrogen device is it's pretty much the same thing that creates a large amount of heat that will vaporize all of the deuterium that would actually split it because there's an electrical charge being fed into it. That
Yeah, we're
would
talking about the
split
same
it
thing.
and start a reaction. And when that
We're
reaction occurs,
I know.
it splits into two hydrogens, and then those two hydrogens are not like real hydrogens, so they want to bond back to each other. So when they bond back to each other, there's a large amount of energy that's released.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is the effect after that happens in the atmosphere. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm not.
Oh yeah, yeah,
We're
yeah.
not. We're
The
not
first
talking about
thing
two
to go
different
is
things.
the oxygen and the water vapor, and some of the water
Right.
vapor will be denatured. But after
And then
that, you know,
what's going to happen to the helium?
the
What's going to happen
nitrogen's
to the
going to be
helium?
bonded with the metals, and the helium. There's not really going to be that much helium production, but the helium is
I
inert,
mean, in the atmos. I
and
mean, in the. I
it
mean,
acts
in the
like,
atmos, bro. I'm on about in the
well,
atmos.
it's gonna fuck
It's going to
off
float.
at the
It's
same
going
rate
to
as
fuck
the
off, right?
hydrogen. Yeah, it's
It's
going
going
to
to
fuck
fuck
off the
off.
same
Yeah.
rate as the hydrogen. Yeah.
Yes.
But the problem
Right.
is the hydrogen is contained in the center, so when that detonates, it doesn't matter what's around it because
Well,
that
remember you
core
have that.
is
You
what's
have that
going on.
core. Remember, you got that core that's split. There's two hydrogens. Yeah. Right. And they want to reconnect. Yeah, everything wants to rebond. So I'm saying, hypothetically, the hydrogen in the atmosphere, once this effect has occurred, could start to want to attract itself toward this core, right?
Yeah,
That's why we
yeah,
might
it
see a
could create.
two-stage explosion. I'm just saying, basically, a nuke might just be a very advanced thermobaric explosion.
Yes,
You
it
see what I'm
pushes
trying to
all of
say?
the air molecules out of the way, and then afterwards it's a collapse. So when it collapses in on itself, there's a secondary reaction that causes a larger explosion, like a thermobaric device, or say a fuel air bomb,
The
a
difference
MOAB.
with different, yeah, like a MOAB, yeah. But but the Moab's like a bunker buster with a, it's got its shaped charge to get down into the bunker, and then it's got its thermobaric device to blow everything up in the bunker, and to get rid of all the personnel. But what I'm trying to get at is most people don't understand, especially on the flat Earth side, that in theory, a nuke, yeah, the idea of splitting atoms and all that shit, stuff that's conceptual that doesn't work. Remember, things when you actually try them out though may work regardless of whether atoms exist or not. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
Right, there's
So
reactions, yeah.
But still, there's fishiness, which is why there's doubt about it, because the first time they tried it, it worked.
Well, I mean, I've seen the footage. The footage they used to fool our parents was fake.
Oh yeah, you can see all those trees from Mars and stuff, But I'm talking about
don't
the
know about the
actual
footage.
Trinity site, the Trinity blast, the first one. The first one went off without a hitch, went off as expected, or actually went above expectations. That's like going to the moon the first time and landing.
That's called real good engineering.
Well, to be honest with you though, when we're talking about what we're talking about when it comes to explosives, we're not talking about any other field other than chemistry at the end of the day. I'm sorry, that's the field we're talking about. Chemistry is a viable scientific field. It's nothing like going to the moon. I'm sorry, it really isn't analogous.
I think that's
And the reason I say this is because of what I'm interested in. And we actually, they would have had micro tests on this already, which they did. And then what I mean by the micro tests is, and remember, you have, even with the very first Manhattan Project, the first atomic bomb, right? You still have a scaled down version of this, right? Which was used. We have intermediate versions of nukes. Nukes, as we see them and what we think they are and what they purport them to be, I believe, is just a load of jargon and language to hide what they really are. And like I said, I still think that there are extremely massive thermobaric bombs that effectively use relative density. I think they use high heat point pressure. I think they use entropy. And I think they use electrolysis at the same time in order to effectively create and inculcate an atmosphere into a system where you can just blow up individual gases in the atmosphere. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah,
that's all a nuke really needs to be.
Here's the other thing, right? The nuclear bond, or excuse me, not nuclear. The nitrogen bond is extremely strong, right? I mean, that's why TNT is trinitrotoluene, because it has 3 nitrogens, right,
Exactly.
on a toluene molecule. So it's one of these things to where that nitrogen energy, that nitrogen bond, has a lot of energy behind it. So the secondary reaction after the primary reaction happens, there's a secondary reaction that will happen, and I'm pretty sure that's the nitrogen, which makes up like what 75% of the air we breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I think engines, internal
nitrogen.
combustion engines, don't really use like gasoline. They just use gasoline to get rid of everything else and allow the nitrogen to bond
to actually
together. to
bond
detonate.
exactly. That's proven in the atomization of certain fuels, meaning not actually atomized, but they make the fuels extremely small by running them through high pressurized nozzles
Okay,
to clean them
so
out,
along
to
that
clean
line of
engines out.
talking, are you guys familiar with this so-called jet fuel hoax?
Right. All right. Right. With this,
validity to
wait
that?
there.
It's diesel.
It's right. So yeah, exactly. So there isn't a fucking hoax when it comes to jet fuel. It's not necessarily a full blown hoax like that. And I'm sorry, I'm skeptical of absolutely everything. I don't care. I'll argue with anyone on here. I don't care if it's a moderator. I don't care.
I mean, the shit like this pops
Right.
up. So if a flat earther, believes it, and it turns out not to be true, it's a way to discredit flat Earth. So I don't know the
Exactly.
truth on this, but I've seen a lot of it, and you sound like you know what you're talking about. You both do. So yeah, please expand on that.
With how a jet engine works is that it works under compression like a diesel engine.
Exactly.
There's no
You get
spark in it.
and remember, a lot of that compression happens because the plane is up in the fucking air already, and it's using the speed of the air. Right. You've got to remember that. Right.
And
So a lot of
it's got
that's
a primary.
where the idea comes from. You've got to remember, you still have to have a primary ignition resource. Yeah. So this idea that there's no fuel on airplanes, right? Whatsoever, that is
Okay,
completely
not
ridiculous.
no fuel, but the amounts that are purported to be on the planes are the whole conspiracy is that it would be physically impossible for them to carry this amount of fuel.
Right,
And I
that's
don't
not
know
true
if
either.
someone's math is wrong or what, but
No, that's not true either. I've been around the Vulcan. I've been around a Vulcan and a Vickers bombers, right? And the wings on the Vulcan and Vickers bombers, yeah. When you're stood next to them, when you see them in pictures, yeah, they look like massive fighter planes, right? Yeah, okay, but they're bombers, right? The amount of fuel that the wings could carry just on a Vulcan bomber, right? It's a lot of fuel, right? It really is a lot of fuel that it could carry in those wings. Okay, these
No, I
wings.
disagree. I disagree because they talk about it's close to 100,000 liters or several 100,000 liters, which is multiple Olympic swimming pools in each wing.
right. That's kind of what I'm asking about here.
Right. So wait there, let me put up the
volumetric.
wait there, let me put up the numbers for the Vulcan because Solo, I can only talk about what I know of, right? Yeah. So
Sure. And then in
what I've
terms of
been
like
around.
the supply hoses, the feeding tubes are about maybe like 2 inches or 3 inches wide. And then that is supposed to refuel 100,000 to 150,000 liters
right. Wait
in a
there a
matter of
second.
minutes,
You're
which is
thinking
also
right.
an impossibility. It's like, how long does it take to fill your
This is
swimming
why
pool?
we were speaking on compression, bro. Right? Okay. You got to remember that the fuel, right, is the
You can't
antecedent.
compress liquids.
Wait there, we're not talking about compression of liquids, dude. Right?
Said
Remember
fuel.
that. Right? So
Well,
you have the fuel. Listen, you have the fuel, right? Okay. Remember, what does fuel create? It creates fumes as well, right? The plane itself. Right. So if they're saying they're putting like that amount of liquid into a plane, I want to know what plane it is. I want to know the dimensions of the plane. I want to know the dimensions of the wing. I want to know exactly where it is
Well,
the
that's
fuel's
exactly
stored.
what this guy is alluding to, is that there are multiple sources that have done that. I've looked at them. That's why I'm commenting on this. I think it was the A380, the largest commercial airliner, is touted to be taking over 300,000 liters of fuel. And when you go and
Are
look
they
at the
saying
wing,
that in liquid? Are they saying that
it's
in
not.
liquid,
It's
Solar?
correct, and it's not even 1.8 meters tall. The height of the wing, and then the times by the length of the wing. Then they say, well, there's also additional fuel tanks in the fuselage to sort of give the plane a little bit of stability. And then they talk about dumping fuel before landing to make sure that they're a certain weight.
Right. So the rest of the claim is that they don't run on fuel; they run on compressed air that they create while they're flying. They only need an initial amount of fuel to get up in the air.
Well, it's not just compressed air.
That I
Remember,
don't deny.
Listen, it's not just compressed air. It's compressed air mixed with the fumes given off from the fuel, right? Because you got to remember. So, and this is something that I know to be true, is that they probably do lie about the amount of fuel in order so they can jack up the prices, right? When we go back to like World War II and we look at the bombers, right, and we know about remember the P-51 Mustang, right? Yeah, when and it was said when that flew, right, protecting, yeah, the bombers of America, okay, and the bombers of England, all right, when that came in, effectively, what did people say, right? They saw him, yeah, they saw him with the B-17s, yeah. What was it that the German man said? He went, that was the day that we knew the war was over. The German commander said that, right? He said the day that we saw that, that's when we knew it was over, right? And the difference with the P-51 comparatively to, let's say, a Japanese Zero or a Spitfire, right, was the size of the actual plane, was the size of the fuselage, right? It's how much fuel that it could contain, right? I'm not going to sit here and say that the amount of fuel purported to be on there is what it is. Militaristic planes are completely different to commercial planes, right? When I look at militaristic planes, right, let's take the F-15, right? And if the F-15 wants to, let's say, go from, I don't know, Germany all the way to Syria, for instance, yeah, it usually would have to carry 2 extra fuel cells on its wings that it would dump, right? Okay. And then it would have its backup fuel in there, and then it would have to do a mid-flight refueling on the way back as well, right? Okay. These planes are a lot bigger than what people think they are as well, especially when you can, let's say, go all the way back to the F-14 Tomcat, for instance. That's a very big plane. It could do like 1,500 miles per hour as well. It was extremely.
Yeah, it got a little suspicious when you start talking about putting the fuel in the wings. And I mean, I know how liquids act when I'm moving in a car. I can just imagine that in a plane, all this.
They use
massive
expandable
amount of-
cells. They use expandable cells and self-sealing cells just as well, just to let you know.
It's sealed in a bladder.
That doesn't change. But that doesn't change it doesn't change the dynamics of the fuel. It would compound. Each compartment would still have a sloshing effect towards the left.
I
And it would
agree
still
slightly,
transfer
but
through those things. These are the
in a
narratives. What you're
bladder,
saying
though.
to us is the mainstream narrative. What I've just posted in the live stream is the statement that it takes 320,000 liters, which is 6 Olympic swimming pools, 3 Olympic swimming pools in each wing, which is the equivalent of about, I think it was 14 fuel tankers. So if you take an A380 and you put it on the ground and you stack 18 fuel tanks above each wing, you get to what they tout as this thing's fuel capacity.
See,
and
I
just
always thought they were talking
volumetrically,
about the fuel mix.
you cannot fit that amount. Now, when I now fly a lot domestically, I look at the thickness of the wing of a domestic plane like a 737 or a 747, a Boeing. Effectively, that wing is probably a meter at its widest. Now, my swimming pool needs to be much more than just 1 meter deep. And to fill that thing takes me half a day. And these planes can refuel in a matter of minutes through a little hose that can apparently pump 300,000 liters. But then they argue that no, they're only just topping up the tanks, that they mostly keep the tanks full, and then each flight only uses a little bit. But a Boeing compressed air engine is what runs certain factories, whereby it uses a
But they don't
compressed air
deny that,
cylinder
though.
to start the motor, And then as the motor runs, it's designed like a jet engine, so it automatically compresses air, refills the compressed air chamber, which supplies
Yeah.
effectively the fuel to the
Into the
motor to keep the
combustor, then
motor
into the
spinning.
turbine. Yeah.
So what I was agreeing with what someone said earlier was that yes, you're going to use fuel to take off. You can smell the fuel that they are refilling. The volumes and what they say they're using is where they're obviously making their profit. So they're giving us different
That's what I
numbers
said,
and
yeah.
making us think different things. But the moment that they've achieved lift and they're moving at 300 kilometers an hour, 400, 500
Right.
kilometers an
So
hour,
Yeah,
they
they
are
don't need to be
effectively
burning the
running with
they
fuel.
our
can
fuel.
use hot air. They can use the hot air thermals, and they even use the electronic magnetic field of the Earth as well in order to stay aloft as well. And
Yeah, so they probably don't need 500,000 pounds of jet fuel.
well,
Right.
I know literally bare bones nothing about commercial airline, right? So I'm not going to like comment on that. All I know is when we look at militaristic jets, yeah, the fuel they purport to put in them, and the amount of wingspan we get and the size, it adds up. The numbers add up, right? But then they don't really need to lie about that because they're not making any money on it, are they? Let's face it. So obviously we've got to realize how as well a jet engine works, especially a turbine jet engine, which is what would be on the A380, correct? Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. So I'm just saying they don't really lie about that. The engine obviously is gonna use air, right? It's gonna use the air and it's gonna use the forward momentum, right? Like Solo was saying, it's going to have a compressor, then it's going to have a combustor, right, which is going to be the fuel air mix, which would be your carburetor on a car, for instance, right? Similar to a carburetor, but then it uses a turbine that's spooled up based upon that combustion. That turbine spin, effectively, will then be utilized on the next part, which would be the mixer, which is where they mix in the jet fuel, right? And it was always my understanding, because I've looked at the militaristic side of jets instead, is that they actually use the compressed air, then they use the turbine, then they use a way of spinning the turbine up and spooling it up even faster to create more, basically like injecting NOS into a car engine, yeah? Is that the jet fuel was more used as a way of basically speeding up the turbine, right?
An igniter or an accelerator, right, but not running it the whole time.
Yes, exactly. So it
Right,
depends
that's
on
the
what type of
claim here.
engine we're looking at.
Those
Well, the
hobby jets
claim,
at cruising will burn
well,
about 39 milliliters a minute. That's not that much, and those tanks
no,
aren't that big either, right? And these things are about the size of what is it? Maybe a liter can of coffee or a half a liter can of coffee. You know, one of these it's about the size of a coffee can,
but what?
and
Yeah.
it'll produce continuous thrust and all that stuff. And the weird thing is the flight time's about 20 minutes until it runs out of fuel.
Yes.
But the thing is when you look at the mechanics and the electronics part of it, while it's at cruising, you know, it's different while it's spooling up and taking off. But while it's at cruising, it's not burning fuel all the time. It's not constantly
It hardly
injecting
burns
fuel.
any. Yeah, it
Yeah.
hardly burns any because at that point it's using fumes to inject in at the igniter stage because the engine's already spooled up, right? So the actual shaft is already so you have different forms as well. Remember, like so the A380, what do they claim is the type of engine? Is it a turbojet? Is it a turboprop? Is it a turbofan? Or is it?
Exactly.
Because you got to remember, like
Yeah.
for instance, like the SR-71 Blackbird uses a ramjet, right? You know.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Ramjet
I really want to hear the rest of this, but I got to run. So thanks for the education, guys.
That's
Yeah.
right.
No, ramjet also like what they used on the buzz bomb, the V1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about doing something about maybe constructing out of stainless tubing a valveless ramjet.
Yeah, you could easily do it because at the end of the day, like jets aren't as hard to create as what people would like to lead people to believe. And the whole
valveless,
industry
there's no
of it,
moving parts. It's just a
yeah,
tube.
exactly. Exactly. It's like the V1 of the Doodlebug, and the V1 and the V2 Vengeance rockets. Yeah, that was just a pulse jet, basically, right? It's just
Yeah, well, those were valved pulse jets, right? The
yeah,
other one, it's a little bit different to where it's shaped
no
in a
valve
U.
at all. Yeah, you
Yeah,
just create a U shape, and then it creates almost like
it
a
works on the
vacuum.
difference of volume. Yeah.
Yeah, it creates almost like a vacuum. So you have a high heat point. The high heat point on the U creates effectively a pulse, and then it creates then suction to suck in air. And then once it sucks in the air, an ignition sparks it back off, and then boom, boom, boom. But I didn't think that they hid this idea. Like when you look up how all jet engines effectively work, right? I'll Google it. Wait there. Right, the engine sucks air in at the front with a fan. Okay, right. These fans could possibly be run by electrics, or they could be run by obviously a smaller motor that would be, let's say, using fuel, right? But that wouldn't be using jet fuel to do that. You wouldn't need it. Anyway, as the jets of gas shoot backward from the fan, yeah, the engine and the aircraft are thrust forward. As the hot air is going to the nozzle, it passes through another group of blades called the turbine, right? The turbine itself is, just to be more precise, the turbine is situated behind the compressor. You have the fan, then you have the compressor, then you have the combustor, then you have the turbine, right? And the way the turbine works is obviously the turbine has finials attached to it that are angled at a certain rate, so that when the combustion happens, you get the maximum amount of spin on the actual turbine, right? Then the hot air that's spinning back out of the back of the turbine, that's where they apparently inject in the actual jet fuel. The jet fuel then acts as a way of a means of, obviously, like nitrous oxide added to the exhaust of a car, right? You're
It
creating.
accelerates, it decreases the temperature and it accelerates
Yes.
because, when there's something burning, it decreases the temperature because it consumes some of the heat. But what happens is it speeds up the turbine, thus allowing more compression.
Exactly. And so once the plane's up in the air, it doesn't really burn much fuel at all, really. The commercial airline, what Solar just laid out a second ago, I actually understand what's being said now. I've always looked at this from the point of view of the militaristic jets, and how much fuel they say that they carry, and how it would be redundant for, let's say, F-16s or F-15s or FAA Super Hornets to carry extra fuel cells on the sides, yeah, because they haven't got enough space in the wings, right? To do, remember, these are only having to carry a certain amount of weight. They're not having to carry the same amount as commercial airlines, yeah. To me,
Hey,
it
so
always made sense, but there is a big difference, like you said.
I
Solar.
just want to correct something I said. I've just gone and looked. It's not an Olympic size pool. It's a full size school pool. That's the 300,000 liter. An Olympic size swimming pool is 2 million liters. So
I was going to say, that's why I was like, whoa, like the magnitude of that was.
It's a 25 meter by 10 meter pool that slopes from 1 meter to 2 meter depth over that 25 meters.
Right.
That's
so
how much fuel is said to be in that tiny
right.
wing.
So wingspan of. Because I thought that it wasn't just talking about the volumeric size of the actual fuel. I thought it wasn't talking about it in deciliters or CL or mils. I thought they were talking about the jet fuel in the wings in terms of the actual fumes that were. Because remember, when the jet fuel is sprayed out onto and the contractionary bladders that are in the wings, okay, because I know the sloshing around effect that everyone likes to talk about, we still have fuel pumps that can create fuel pressure, okay, right? Then, especially in militarized jets, I know more about military aircraft. I don't know so much about the commercial. But in military, they have self-sealant, and they also have what you would call contractatory forms of fuel cells, meaning that this shit's basically like a fuel cell that's almost made out of like a rubber, so that the pressure of the actual fuel to be pushed in, is not just created by fuel pumps, for instance, it's created by the very bladder it's held in. So the sloshing around effect doesn't really affect it, right? Like, let's take the Apache helicopter. It has 2 fuel cells, one on each side for redundancy-based purposes. You could knock out the whole side of one side of an Apache, knock out one of its engines. You can knock out one of its fuel cells. You can knock out like a huge array of its sensors on one side. You can knock out a couple of its blades. And the same with a Chinook as well. You can do the same on a Chinook. On a CH-41, you do the same thing, and it will continue to fly. There's a reason why, because obviously they create redundancy systems where on one side of the fuselage they have fuel, and they have the sensors, even stuff that's fly-by-wire versus actually analog, right? They still create this is why you have a co-pilot as well that has the ability to control, because you want him to be able to have the fly-by-wire system, if it is fly-by-wire, on the right hand side, and then you want the pilot to have it on the left hand side. Or you want, if it's analog, right, wires moved by actual movement of the human using his physical strength, you want that to be laid on the left side of the fuselage and laid down the fuselage on the left side, and then you want the co-pilot stuff to be on the right side, so that if any of the wires get snipped or cut, right, it still works. Same on the fly-by-wire, where it's just actuators that move, the things that will move. Let's say that, the wings for the trim, or for the yaw, for the tail finial, or whatever it is, right? Effectively, the point is the actuators, the computers that control that, they have them situated on the left side of the fuselage. And then they have a set of them on the right side as well that can control both sides. So these are just redundancy systems built in just in case one side gets shot up, right? I think looking at military jets, we're going to get a better sort of estimation on how much fuel is needed. Do you get what I'm trying to say? For how much distance?
No, because those are high performance engines. It's like, how much can a Ferrari use if it's revving at 16,000 RPM? It can use a lot more in that mile. Whereas commercial jetliners or airliners that are transporting passengers would be the more consistent metric.
I can show you military jets that use the same turbofan engines.
But
we
obviously being pushed to limits that a commercial airline wouldn't. I'm talking about
they're only
RPM.
pushed to those. Listen, they're only pushed to those RPMs because obviously the plane is more aerodynamic, right? And the aerodynamicity of the plane, and then let's say the nozzles for where they inject the jet fuel, for instance, they may be wider. They may
so
have
just on fuel consumption,
a higher pressure.
Just on the fuel consumption aspect, if you rev an engine to higher RPM, it's going to use more fuel. End of.
Of course, but I'm not talking about that. I'm on about the wingspan, the space in the wingspan, and how much fuel they purport to hold. That's all.
But so there's so the principle is like volumetrically, it's not quite making sense. In the same way that
with the commercial. That's what I'm saying. So I'm agreeing with you.
Let me make a point.
With you.
Let me make a new point. So, like a Formula One car is said to have a 50-gallon drum of fuel behind the seat of the driver. Now, you know what a 50-gallon drum looks like? Those giant waist-high drums. And then you walk up to this little race car that's like knee height. And then you think, okay, so where is this 50-gallon drum on this race car? And they're able to push these engines to such high speeds. So the guys started looking volumetrically, saying, just on the volume of that 50 gallons, where the fuck does that fit
in a tiny little Formula One car. Now, the same thing with the planes, but from a pumping perspective, if I want to pump 1,000 liters per minute, I use a little 3-inch pipe. But if I need to pump 10,000 liters per minute, I'm using like about an 8-inch or a 10-inch pipe or a 15-inch pipe. And then if I need to pump like 20,000 liters per minute, I'm using something that's like about maybe 2 feet or 3 feet in diameter.
Or you could use the same diameter and just double the pressure of the actual pump, you know? So you're pushing out double the amount of fuel in the same amount of time.
But that's still limited. So to a degree, yes. But when you look at how they're pumping that fuel, say, for example, when a fireman uses a fire hose, that's such significant pressure that you need 3 men handling the hose. And it's not like that kind of pressure when refueling a plane.
Mm. Well, when you refuel an Apache, the pressure is actually quite a fucking lot, because the pressure's got to be high enough to expand the retractable bladders. So they do use quite high. That's why they use smaller nozzles for it, as well, in order that they don't waste so much money on using such a powerful fuel pump, right? It's not like you could gravity feed an Apache helicopter's fuel cell. You couldn't just like have
Feed the
a
helicopter.
hose.
It's got 2 ports for gravity feeding.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You can't just gravity feed an Apache helicopter unless you have it. Well, there are actually, the longbow system does have a way of doing it. Actually, that's not true. It has part of the fuel bladder, right? You can do it without a high pressured pump for when you're in the middle of the desert. The fuel bladder can spool up the engine on what fuel it's got left, and it can pump air into the fuel bladder, expand it, and then it has these like hooks that attach to the fuselage. So once it's expanded to a certain size, it hooks in and keeps the rubber expandable bladder expanded to a certain degree, and then you can basically pour fuel in without a high pressure.
They use night.
Yo, can I ask? I butt in for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I'm not complaining about the conversation, but what's the point of all this? Like, what was the original point?
Well, because it's a flat Earth claim that planes effectively fly, right? So remember, what is flat Earth really about? Why would they lie, right? Okay, Some of that is very important. Okay, so someone brought up about how much fuel commercial airlines carry. I made a comment saying. I think we should be skeptical on that claim just in case we make ourselves look silly. Flat Earth Solar then began to tell me about the volumeric size of the wing and then how much it purports to contain. I haven't really looked into commercial airlines and how much they purport to contain. Yeah. So in doing so, I started to realize that there is a gap, right? The gap and the problem, what I'm seeing is that I don't know whether they're doing it as a way of like simplifying it for everybody, right? But remember, it seems more like turbofans or ramjets, all of these different types of jet fuel engine-based engines, especially when we look at the military grade ones. They run more on the fumes off of the fuel, right? And the sloshing around effect that you talk on aids toward the fumes being inculcated into the bladder, right? And they have a segmentary system that segments off the fumes, and the fumes are pumped in and then pumped into the back of the actual nozzle for where it produces. And it's a mixture of a spray of a fine mist as well as the gases and the fumes. So I was thinking about it more like a volumeric area that was based on a milliliter, right? That they would say would be equal to a pool this size in water, right? But really, what they mean is it's really a lot less. But then, realistically, when you take into the amount of area the gases that it would give off would fill up, that then it would be analogous. But they're not really claiming that. They're actually claiming that they put in milliliters this amount, which is bullshit. On the face of it, you can see it's bullshit. So, Vulcan. Yeah, flower solar. Yeah, cheers for making that point, because the commercial airlines, for instance, right? So, like, for instance, this plane here, yeah? Are you still there?
Who are you talking to?
Flower solar. Is he still about? Because you can sort of see the difference in the way that they're built.
Yeah,
How
I'm
do I
still
say
here.
it? Right, so when I look at this plane and then how much fuel they purport to put in this plane, but like if you look at the fuselages of the A380, right? Obviously, yeah, Brad, I know it's begging the question, gravity feed. I'm just saying that's what people know it as, right? You know.
No, I was just
So
giving you shit, bro. I thought it was funny that you were just
yeah,
like,
I
yeah,
know.
if you do a gravity feed, I can't do your accent or anything, but yeah, it was just funny. Just giving you shit, bro.
It's all right, no worries. Um, it's like with a gravity bong, right? Like, what do we call a gravity bong now? Then you know what I
You're
mean?
begging the
Like,
question.
that's what I mean. But what do we call it?
We call it the density bomb.
I don't use
But
those. I use waterfalls.
but what I mean is like it is it relative density that causes oh, I guess it is, isn't it? Yeah, the medium is more dense than the medium below it, so yeah, it is a relative density bomb. Yeah, we should actually do that as flat earthers. Create the very first aptly named correct gravity bong and rename it the relative density bong. Be a good marketing thing.
Do you guys know what waterfalls are?
Huh?
What a waterfall is? Say you take
No,
like a
man.
No,
take like a
The
2 liter,
never had a
poke
waterfall,
holes in the
mate.
bottom of it,
the
and
electrostatic
you get it set up
potential
the same
downward.
way. You get it set up the same way you would use for a gravity bong, except for you don't cut the bottom off the 2 liter. You leave it intact, and instead you just like put holes in the bottom of them where you can cover them with your fingers. You fill it up, and then you light it, and you let one finger go until it starts a cherry, and then you can control the amount of smoke that gets in there. So if you want like a thick hit that's going to burn, you let it go slowly. But if you just want it filled quickly, you just release all the ones, and the water falls while it fills with smoke.
Man, who's talking right now? Who is
Josh.
that? Oh, man, you and I need to hang out, bro.
But wait, Josh, it was you speaking, wasn't it? The whole time when we were talking about thermobaric bombs and everything, right?
Yes.
I knew it was you fucking speaking. I wasn't looking at my phone. I'm pretty glad for that. I might be right back in a second. Me and you
All
seem to
right,
have a
man.
lot of fucking similar interests. All right, I'll speak to you in a bit. One sec.
Let's do a quick check. Is there anyone in here that thinks they live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing? Anyone?
Not anymore.
Back to jet fuel or wherever y'all want to talk about it. Yeah. This is why they call me Dead Air Dave. I'm a conversation killer. Ha.
The grand finale was why did they lie?
I don't know. I can't think of any reason why anybody would ever lie about anything. Somebody enlighten me.
Because we're all too asleep to even catch the most fundamental of lies. They just keep pushing to see how dumb we really are.
Yeah, I am 5'2", 400 pounds lean.
Mr. Ribbons here. We ought to play his rap song while he's here. It's a good song.
Hey, hold on. Did you say 400 pounds?
Answer the question from Quantum Eraser.
Yes.
Man, you a big boy.
I'm also not 5'2". I'm also not 400 pounds.
Okay, good. You a big boy. Oh, no wonder nobody's monologuing. Crack done left.
This is why they call me Dead Air Dave. Experienced.
Were you guys listening to the discussion about the fuel and the volumetric inconsistencies?
Yes. I worked 10 years on Apaches, and it took everything I could not to try and correct him.
How much fuel does an Apache hold?
4 hours worth.
Which is about how many volumetric? Gallons. You know.
If I gave you, it would be pounds, and I don't know. The JP8 is heavier than water. So
Did you ever wonder why the Earth wasn't spinning under your helicopter?
no.
Did you ever have to pull an Arnold and get to the chopper?
several times. We got it to where we could launch an aircraft in 15 minutes, when usually it takes about an hour and a half to get everything started up. Because they gotta start it up, test all the electronics. You know, if all the electronics are good, then they start doing the flight controls, which is mechanical and electrical, and then it's got its own self test. And but what we would do is we'd get up and the pilots would come in. We'd go out at the beginning of the day. They would start the aircraft that they're going to use that day, and then they would wait to be called troops in contact, and then they'd run out there. They'd start the aircraft up, and then they'd fly away. So 15 minutes was our record, and usually it was a good 20, 30 minutes to actually get it going.
So I'm curious, did you see the movie Black Hawk Down? Was it accurate?
I don't know. I know that
See it.
there was no Apache down. And the survival rate for Apache is 2. Sometimes you get one that's dead. On the crash for a Black Hawk, there's usually one person who will make it out. He's in the back left. But when the Black Hawk goes down, the transmission sits above the cargo bay. So if the frame holding up the transmission and engines holds up, you know, you're good. But if it fails, then you got a rotor head, a transmission system, hydraulic system, and engines falling in on the cargo, which is usually people.
Yikes.
Most often when an Apache crashes, the front seater gets hit by the rotor, and they get jacked up on the right side. Most often the pilot, he does all right during a crash.
Well, did you say you saw that movie? It was about when the Blackhawks went down in Somalia, and supposedly we lost like 20 soldiers, paratroopers or whatever. So I was just wondering if you thought it was accurate.
Yeah, I had a NCO who was around for that, and whenever we'd watch Black Hawk Down, he would get upset, and then we would make jokes about Blackhawks, and there's no Apache down, and he'd get all upset, and it's a touchy subject for him, but I think everything's all right. I mean, I don't know
To
if they've
me,
had
that looked like
anything.
a real thing. I didn't see anything fake about any of that. Anyway. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Just doing a station check. Maybe somebody will start talking. Meanwhile, back to the silence for the. All this silence you're hearing is the proofs of the globular model. Thank you.
I still want a Glober to explain to me, how does a helicopter just hover in the air and the Earth just stays still underneath it? And for 4 hours or 3 hours, whatever, as long as a helicopter can hover there. I'd like just one Glober just to explain that for me. It'd be so nice.
Well, in their mind, it's a simple.
I still haven't got an explanation.
In their mind, it's a simple thing. It's just Velcro atmosphere, and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. You just don't understand science. So, obviously, all the air, even all the gas, moves in all different directions, which is provable, you know. But when it comes to the galactical things, the air goes with the ground. Even trying to make the excuse, I can't even make it make any sense. So it's a good question, man. I don't know why they think it makes sense. It doesn't.
And it's not hard. I mean, even a small young person can really understand that if the Earth is spinning, a helicopter that's stationary in the sky must be moving at a speed backwards in terms of the Earth. And even a small person can understand that. Even a young person can understand that. And how can these people that are trained for like years and years, gone to university, and they can't even grasp a simple concept like a helicopter in the air and a moving Earth, and they can't even grasp something so simple? What is wrong with them? Is there something wrong with their thinking, or why can't they grasp a simple thing like that? That's what I can't understand.
Yep, you're hitting a key point there. Like, many are indoctrinated past the simple concepts. They build everything on these assumptions that they think they know, and then they think they're smart or whatever. But they lose touch with common sense.
It's like they're under a spell, basically.
Yeah, because even a child that doesn't know any better can figure out that there's a ball spinning, right, and then something is above it. It's going to be moving. It's going to look like it's moving towards that thing. I mean, even a small child, even a young child can figure that out. I mean, you don't need to even be really old to. And then you got these guys that have been in colleges with professors that are 50 years old or 60 years old. They've been studying science all their lives, and all the greatest minds in the world, and all of them put together can't even figure out how to solve it. But a small child can figure it out. Wow. I mean, it's amazing. What is going on? The deception is deep. Their minds are taken over by something. It's some kind of mind control that's on their mind. As soon as you guys explained it to me, it was like, wow, that's so clear. It's so easy. You know what I mean? You don't need to. I mean, because I didn't really have a background in heavy science, only up to school science, but the normal science stuff. But I never really went that far. But it's so easy when you don't have all that indoctrination. See it right through it instantly.
See, I think it's a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual deception that people are deceived to the truth that's hidden from them, so they go by whatever somebody else says that says, look what I have, you can get the same thing.
I tend to agree with you.
And I'm going to go back to that old hidden knowledge, that old maxim of know thyself. You first must understand who you are and your importance and your significance, and that you are special. You are one in a million. You are one sperm out of a sea that won the race.
Just a million? Bro, come on. I'm a little better than that.
Well, I just said one in a million. It's like a figure of speech.
No,
So what you're saying is these guys hate themselves so much that they disrespect themselves, and they don't think they're clever, and they disregard their own intelligence, and they bow down and worship these professors, and they actually block their brains from thinking, and they just completely hate themselves and and despise themselves and become disconnected to their own brains. That's what you're saying.
I think they never understood exactly who they are.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
They think therefore they is, but that's not exactly correct. A thought is abstract, it is not physical. So therefore, something abstract cannot make you physical, cannot explain the physical. You see what I'm saying? So it's almost like to know yourself, to know who you are, right? To know what your family line truly is, right? I mean, shit, here in the United States, everybody's been told, hey, we have some Indian blood in you, but when you get the DNA test, it's like, nope, no Indian blood, you're white. You're from Europe. And it's like, what the fuck? My mom's born in Japan, my grandmother's Japanese, and you don't have any Asian in it? No, that's not right. So it's almost like a thing of you have to figure out exactly who you are and what your ancestors were and your importance in this great theater called life.
Right. And also, I think what they're doing is
true. Never forget who you are. If you forget who you are and you never know yourself, then you could be led down an identification that anybody else gives to you. Right?
Right.
So you must identify yourself by knowing yourself. And that is the most difficult question. If somebody says, well, who are you? A lot of people will say, well, I do this for a living, right? I've done this in my life. No, who are you?
Right.
Right.
Now,
That's
also,
the most hardest question.
I think what they're doing as well is they also they think these, because I've spoken to a few science people, they think these professors and these people that have degrees in that, they worship them as something more than just humans. They think that they have some kind of godhood powers or something. Because the way they talk about them, it's like, how can these people be wrong? It's like, these people are so great. It's like they exalt them like above normal humans. Like they think that they're somehow better than normal humans. And that's another problem they do. There's like this worship of these people.
What is worship? Worship is simply that which you give energy to, something that you think about constantly. So if you have these globers that are constantly thinking, of outer space, would that not necessarily be the spiritual iniquity? Because spirit is thought, spirit is mind, the intangible, the abstract, right? It is the metaphysical part of life, is your thought.
Right.
It's your soul. It's where where you think and everything, So if you think about that part, right, that disconnect of spirit is what the deception is all about. So you become a mind slave to the state.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What's up, plasma ball?
Dude, I'm just fucking posting shit. Cool shit I'm finding.
You changed your icon. What is that?
It's
Plasma
fucking
ball.
electricity, bro.
It's
Yeah, it's
electric.
plasma electricity.
It's electric.
It's powerful, like my passion for truth.
I'm going to buy one of those this week, actually. That's what I wanted to buy this week, a plasma ball.
That's cool, dude. This isn't actually a plasma ball. This is like some kind of... It's a flat disc, but it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, they have those plasma plates. Is that what they're called?
I think, yeah.
It's got like the glass beads in it, and it discharges through it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man, it's neat shit.
Yeah, I saw them going for $12 on Amazon. You can get it for $12.
You know, for everything you buy on Amazon, you're allowing the deception to continue through Jeffrey Bezos.
Yeah,
Just think
that's
about
true.
that. Every purchase you've made contributed to that deception.
Hey, they're all deceived. Even the grocery stores are all a bunch of... They're all selling poisonous food. I mean, if you go to the grocery store, you're supporting poison. If you go to the doctors, you're supporting murder. If you go to the dentist, you're supporting murder because they're murdering with your teeth. They're killing your brain cells with those metals they put in your brain. Those are killing everyone, causing people to... So it's you basically, whatever you do, you're supporting some sort of evil because the whole system's corrupt, inside and out.
You know, who
Apple is
started the
responsible for the
AMA?
core.
Yeah, if you subscribe to the society, which we all do right now, all of us talking, then yeah, you're helping promote it for sure. Just the way it is.
It's rotten to the
I'm
core.
doing it. Right. Yeah, to be part of this, really any system of control, right? Government control, mind control, government control mind, rather. Gubernamental, right? So if you're part of that, then you're obviously you're helping it out. You know, more numbers, kind of thing. I am. I got to say, speak more in I statements. I'm helping out by staying here. All I want to do is take a Glober on a couple flights, man. That's it. And just be like, yo, are you sure right now with that? Look at flat everywhere. You can see for hundreds of miles. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, but with
How
some
do you
of them,
still think it's a globe?
they'll point out in their mind there's curvature. They can see it out the window. They don't care what Neil deGrasse says.
Well, then I'll just show them the diagram of how the windows are made. And then I'll be like, so there's that. Now what? Did you think when the fuselage was bent for aerodynamicy, that's not going to affect the 4 pieces of looking glass that you look through before it sees the outside, before it shows you the outside? Gotta be kidding me.
It's like we were saying
That's
earlier.
4 filters. Guys, that's 4 filters before you get to see the outside world. 4 of them. And they think that they're seeing Earth curvature.
I know. As soon as aircraft was invented, that should have been end of the globe right then, but nobody was paying attention, you know.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's, what's the term? Unacceptable at this point, you know? Fully, 100% unacceptable. Anybody still thinks it's a globe. Right? Like, there's no excuse.
Yep, I would have to agree there, Glad. At least anyone that has been exposed to the facts of the matter and still thinks it's a globe, I don't know what to tell them.
Right.
So,
It's baffling. It's truly baffling.
is there any keyboard warriors in the YouTube chat we can make fun of right now?
Let me check. I'm still looking up really cool blue shit for some reason. So yeah, get me off of that.
Have you looked at the Blue Man Group? That's pretty cool.
I saw them once. They're great to see.
I'm blue, I'm a bee la la die, all the bee la la die. I forget how that went. I'm sure you don't want to hear me sing it either. The keyboard warriors of the YouTube chat. They've got all kinds of glow proofs. They just never come in here and give them to us. They're holding back.
Yeah.
They sit out there and call us stupid all day long, and they never come in here and talk to us.
They're there. They're in there. I can see the slugs sliming around in there. Got Bendy Light is in there, and he's really the only troll worth poking at. Oh no, Ace Trades is in there. Oh boy, yeah, Ace Trades. Come on in and speak with us, man.
Yeah,
See, if he's given a platform where he can sit and deliberate what words he's going to use in a strategic manner to deflect and not provide globe evidence, but instead just talk about how you're talking about something, right? Then, of course, he won't be able to do that live, so get your ass in here, Ace Trades.
Yeah, that'll never happen.
I know. A boy can dream. One day my fellow man might actually have some balls.
We should have a special show of just the only people allowed on the air are the people out of the YouTube chat, and just try to force them to come in here.
All right, I'm down.
Call it the Keyboard Warrior Show or something.
Yep. KW 2.0.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not to have these fuckers go find some truffles for me or come talk about the Earth. I can't figure it out. I spoke too soon. Those guys are gone out of the YouTube, I think. Let me check for Ben. Yeah, they're all gone.
Well, I like to think positively. I always see like between 20 to 30 people watching, allegedly. So I always like to think there's a few people that are actually absorbing some information at some point, you know, even though they're not being vocal about anything.
Oh, yeah. There's always somebody listening, right? Listening.
Yeah.
Not just hearing and laughing or
Actively listening, yes. Actually
projecting or, yeah, falling
ready to
into
accept factual information when they hear it, you know.
defense mechanisms and all kinds of insecurities. All you got to do is say, I don't know, guys. That's it. I will accept. So when I say, do you have any curvature for the Earth? Can you show me any? And you say, I don't know. That's acceptable at this point. I'll take it. Because it's honest. We all know that there isn't curvature, but if you can just admit that you don't know, that is a step in the right direction, I'd say. But what do I know? I've only been doing the research for 7 years.
To give them any fuel, but I would predict that there's like a gentle slope somewhere in a meadow or something that actually curves at 8 inches per mile squared that they could have photographed by now. But they haven't even done that. You know?
There's really nothing they can do to help their case, right? Aside from
Exactly.
concede.
Yep.
That's the big that's why they get so mad. Oh, man. I feel bad for you guys. Just
They know they can never
how
do
hard
it
is
over a
it
body
to
of water.
catch up to reality? Sorry, go ahead.
They can never do anything like that over a body of water, which is what we need, you know, because the water is supposed
They
to
could just try it once. Try it once,
Yeah.
Globers. Please.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you if it's a globe? Why are we still talking about it? Blows my mind.
It's like that one meme says, if Earth curvature existed, flat earthers wouldn't.
Right. That's exactly right. We accept the reality of the world with which we are presented. It is simple
And that
as
is not a belief. That is empirical truth, not a belief.
Correct.
The belief is the cult of the ball of the culture that you are raised in. Realize that you are living in a fucking cult. You practice all the fucking pagan holidays. Even those that are religious will still practice their cult's holidays. Makes me think again about Memorial Day and Veterans Day, Labor Day.
Culture is cult you are. You are cult. Cult you are.
They don't even realize that the Statue of Liberty is Lucifer, which is the god of America. Always has been. Just like South America, Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent.
If y'all could go back to 15, whatever, and try to talk Copernicus out of writing his book, what would you say to him?
Is that you with the ASMR mic, Sean?
Me?
No, Sean.
Sean.
Glatflobe.
Is he ASMR in us?
I guess, because I keep hearing him breathing.
Oh, sorry, dude. Hold on. Now I'm back. Wow. See, I push a button on my thumb and I don't really look at when the thing's blinking or not. So sometimes I'm doing the opposite of what I want to do. And I'm talking when silent and breathing when mic'd up. So sorry about that.
Well, no, I was just like, what's this all about?
I'm looking at shit. I'm looking at crazy shit. I'm always looking at just weird, nutty shit when I'm on the internet, guys.
Yeah, you've pretty much looked at it. I bet your cookies are. I bet you still have cookies of rotten.com.
No, I don't. I wipe this computer twice a year, and all my bookmarks and everything, just
Bet you,
because. I
I
save it
bet
all
you,
on a hard drive, but then I wipe the computer.
I bet you still have a MySpace, don't you?
Out there, yeah, out there, on the internet somewhere, I have at least one, if not two. So mine, and then it would be mine and my band's, whatever band I was in at the time. Maybe that's a maybe.
You gotta love MySpace. It was a great place.
Yeah, ASMR sound replacement. I was like,
So
dude, what's he
if
saying? I
if you
used to
guys
work
could,
in ASMR.
if you guys could time travel and go back to 15 whatever, and have a meeting with Copernicus, what would you tell him to keep him from writing his book? Not a good question. Probably not.
I don't know. I'd take a cell phone back and be like, look at this. Do you want this world? Take back the blue marble picture, just be like, check it out. They think this stuff. Look at. Yeah, I don't know. Coming all the way back here, it killed the battery, so the phone's about to die. Do you want this? Back engineer. Yeah, okay. All right. See you, Copernicus. Later. Bye. No? All right. I tried.
I think that was a good answer to a stupid question. Thank you.
I did my best, dude. Nobody was answering. What was I supposed to do?
Here's another stupid question I thought of before. What was the recruitment like for Columbus's ship? Believing what he thought he was going to sail off into whatever. Now you might fall off the edge of the earth, but we give you an extra bonus for that. Or how did that work?
Not taking that one. It's not for me.
Odds are he knew exactly where he was going. He was just looking for a different route to the same place, allegedly. But who knows what really happened? By the way, glad thanks for that Jesuit video. That was interesting. I didn't know that channel existed either. Feel like
Right.
100,000 subs.
Yeah, I stumbled upon it, man. I think Sonny sent it. A different version of it on a different channel, but it's the same guy. It's the same video. Yeah.
Pretty good content.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff for sure.
What channel?
Hang on. I'll just post the video. Guys, I don't have the fastest computer. I'm going to say that right now. It is not impressive. Well, here's one to tide you over. This is not it. This is what Sonny posted the other day. And then I'm still looking for that. The other one.
I'm trying to think of the name of the channel. It's World's History, something like that. I don't know.
Mystery? No. Hang on. I'll find it. Don't fret, my pet. Okay, here's the video. This is not the channel, but I found the video. And it's better graphics than the other one. Here we go. Check out them apples right down there in the old Boys Tex there. Werner von Braun's Captain haircut in that thumbnail, man. Look at that, just sharp looking cut. His napkin in his pocket there is a little messed up, not gonna lie. That's okay. Even the Nazis can be a little sloppy. And they've proven that with their work here in America.
Yep, allegedly they were a little sloppy and doing whatever they did in Antarctica. You believe that story, right?
Maybe. What's the story?
Supposedly they were like trying to establish some base, some way to access.
Oh yeah,
the
Antarctic base. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I've heard all those. Well, not all of them, I guess, but I've heard a lot of that stuff. Yep. Here's a GIF I'd like to see Globers posting left and right. Perfect world. Didn't turn out as good as I thought. Fuck that white line around it.
Nice new graphic, Glat.
Thanks, dude. I was just screwing around looking for cool shit to look at. That's what I do when I procrastinate. I just sit around and I literally waste time on the internet.
Yeah, one day I'll figure out how to download and post GIFs. Maybe one day.
You don't know how to do it? Or do you just not have perms?
Probably don't have. I'm sure I have perms to post GIFs, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it says link image embed roll. Yeah, so are you, but you're on your phone. I got it. It's probably a little different. It's an Android too, isn't it?
No.
Oh, good. iPhones are easier to use. But again, I don't have this on my phone, so I can't
Yeah.
help.
The only moving images I
My-
sent are the ones that are provided within like
Yeah.
text chats.
Yeah, well, on my phone it's the same way too, yeah. Fucking iPhones.
Yeah, but they work.
Well, iPhones are really, really good, unmatched at the things that they do, but it's very limited also. The phones are very limited.
Yeah. And I don't use it for much, so I'm perfectly content. I'm just happy that because I used to be on Androids back in the day, and it was always something going wrong. I'm having to reboot my phone or whatever, and I find that with iPhone it just works, and I don't have to fuck with anything. So that's why I use the iPhone.
Well, they're listening to all the phones. The AI is picking up on keywords and such.
Yep. And they can all go F themselves.
I don't want to see a computer fuck itself, dude. I'm perfect. I'm all set there. I don't need to. Mm-mm.
Pretty soon AI will figure out a way to reproduce itself.
No, it won't. It'll think that's what it's doing, but it can't actually create anything, so.
This is true.
It won't work out.
It's only limited to the inputs that somebody puts into it.
Right. Well, it's the first law of thermodynamics. You can either create nor destroy energy or matter. Therefore, you can just manipulate it. Therefore, it's finite. We don't know how finite. We're not allowed to know. We won't know, but it's finite.
Yep. I agree.
But what do I know? I'm just a dumb fucking flat earther.
Well, yeah, the two things are apparently synonymous, so.
I think, yeah, Globers should learn the term mutually exclusive soon. At some point, right? It would help out in their arguments. It wouldn't help out their argument, but it would help me remain calm. You know what I mean? Sky is not ground. They are mutually exclusive.
All right, I was just popping in for a second to say, hey, I'm gonna go hit the pub. Go hit the
All
pub
right,
with the wifey, and I'll probably be back on later.
Sounds good, bud. Enjoy.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
Hey, Glad. So I'm watching this video you posted, the Jesuit Agenda one.
Uh huh.
Anchor. I was looking for a video. I've been looking for it for like 5 years. You might know this video. It's like it, but it's all about the craters on the moon, and it goes through all the Jesuit the history of their astronomy and what craters are named after who and how they were involved. I don't know if you saw it.
No, I haven't.
And
That sounds
yeah,
interesting.
it's really good. It's like an hour and a half. I think it's okay.
I might vaguely remember the one you're talking about. It was on the Mi'kmaq channel. Do you remember him?
Yeah, it might have been on his channel, but I don't know.
That sounds like the one, if I'm thinking about the right one, but he did some good stuff on the Jesuits too.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know if you can still find his stuff or not, but it might be somewhere.
He's still around. You can find him.
Yeah, I don't think it
Calvius.
was on his though, because this wasn't.
Clavius.
It wasn't about flat Earth at all. It was only about Jesuit astronomy. They didn't
Right.
talk about flat Earth. So
I'm looking for it. Also,
Look,
what
it's all the
is not
Jesuit.
talked about? Yeah, Jesuit moon craters is what I'm looking for, right?
yeah, something like that. I don't know if that's what it was called, but it was a slideshow presentation. It was two men talking, giving the history.
Who was it that mapped canals on Mars, saying that it was water or some shit like that? Wasn't he also a Jesuit?
It's safe to assume that.
Sure.
I think
He was
all the
looking through
craters
a
are named.
telescope, and he saw these canals on Mars.
Canals, huh?
So he did a map of it, telling people that Martians live there because there's water there.
It is water, isn't
part of
it?
the-
That's what the Mars light is. It's fucking water.
It's all part of the Jesuit
Plasma.
deception, my friend.
It's plasma water. Plasma.
And the Illuminati thought that they'd never be spotted.
ODD.
Yeah. Why you lying to us, man? That's what I want to know. After that, you're going to have to pack up all your things and go. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Ah. Perhaps you're looking for Francesco Maria Gramani, 1618 to 1663, Italian physicist who coined the word diffraction, an instrument used for the measure geological features on the moon.
That's the closest so far.
Let me look. This is still the 1600s and it's going down in time. So
It's already sus as sus. Very sus. 1600s. Get out of here. How do you know that?
Okay, I didn't go into it.
Are you looking for the Mars canals thing?
What's that?
I'm not. I'm still looking for moon stuff.
No, Joshua, are you looking for the Mars canals guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found him. Giovanni Vergiano Schiaparelli.
Chaparral Canals, right?
Sounds like a
that's
noodle
right.
dish.
Can you see if he's a Jesuit?
I'm looking. I can't find if he is. No. Pictures of him, he looks pretty disappointed. Doesn't look very proud.
But you notice how all these pricks are Italian?
They even named a main belt asteroid after him and a lunar crater.
Dude, the lunar wave proves that it's a fucking hologram refreshing.
I still haven't captured that for myself. I'm not going to believe that till I capture it myself.
That's fine. Yeah. So if real, it's like, well, that's really sloppy.
I've only seen a handful of those videos, so.
Me too.
If that. Pretty cool though.
It's neat looking. If it's, if it's real, it's like, alrighty. Right? It's like, okay.
I think it's a hologram anyway. I don't really see why it would have to refresh.
Well, because it needs to move across the sky without appearing to move. It's only such good a technology, my friend. Trust me, it's not.
It's like a natural
I think
buffer.
it's totally fake. I think it's totally fucking fake, bro. That's what I think. I speak for no man or woman in this server, by the way.
Well, I think it's a natural hologram.
You can see through it a lot of
I'm
times. And it's stupid.
Yeah.
So it's stupid. You see it during the day. Get out of here. I just don't want to hear it. And they're like, oh, eclipses. You can't prove that that's what's going on. Get up there and show me. Otherwise, it's just fucking speculation from the ground. Well, if there is a Jesuit connection to the moon, DuckDuckGo doesn't want us to know about it.
It went through a timeline of at least 30 or 50 craters that were all named after Jesuit astronomers.
They revolutionized propaganda during the scientific revolution and Renaissance and such. They really got good at propaganda.
Yeah, it gave them a leg up on imperialism too.
Mm-hmm.
They just walk through town spinning their globe. Fancy frilly, sleeves and stuff.
So Globers think it's this simple. Ptolemy had the geocentric theory, which was debunked by both Copernicus and Galileo. That's what they think. With the heliocentric theory.
Just in case anyone was curious, yeah, there's the quote right there about the Jesuits inventing the Big Bang.
Mm. Jesuit order established September 27th, 1540. All right, man. Yeah, DuckDuckGo has nothing about Jesuits in the moon. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop looking at. I'm just going to take a break for the moment. Because there wasn't enough dopamine hits in my research.
Weak sauce.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about it, so I'll see what you guys pull up.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's the connection right there between the Nazi Party and the Vatican. And then, especially under Project Paperclip, under the guise of creating a one world power, a one utopian society, which is what caused the whole thing under the military industrial complex that we were warned about.
Yeah. Yeah, that
And
cause
it's
to effect thing that you posted, the first one. Without a globe Earth circling the sun through the far reaches of space, we do not have the Big Bang. Without the Big Bang, we do not have evolution. Without evolution, we are more likely to accept creation as an act of intelligent design by a divine creator, instead of random shit from random shit. I don't mean to sound so juvenile, but I do. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
And oh yes, the Catholic Church does accept evolution. So
Yes, they do. Yeah. I got in a big argument with some of my staunch Christian friends about that, and they wouldn't concede, and I just had to stop, talking to them about it, so that it was one of those fights where like you may choose not to talk to each other depending on how it goes at the end of it.
So apparently it's a joint between NASA and the Vatican. Once again, the link between the Jesuits and the moon missions that owns Lucifer Telescope in Arizona.
Didn't they change it from Lucifer to like Lucy or something?
No, it's still Lucifer. Damn, there's that 500-year mark again.
Silence, silence in the house. Who was it? Who was it? Who bet? Who was it? Who was it? Who bet?
Silence seems to be a pleasant surprise to me.
Definitely Globe. Just as silent as the Big Bang was, bro.
Yep.
So silent it never happened. Just 2 minutes of silence in respect for Rob Skiba. The 2 minutes of silence is over. If anyone would like to speak, you're more than welcome to. Oh, look who we got in the house. My boy, my brother. Baldy cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas pressure without a container. Might be a bit late in Britain for him to be awake, but I'll be revving. Intro, no strings attached, it's something like a pencil. Just for your info, Graham to me's like. John Player was the Nat King Cole. I'm not a hurricane who came through the front door window. They ain't gonna let me through the front door, so I'ma come through through the back door. A quick day there, the jaw. I'm doing it on top. I'll get there. See criminal gets the lyrics there. Rhythm there. You know that. Involved with the intro and those things attached to something like a blimp. So just for your info, Brian to me's like Jazz was to Nat King Cole. They don't want to let me in the mainstream door. Give it this, I'ma come through the back window. This can be the calm before the storm hurricane. Crack, yes, I arrive when the wind blows. I run wild like a dingo. These MCs will walk the talk. Me, I walk the walk barefoot like a Flintstone. The bites like I ain't eating enough. Real talk. I feel full after a spring roll. And I ain't never been big. But now, I'm slimmer than my insult. Still, I ain't the nigga you can insult. Face to face, it's like, it's the same case. It's more like, crack, what's wrong with you? I just want to do a song with you. How the hell can I be on F radio if I don't get along with you? Look, it's a part, it's a long pursuit. My bars would be under the boot. 2000 of life and came with the gospel, then I made freedom of speech. I got the crowd on my side, I'm blatantly on form, best MC in the scene. Even the founder of Grime says I'm responsible for desecrating its lead. There ain't a doubt in my mind who's taking me off course, I believe in my dream. There's 3 CDs deep, and I'm back with another one. Whenever MCs say my name, they always say Ghetto's the same as Kane. I ain't never heard anybody come with another one. I ain't a battle MC, but they all want to hear me battle MCs. Where does it end? It'll always end. There'll always be another one. Had a deal. Now I'm in talks of another one. In fact, let's talk about that. If my name was money, I'd talk about cash. I'm going to take 80,000 for the album. Squash all this talk about Clash. There ain't no money in it. And at my age, it's all about stacks. Most man hate on Strider and Chip like all they make is watered down tracks. Niggas hate progress, hate the new me, rate the old gets. To me, it makes no sense. Change is part of the process. If Wiley had never made Rolex, he wouldn't have made top 5 dough yet. Sometimes I feel like I've outgrown sets. Still, I give 100%, no less. I don't want to write bars for a set. I just want to write bars for a check. And I don't want to write bars for a clash. I just want to write bars over a track. I used to write bars for respect, but now I know how far I'm ahead. Now I just want to write songs that are gone because I ain't where I belong. Am I wrong? Well, am I? Never been more right, but still I get it in one more time. Who's helping the team? Who else in the scene but Will? Could never bring more guys. Sonny, you're lucky that was you. Because I was about to mute the motherfucker who did that.
I was trying to play it with you. I was trying to play
it didn't
with.
work. Your volume's like 50 times louder than mine.
Oh, is it too high? Really? I have to sit back further then.
I can't, to be honest, I can only rap a cappella, and they're not even my bars anyway, and the only way I can rap bars that aren't mine and get away with it are if I rap them. I can't play the song, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll just rap it. I was half asleep and there was silence, and I was like,
So you could probably do it with just like a single note going by, like.
Probably, yeah. Never been more right, but still I get it in one more time. Who's helping the team? Who else is in the scene but Will? Gonna ring more guys. And I know deep down most of them wouldn't return the favor apart from Devlin or Lights. So why am I helping out when I need help? There's no help about. It's alright. I'll get there. Take the jet there. See Criminal Rapid and Devs there. See Kane Scorcher Merchant and the Wretch there. Yeah. It don't matter who's next there. Nah. As long as we all get there, yeah. When I get there, I won't forget here. I went from sitting on the wall to the deck chair. Yeah. I'm like, sorry, it's your time next year. This is the calm before the storm. I'm sorry for the delay, you know me. It's more than an entertainment to me. Come back. I have to raise the levels and shit. Does this so often, don't doubt me. You don't hear me, don't think I'm sitting at home with a joint and a zoot in my mouth and I ain't my style, I get it in. That was Gats, Calm Before the Storm. But the guitar just doesn't go with it, unfortunately.
Sorry. I know. It's not.
I don't know, there is a way of a guitar going with it, probably.
Yeah.
But
it
would
probably have to be really more simple. I don't know.
It'd probably have to. Well, no, it could be really complex. It would just have to be probably like an electric guitar, or
Yeah,
it would
that's right.
probably have to be like a very deep, and then the beat, you'd have to get the beat as well, which is like
Yeah.
like the beat as well is one that
The beat has to, the beat has to kind of go with the rhythm of your words. So yeah, that would all kind of start there.
Yeah, let me send you it with her.
And then maybe like a bass part to go with it, you know.
Right. Listen to this a second, right? Yeah. So right, 1 sec, honey. So it's like this, right? Look. Involved with the intro, no strings attached, it's like a plimp. So just for your info, grind to me is like as was to Nat King Cole. They don't want to let me through the mainstream door. Give her this, so I'ma come through the back door window. This be the calm before the storm. Hurricane gets, yes, I arrive when the wind blows. I run wild like a dingo. These MCs talk the talk, mate. I walk the walk barefoot like a Flintstone. The bike's like I ain't eating enough. Real talk, I feel full after a spring roll. But I ain't never been big. But now I'm slimming than my insoles. Still ain't the nigga you can insult. Face to face, it's like the same case. It's more like gets what's wrong with you. I just want to do a song with you. How the hell can I be on F radio if I don't get along with you? Look, it's a par, it's a long pursuit. My bars, I'll be on the booth. 2000 a life, and I came with the gospel, then I made freedom a speech. I got the crowd on my side, and I'm blatantly the best MC on the scene. Even the founder of Grime says I'm responsible for decreasing its lead. There ain't no doubt in my mind who's taking me off course. I believe in my dreams, I'm 3 CDs deep. And I'm back with another one. So then, if you listen to it, so the way it sounds, it like anyway. I suppose I could just. The thing is, Guess is like this, the sort of guy who like I would wish I could play English Frank in here. I don't believe we would get a copyright strike if we ever played English Frank in here, Sonny, because English Frank, right? Just listen to the first like 20 seconds of the song. It's only 2 minutes long. That's what I was just rapping. It's Gets, The Calm Before the Storms, the album. Intro is the name of the song. I'm not trying to steal his bars or anything. I was just singing like other people do. Rap is the one thing where you can't say the bars and then you have to preface it or end it with "those aren't my bars." It's not like normal music, is it? Rap. It's like you have to tell people they're not your bars. Where if I come in here selling Willie Nelson, no one's gonna care if I don't go, oh, by the way, that was by Willie Nelson. You know, I could get shot if I don't say those bars aren't mine. You know, no, real talk. For real, bro. In the right area. If I was to have done that like in a rap battle against someone on the street, right, in Shepherd's Bush in London, I could get shot for doing that or stabbed at least.
Don't go near the bush. Sorry. I don't even know about the bush, but I'd say don't go there.
Shepherd's Bush is that place where Moses went to, isn't it?
Shepherd's Bush.
Spoke to the burning bush.
I don't know. Maybe Brutus did, though. I don't know. Could be.
Shepherd's Bush is basically Shepherd's Bush is probably got the largest Pakistani / Middle Eastern population.
Oh.
Other than Tower Hamlets in London, I would say. It's got a big population of Pakistani Middle Easterners.
Yeah, that's probably changed quite a bit in like the last 20 or 30 years, I imagine, hasn't it?
20 years ago, I'd say still the biggest population was Middle Easterners / black people. Now it's more just Middle Easterners. 30 years ago, still a lot of Indians, a lot of Sikhs, and a lot of Pakistanis. You got to remember, Pakistan has been a part of the English Empire and still is to this day. They speak English there, like their mother tongue is pretty much English. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the language Pakistani?
I don't recall. I don't know. You know.
No, of course you haven't. That's what I'm saying. Like you've heard of. No. They speak Urdu. They speak a few other dialects, but their main language.
Their Farsi. They also go, "Oh, hello, my friend."
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's if
live
they're
in
your
New
friend.
Jersey. I live in New Jersey, and there's a lot of people who own gas stations here, and they pump our gas, and they're very receptive to flat Earth. They fucking love me,
Yeah,
dude.
I know. I know.
Yeah,
The
that's
people at my
called.
dollar
Do
store.
you know what a global would say to that? I'm sorry, I have to say this before you say the dollar store story. A global would say, yeah, the people at your gas station, yeah, it's because they're huffing on gas, so they're crazy. That's why they're receptive to the flat
That's
Earth.
what the that's what the
That's what they. That's
anti-flat
what a
earthers would
global would
say.
say. That's what the
That's what they would
globals would say.
No, it's because they're making a lot of money for their family, dude.
Mm. No, I'm just saying, like, if you say to a glober, yeah, I'm just saying this would be the response, yeah, because for some reason, yeah, I've actually heard this before, right? This exact analogy what I just used. Someone said I was talking to a guy at a gas station. He pumps gas, right? Yeah, and I was in Gem Pandas, and they was like, yeah, man. Like I was speaking to him about flat Earth, and he was basically pretty receptive to it. They didn't use those words. And one of the people in Gem Pandas went, "Oh, I'm not surprised. He's there pumping gas all day, so he's basically huffing gas. He's high on solvents, so no wonder he was receptive." I'm just saying that's how a global would answer back to what you said. I was just trying to be a funny twat. Right, go ahead, Sonny. Sorry.
Well, that's
But
pretty
that's not why
fucked
they're
up.
receptive. I know that's not why they're receptive. I'm just saying that's the way a global would reply to that because
That's
I've
so.
heard that reply.
That's lame. That's so lame. Because
Mm.
you work at a gas station or have a gas station business, it means you're huffing gas fumes.
Yeah, just by being in proximity to the gas, that would
Tell
make you
them.
more receptive to the flat Earth,
Tell them.
apparently.
I'd tell them I'd rather huff gas fumes than globe fumes.
Well, it made no sense because I broke his argument down to this. I said, okay, if that's the case, then how come every person that works on an oil station, meaning someone that drills into the ground, yeah, either on land or out on a platform, right, like Platform Hill House or Habitat, yeah, Platform Habitat, how come all of those guys that are huffing on pure petroleum, right, not petroleum but oil, how come the fumes given off of that en masse when they're pumping, millions of gallons a day of it? Why aren't they all shouting from the rooftops to their bosses that the Earth's flat, for one, since they're out to sea half the time as well, or they're usually in open, flat spaces? Why aren't they all, while seeing observations that disprove the globe, all screaming that the Earth is flat? Thus, making the OPEC people, as the higher ups, hear this all the time, which would mean that actually the people that are running globalization would effectively be hearing a lot of the time from their subordinates that the Earth is flat, which would make it more likely that the flat Earth thing would get out quicker. And they were like, and I was like, yeah, shut your mouth. I can make an argument out of anything. Don't worry. But yeah, Sonny, you were gonna say?
I don't know, man. I already forgot.
Right, you had a story
I
about a
forgot.
panel story. Listen, I never stop
dude,
someone
it's
unless I
because
remember.
it's because
Listen, I never stop anyone. And wait, there, it's Sonny's go, and I have to let him do it. Sorry, Kojo.
That's
So
okay,
you
no
were gonna
problem. I'm
comment
already
on a
distracted.
story
No,
on a
I was
dollar
looking at
store.
the jet. I was looking at the jet. I don't know what I was talking about before. I mean, but anyway,
But
I was looking at the jet you posted. That's quite a jet. That's what I got distracted by that. I'm like, oh wow, what a jet that looks like. The
Who
jet
posted
that
it?
you posted.
Oh right, the jet. Yeah,
RAF. It's a RAF fighter, isn't it?
it's not a fighter. It looks like a fighter. That's the Vulcan bomber. That is. Yeah.
Sorry to take it off topic.
Yeah.
Going back
Yeah.
to I know what we're talking about. Middle Eastern people. Yeah, a lot. I noticed that at one of the stores I go to. I flat smack them. I go, you guys know the Earth is flat. They're like, yeah. So I go and I go, keep it flat.
Well, Sonny, dude, I'm saying it's because they deal with so many people, right? So it's like
Mhm.
you can stand out Like you
Yeah.
can stand out from everybody else really easily, and they love that shit for some reason. It's like
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
about them. They're just so happy, like literally Mr. Be Happy.
Wait there. Helio's saying I pretty much can play a song if we're careful anyway, because it's not monetized, yeah? I might play English Frank because English Frank, yeah, is a grime artist from the UK, so you could hear some truth rap from the English side that you guys aren't used to hearing. Which would be pretty dope for you guys to hear. English Frank's a very good artist. I might play some in a minute. But yeah, that jet is basically it's similar in shape to the B2 Stealth, except that it's got more of a dog snout, right?
Those sweeping wings, yeah, they're more. The wings are more.
The alpha shape to it.
Sweeping, yeah, they're kind of sweeping instead of angular.
Yeah, it's like the B2 Spirit Bomber, right? Yeah, the Stealth Bomber is more of a chevron, and then that's more of a dog nose into a chevron, so an alpha.
Right.
It's a dog nosed alpha, but that is a huge plane. Do you want to see how big it is?
Yeah, it looks
You would
huge.
not.
I can see the size of the cockpit.
Well, but it looks kind of small, doesn't it? When you look at it from a distance, it looks like a fighter, right? Like you said, yeah.
It does, but when you look at the cockpit, though, I go, oh, okay, then I kind of get it because the cockpit's
Yeah. Right. So I was at the last flight of this thing, right? Yeah. And apparently every time that it's meant to be the last flight of it, there's only one that's still up and running, yeah? Every time it's the last flight, and then they have a collection to see if they can try and get the fly again. And every time they always make enough money for it to fly again. Because it is the most impressive thing to see in the world. When you see this thing fly like a fighter aeroplane, but when you see it take off and you can see it's the size of wait there. I'm going to try and show you a size comparison of it right next to something, yeah?
like a B-17, size of a B-17 or something.
Well,
huge.
dude, it's a bomber, so dude, it is pretty big, right? You're gonna be pretty shocked by this, all right? So yeah, live stream voice text. I was surprised you saw it because it was a long time ago when I posted that. Here you go, just for the size. And when you see it do maneuvers, bro, like a barrel roll, and you see it, and I've even seen one of these.
That's huge. Look how tiny those people are. Wow.
Yeah.
Trip.
And do you want to know a little bit more about it? It's the Avro Vulcan, basically. Yeah. Okay.
Well, you said, was this one out of commission? You said this is not a current fighter, is it?
This isn't a current fighter. No, it's not a current bomber fighter.
Like how old is it?
This goes back to the Vulcan and Vickers era. Yeah. So this was our nuclear deterrent system. So this was the first bomber that we had that could the Vickers was the first bomber we had, and then it was the Vulcan. So the Vulcan and Vickers days, yeah, going back to Margaret Thatcher back in the 70s. So it's back in the 70s when this was in commission.
I see.
And this plane was the delivery system that we had at the time that could reach Russia as our mutual destruction, assured mutual destruction capability at the time. And then submarines took over.
You know, it's interesting because it has some of the look of some of the Nazi fighters. So I'm sure the British got some of those Nazis also, huh? In aerospace and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's very similar to the one of the designs of the Messerschmitt. So the Vulcan, however, blue steel was the first missile, and this is 1963 to 1972 was when it was used. I could post a little thing. It uses Siddeley Olympus turbojets. It's got 22,000 pounds of thrust, basically, each. It's got 5 fuel tanks in each wing and 4 tanks in its fuselage, right? Does 640 miles per hour, right? Okay. Its ceiling is 65,000 feet high. This is how high up it can go, 65,000 feet. Its range is 4,600 miles. It can carry 1 blue steel missile, or it can carry 21,000 pounds of bombs, right? and it can have a crew of 5. That's why the cockpit's so big. And it's the first aircraft with delta wings, meaning obviously, so when I say first aircraft with delta wings, that sounds crazy, but you can look it up. Well, actually, I'll post its credentials instead. It's easier.
The Vickers V1, is that what you're talking about? I just posted it. Wait a minute, is it V1?
Wait there, you might have posted the Vickers, because there's the Vickers and then there's the Vulcan.
It's a Vickers Valiant. That's what this one is.
Yeah, the Vickers Valiant is the one before. The Vulcan's a little bit different. Okay.
Vulcan.
But they were both used at the exact same time. So, right, if you look here, right, these planes here, right?
Wow,
So,
Vickers had planes. Look, Vickers, it's World War I aircraft. Wow, what a trip. That's a Vickers also. Check that out.
you have the Vulcan prototype. Yeah, listen to this, the Avro 698. Yeah.
This
The
is a
prototype,
biplane.
the VX770, that was made in 52, bro. The prototype for it. Look, I'll show you a picture of the prototype.
The 172? Really?
No, in 1972 it was made. Yeah, the prototype. Yeah, if you look at the
I'm looking at these World War One. There's World War One Vickers aircraft. I'm looking at those too.
You should see the size difference.
Oh, the Valiant. Oh my God, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's huge.
No. Listen, I'm on about the size difference between the Avro 698 Vulcan VX777 versus the VX770. Right? Okay. I'll show you the size difference between the two. Okay. And then I'll show you the individual two. Okay. So, and then obviously they upgraded it in 53 to the XM575, which is still a 698 Vulcan, but that was a B2. So you can see where the B2's name comes from. It comes from the Avro 698 Vulcan B2 A XM575. They were known as the Dam Buster Squadron. The XM575s were known as the Dam Buster Squadron. They don't carry any defensive weaponry at all, basically. But the Vulcan basically relied upon its massively quick speed comparatively to most bombers and a lot of even fighter pilots, and its high altitude of 65,000 feet, obviously, right? That's a very high plane. It basically had extremely high altitude flights, right? For something in the 1960s, it was unlike anything people had seen. But at some point, anyway, they eventually made the Vulcan B3, right, which was a long endurance missile carrier, and it had a 12-hour duration, basically, meaning it could just go for 12 hours. But it wasn't actually built, right? And then once they eventually skipped from that, the B3, yeah, they skipped that out, right? They went over to the Avro Vulcan, the Vulcan K2, right, which was it basically then gave air-to-air refueling for the ability to, it was able to be fitted. Basically, it was called the drum unit, they called it, because it was fitted with like 3 bomb bays, right? And then it had these drum tanks, and it was the first time they used drum tanks, meaning like what the B2 uses. It uses 2 16 drums, meaning there's 16 racks. There's a rack of 16 in a drum, and it rotates, so it can have 16 1,000 bombs in each side, 32,000 pounds. That's your American B2. So the Vulcan K2 was the antecedent sort of thing, and then eventually it became the B3, which was known as the Skybelt. But it was never built, like I said. But it uses 4 Bristol Siddeley Olympus 201s or 301s, depending on what you wanted it for. They use either the 201 or 301. That gives it the 20,000 pounds of thrust. And its wingspan is 111 feet or 33 meters, right? Its maximum weight, effectively, with bombs and everything, is 250,000 pounds or 113,000 kilos. Its minimum weight was £83,000. Think about that. Its minimum weight is £83,000 or 37,000 kilograms. So its weight pretty much triples. Well, more than triples when you add the bombs to it. That was for the Vulcan B2, yeah. And then, basically, then you go on to now, right? Like I said, there's only a couple of these that have survived that are still flyable. There's only really one that's flyable. I wanted you to see the difference in size between a couple of them, right? Okay. So we've got the big one of today. I can show you the nuclear, the blue steel, and you'll see what I mean here by the Messerschmitt. During the design phase, engineers knew the operational requirements would require a unique design. German World War II swept wing research was used to come up with the design for the delta wing shape, right? Yeah. So that's why the B2, the B2 Spirit bomber, yeah, that's fuselage and design goes all the way back to 1950 or 1949 or 1952 as well. These two brothers that were similar to the Wright brothers, but more on the militaristic side, they designed the antecedent to it much, much before. So you have the Avro Tudor 2 as well, which is another classic one. But I'll show you the difference in size between the Avro Tudor and the Avro Vulcan, which you see there. I'll try and download like a GIF so you can see how good it is at evasive maneuvers as well. I can send you a video, I guess, of it doing some evasive maneuvers. It uses a huge air manifold and air intake at the front as well, which is another reason why its aerodynamicity is so good and why it's so maneuverable for a bomber. This thing flies like literally like a fighter aeroplane, and I mean it really does fly like a fighter aeroplane. Yeah, I'll post some stuff now. So this is its difference in size, Sonny. So I'll show you the first image is its size difference between one of the original designs of the prototypes, and then the other one is the one you see below. You see the one below?
Yeah.
That's the 1952 one.
That looks a little smaller.
Mm.
No,
Right.
Is it not shorter? Yeah, I think it looks shorter.
Yeah, it's look how much smaller. They're all flying in actually the same altitude. Meaning,
the first one is yeah.
But the one below is the bigger plane out of the ones above.
I see.
Okay. But that one's even still smaller than this one here, which is the ones that I was posting earlier, right?
Yeah, it makes you wonder how much the Nazis actually had in mind, like what they had in mind, because I'm sure we've only heard of part of the story, obviously.
Well, that's the Messerschmitt there that they took the swept wing design idea from, right? And then I'll show you the actual design of the B2. Really copies the Vulcan and the Vickers, but also the B2 comes from this design here, right? I'll show you. I'll show you the antecedent to the B2.
Wouldn't that be cool to have like a little one-seater, little private, little personal jet of your little fighter jet of your own? That'd be great.
Yeah. Have you ever seen what a B2 can hold? I'll show you in a minute.
A B2 bomber? Oh yeah, they're huge.
How much it can hold? It's insane. I really want to show you the antecedent to it though. But have you ever seen them next to the B-52s?
Yeah, it's like the one Nazi one, isn't it?
It's based. That's what I'm going to show you. Is the I'm going to show you the original.
Yeah.
But the B2 is very similar to like I was showing you a minute ago. Sorry. I'll shut up a bit. So here's the size comparison of the B2 Spirit. Yeah. Okay. In a minute, I'll show you the size comparison of it next to
ME1,
the B-52s, Strat Fortresses. Yeah. I'll show you the size comparison because the Stratofortresses are your biggest, most threatening bombers.
Is that a Messerschmitt 2? Is that a Messerschmitt 262?
I don't believe it's a 262. It might be a.
I forgot which one that is.
It's very similar to the 262.
ME 19, not a 109. No, ME 1. Shoot, I used to know what those were. I used to know what all these were.
I'll have to relook at the photo, dude. I've lost a lot of my memory on the planes too.
That
I really have.
See, that's one of the first jets. Let's see. I think it's a ME 262. I could be wrong.
No, I think it is. No, yeah, it is. Type it in.
I freaking actually remembered that shit from building the model. Isn't that amazing?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the ME 262.
Yep,
Messerschmitt.
That was the
Schwalbe.
most frightening one. That was one of the most frightening ones out there, dude.
Yeah.
Because
nickname Schwalbe it stands for swallow.
If the Germans got to build enough of those, we would have been ruined. But if it wasn't for the P-51 Mustang, they would have probably beat us. The Germans knew it was over when they saw the Mustang, because it had the capability of protecting the bombers, right? So that's the day when the admiral when the aviation guy was like, fuck, the main aviator reconnaissance guy for the Germans was like, the day we saw, I can't remember who it was who said it, the day we saw the P-51 Mustang flying alongside America's bombers. Yeah.
The bombers.
It's B-17s. The day they saw it. Well, is it B-17s or B-20? I can't remember. B-22s or B-15s.
B-17s to be early in the war, yeah. And then they went with what?
B-17s, yeah.
B-25.
No, it was in the late part. Well, yeah, it was B-17 still, I think. I'm trying to find the older designs for the B right there. Just trying to show you the old prototypes for the B2. This one will really shock you. Okay, you'll realize quite how old the B2 really actually is. You actually see it with a Messerschmitt behind it. So it's called the YB-49 is the original. It took me a little while to find it for some reason. But when you see the YB-49, you're like, whoa, but yeah, so here's look at the size of the arm. Oh right, I wanted to just finish showing you the Vulcan, Sonny, a second. That's all right. This is the nuclear, the turret missile it carried. That there, blue steel.
Wow, look at that thing. Oh wow.
It could only carry one of them, but it could also carry one of those, or it could carry 32 tons.
Wow.
Meaning, like I said, it could either be 32,000 kilograms, or it could be 100,000 kilograms, or 250,000 pounds, or whatever the equivalent is. I can do the kilos, but not the pounds. And then to show you is another old shot of it in flight. That was one of the ones. That's still it. Remember, that's it in 1959, I believe. And then this is a 1959 models model in an evasive maneuver. Watch this. 90, that's not even the 63 model. So you can see how agile and nimble that thing is. If you ever want to watch a really cool video, type in Vulcan bomber evasive maneuvers. Look at that thing,
Yeah,
and
look
you
at
see how big
that.
it is, and you see
Yeah,
how
it's
big
huge.
it was.
Oh, yeah, that's wild. I know. I've seen the
Yeah.
Flying Wing do one like that too. It's really pretty incredible. What a bunch of fuel, boy! I tell you.
And then the V2 bomber itself is huge, really, when you think about it, right? The one above, you see the V2 above the right. So you've got the V2 below, right? Yeah. You've got the antecedent to the. So there are more than one variation of the B2, right? People think they're all the fucking same. They're not, right? So the one above, right? You see the wingtips are tipped up, look.
Yeah.
And it looks slightly different, and the fuel manifolds are slightly different, and even the cockpit windows, instead of there being two, there's three. That's the one at the top is the old B2. That's the older B2. With actually with more smart munitions than the one below.
And these
'cause
are
that's-
actually Vickers aircraft, huh? These are both Vickers aircraft. The V2 Vickers. Or a
well, I
B2
don't-
bomber.
The B2
these-
bombers.
Oh, okay, okay.
They're Boeing, I think. So, yeah, they were built in Area 51. But look at the size difference compared to the B-52 Stratofortress, bro.
Yeah, those are huge. Those B-52s. Yeah, look at that.
Well, look how big the B2s are.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty big still, right?
Pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And but look how really they've been around. That was 30 years ago. Look at that B2 from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So people think they're like new. They're really not new. And then here, this is the YB, which is where it came from, and the airframe design for that was in the 1949 by two German brothers, and that's where the airframe design came from.
Yeah. And that's someone I think I've actually seen do a twist like that, a twirl like that.
Yeah, I'll show you another shot of it from a different angle. It really is an impressive plane. It's called the YB-49. If anyone's interested in looking into these planes, the YB-49 really is quite an interesting plane. Like, considering all of the things that were built off the back of it, right? You know, we have the what do you call it? The Vulcans. We have the Vickers. All of these planes are B2 being built off the back of it. You can really see here with the YB-49. Was this the very first stealth bomber? Is the question, right? With the YB-49. You ever seen a B-36 as well?
Not sure what that one looks like.
Yeah, that one there, Norfolk and Grumman. Yeah.
B-29.
Yeah, you're right, XO. But here's the YB-49 again. Here's a really cool image of it. I had to take a screenshot. It used so they switched it out, right? So you see the one at the top, yeah? You see it's got jets, yeah? Okay. You see the one below it?
In your phone screenshot you're talking about? Yeah, I
Yeah.
see that. Yeah, jets.
Right. Let me show you the even older version of it. Right, the even older version is this one, right, with the propellers, right?
YB-49, yep.
Yeah.
The propellers, yep.
And then this is a cool shot, this one here, because this shows the jets, right? And then it shows the actual they're a mix between a ramjet and a turbine jet. You see them hanging on the bottom. What does that remind you of?
Yeah.
That Messerschmitt, right?
Yeah, it does.
That's two Messerschmitt engines attached to the bottom.
What
and
a
then
trip. Yeah, really.
That was for long distance. And at the time, it could release those engines, yeah, once it got to where it needed to go. And it could get there in high speed. But it was classed as a stealth bomber because of its high ceiling capability, right? So it had a high ceiling capability. And if it went really, really high, yeah, and it just blanket carpet bombs something at its highest speed with all of its engines going, yeah, and then it dropped its main engines, right, at full burn, it wouldn't even get really picked up on heat signature because it would be effectively like leave the area at such high speed because it's aerodynamic. It would be using full thrust, and its aerodynamicity would go through the roof as soon as it dropped them, and then there would be a huge like thermal cloud almost right behind it, and it would just fly out in a straight line after a carpet bombing from high distance, and it had enough poundage that it could do that and hit most things. Like it took out a couple of airfields. Just really a stunning sort of show of what was, but most people don't recognize that plane there. But that's really where a lot of the technology for the B-52 Stratofortress comes from. Right there. That there looks like a jet plane, doesn't it? It's not.
Yeah, they're pusher props.
Yep. But it's a prop propeller. So it actually is still technically so it still has a small turbine in there and a small compressor, right? And it still has a small unit for fuel injection. It's not a full jet because the jet doesn't take place at the back, right?
Yeah, it's like a turbo prop.
Yeah, it takes place halfway down the manifold or the intake, right? It injects fuel into the turbine, helps spool it up quicker, and it would help spin those propellers faster, right? And that's, you know, again, that's probably why the Americans ended up using like I said, you see the B-52, right? Have you ever heard of the B-50 as well?
No, not that I remember.
It's the Super Fortress, bro.
Oh yeah, then I have. Yeah, I remember that one. Super Fortress, of course.
Yeah.
That's what they always called it, though. You know.
Well, it gets
I've heard of B-52s, man. The
there's a
Love
B-29.
Shack is the only place you want to
There's
be.
two. There's two Super Fortresses. One's a B-29 and the other one's the B-50.
Yep. And then you've got the B-54. Have you heard of the B-54? Most people haven't heard of that one. It's called the Ultra Fortress.
Some of those they didn't fly though, did they? Did they fly
Nope.
that?
Some of them they didn't fly, but some of them were flight. You got the XB-38 as well, which was a smaller version of the B-38.
Another huge one. Let's see, what does that look like? Oh yeah, huh?
I'll show you a couple pictures right there. I've got some here.
Can I get that?
That one and that one is. What do you mean that can't fit? That can't fit. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, those won't be able to fit in there. You're correct. That's what I said. Which one? The second or the first or second photo? Because it's got 2 drums and it has 16 placements on each drum. And you can right, the older one, the top photo, technically those munitions may be able to fit. If we count them, there's maybe not 16, but on the old one, they did have the capability of having it non-stealth and then having some of it underslung and then firing that off at a longer distance and then it having the 32, sorry, on the inside. So the first photo, it might fit. The second photo, maybe not. You're correct. Yep, that's the B-54, which was actually that was the photo I was about to post next.
Then you got this strange one. If it lets me. Uploads have been failing.
Do you see what you see what he just posted? It's got a fuel tank attachment to it. It's got you know.
Yeah, a big fuel tank in the middle, right?
Is that the F?
It's like a drop tank.
That's the F4, right? Is that the F4?
No, it's too pointy. I watch them. I used to live like right across the street from World Headquarters, McDonnell Douglas in St. Louis.
Right there.
I watch
Yeah.
them wheeling around capsules and
No, it's not the
F4
F4. Sorry, I'm
Phantoms.
on about
All
the F14. I'm on about.
yeah, the
Sorry, I
F4 is
was
a
on the
Phantom.
F4.
Yeah, it's probably.
I was on about the Tomcat,
What
but
is
it's not the
that?
Tomcat anyway. That's the Alpha. It's the what's it? It's the it was a multi role fighter, but is it Alpha or is that a Delta wing? I can't remember. No, that's a Delta wing. Sorry. It is the what is it called? It's the F102, isn't it? It's the F102 or the XF9, otherwise known as the XF9. The reason why I said the Douglas F4 is because of the F4D, which when I show you a photo, you'll see what I mean. How you can mistake it for the F4D, not the one that you're talking about, the F4. But the F102, which would be the XF92, also otherwise known as.
The Convair Delta Dagger F102 Interceptor built part of the backbone U.S. Air Force defenses in the late 50s. Entering service in 56. Purpose to intercept invading Soviet strategic bomber fleets. Primarily the Tupolev Tu-95 during the Cold War. Wow, they built 1,000 F-102s.
I bet none of you can guess what this one is.
Hey man, is that the same aircraft though? It looks like it.
Oh, there's the F4, but it's a different variant of the F4. That's the F4D, the one I posted. The one that EXO posted was this.
Is that a F-102? Is it the same as...
No, it's not a Delta Dagger.
It's not, yeah, it's different than the Delta
Fucking looks like a
Dagger,
lawn
yeah.
dart.
Is it are those the prototypes to it there?
It's not a YF-102?
No, that's what I'm saying. Right, okay. It could be. Is that? It looks like a F-16XL almost, but it's. I don't know if it is an F-16XL, obviously, but it looks. Or it does. It's reminiscent of the F-16XL, like one of the ones that NASA messed around with. In a minute, I'm going to post a plane for y'all to see if you can. Are you sure it's not? I still want to guess the one that he posted. I'm not finding the variant, bro. It's not the 102 Dagger. I know that.
Yeah, the thing has 3 cockpits. See those three freaking hatches? That's what I'm gonna do. Put a 3-seat.
Oh, it looks like a fucking F. It looks like an F4 Phantom, like I said, F14 Tomcat. Sorry, really does. One of the first things I said, but again,
Those
it
are
doesn't.
two distinctly different aircraft.
Yeah, I know.
So
But
you're
from the front,
wrong.
I know I'm wrong, but I'm saying it from the front there. I know it's not. I know it isn't. I'm just saying it reminds me of it. The timing of when it was built. Also reminds me of the fucking F-16XL. I know it's nothing like an F-16XL, but I'm saying it
Have you
reminds.
flown any of these aircraft? These platforms? Are you familiar with them intrinsically?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
which
not
ones did
these
you
ones.
fly?
No, I've never flown any of them. I never said that. Am I familiar with them? Yeah.
No, that's what familiar means, is that you've trained on them or...
No. I've not trained on them. No. I'm familiar with the weapons that are used on them. But I'm not military, so don't start asking me military questions. All right.
So no personal experience.
Personal experience, it depends in which way. You know, British stuff, yeah. American stuff, not so much.
So you have personal experience with British aircraft and British platforms.
Munitions.
All right,
Not
which
the platform.
munitions?
Are you being serious? Who is this speaking?
This is Iron.
Were you here for me when I was talking a minute ago?
I'm only speaking up because it sounds like you don't know anything about what you're talking about. And if you do know what you're talking about, then it should benefit you to have me help you prove it.
No, I'm not. No, I don't need to prove
A lot of
myself.
people are hearing this and saying,
No,
"Oh,
I don't know.
know
Wait
about this guy."
there. No, I don't need to prove myself to you. That's why I'm taking this tone with you right now.
Okay.
I'm guessing what planes are that are American, yeah? And you're taking a problem because I didn't like it because of your patriotism that's inside of you, right?
Yeah, see, that's
So that's the problem, right?
unverified. What have I said that has given you that impression?
Well, because I guessed one of the planes wrong, which was a game that we were guessing. So you should be able to tell me what this plane is within 2 seconds, right? What plane's that? Quick.
Does that mean that you did know what you didn't know 5 seconds ago?
No, but I'm saying if you don't know what that is, then I get to cross-reference you the same way, correct?
That's not a standard production plane. It's
Yeah, it is.
definitely... All right. Oh, tell me all about it, Mr. Smart Man.
I don't need to. Tell me what it is first.
It's a defunct foreign aircraft that has never
not.
been
It's an
produced more
American
than 100.
aircraft. Well, it's actually an American aircraft, but
That never went into production. You don't understand how many thousands of experimental aircraft the U.S. has
yes, I do.
engaged in developing.
Plenty.
So tell me again about my preconceived notions and my biases.
You didn't like the fact that I didn't know what an American plane was.
I don't know
so
what you're
you
talking
started to
about.
attack me.
I just got here.
Me. All right, so what did I claim? Tell me a claim. What was my
You're
claim?
claiming that I claimed you made a claim, and now
No. Before that, listen. Wait there, Iron.
I never made it.
Wait there, Iron. Before that, you claimed I didn't know what I was talking about. Tell me what it is that I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I didn't claim anything. I asked you
It
what
was in the
personal...
live stream.
Hold on. Are we having a conversation here, or are you just trying to pontificate?
No, we're not. No, we're going back
Right,
for
so
your
if we're not
claim
having a
against me.
conversation, then why would I wait until it's my turn
because
to
you made
respond?
claims. You made claims, so I'm
No,
asking
I said,
you
I
to
asked you,
specify.
what personal experience do you have, and you said none.
No. I said you asked me, have you flown any?
Rewind it.
And then you said, are you familiar? And I said, yeah, I'm familiar with
Rewind
some
it.
of the platforms. But familiar, then you redefine that as flying.
I
them.
didn't
Try and make
redefine
me seem like a
anything. You're
liar.
disingenuous.
I'm not being disingenuous. That's the way it made it seem. And then you said you don't know what you're talking about.
I came in and I asked you what personal experience you have with this theater. Have you trained on these platforms? Have you flown a plane once in your life, or do you just research information on aircraft and their munitions? And rather than answer me honestly, which you could have done and said, no, it's just research, instead you still pretended to have personal experience
I
and
have got personal
first-hand
experience.
evidence
I
of
have got
these
personal
things.
experience. I have got personal experience, but
Then
not with
you put
Not
a
with American
experimental prototype
platforms. Not
airplane
with
up and said, "Name it." In 2
Yeah,
seconds,
because
go.
because that's what your annoyance at me seemed to be, was that you said I didn't know
So
what I was talking
you're
about.
projecting.
Right, wait there. Tell me what I said where I didn't know what I was talking about then.
I never
'Cause that's what you
made any
said.
claim that you didn't. I asked you, and
Yes, you
you
did.
failed to answer.
Yes, you did. You
I
actually said
asked you
those
what
exact
your
words.
experience was, and you said none.
What? No, I didn't say that.
So have you flown an airplane?
I have flown what do you call it? Like like where you do one of those little shitty lessons.
Yeah, okay. A flight simulator on your PC. Yeah, I got it.
No, I never claimed to be a pilot though. So
Right, so why are you continuing this idea that you are an expert?
I said munitions, bro. I never said
So
that I
what
flew a plane.
munitions have you personally handled?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're talking about being an expert on munitions. I'm sure you must have
No.
loaded some
When did I
bombs
say
into
that?
some bomb
When did I
bays
say
of
that?
some strike
He
fighter.
never said.
Never said
He
any of
never
this.
said he was an
I
expert on
never
any
said
of
any
it.
of
I don't
that.
know
I
where
never
you're.
Never
claimed
said any
he
of that.
should be either. He's dug himself
I
into
never.
this hole.
No, you need to rewind it. Actually,
You just got muted.
no, wait there. No, I want to talk to him. I want to continue because I don't know why he's even attacking me. Iron, what was it that you took issue with? Because you did make the claim that I
I
knew
didn't
nothing
take
about
any
what I was talking
issue.
about.
I was simply
You did.
asking you what your personal experience was, and you
And what did
failed
I
to
say?
establish anything. And then you strawmanned me and tried to attack me, saying I said things that I didn't say.
Oh, sure, I did I? So I said I had no experience, but
It's
yeah,
recorded, isn't it? We can get to the bottom
yeah.
of it.
So you've already contradicted yourself twice. How? By saying that I said I had no experience, but then I said I did have experience with munitions. So which one is it?
I never said you have no experience. I asked you what your experience was.
No, you told
never
me
answered.
I said I had none. You
You
said
never answered.
no. You said
That
I
does
said I
not
had
mean
none.
that I claimed the opposite.
No, you said that I said I had none. You literally said that a minute ago.
Yeah,
And now you're
because you
saying
literally
I didn't
said,
answer.
I haven't flown a plane. I haven't done any of this personally. I have handled munitions. And I asked you which munitions, and you failed to answer that question also.
I'm not. If you know anything about this, you know that I'm not going to answer that question.
All right. So preach.
Well, no, we were talking about aircraft, and that was it. And we were guessing aircraft, and you've come in like there's some form of debate going on, right?
No, you're
And
projecting. I never made that
no,
assertion. I never
listen.
came in
You want
combative.
to know
I
the truth?
simply asked
You
what your
did.
personal
You
experience
did.
was, and
You
then you
did.
spiraled. You
No,
spiraled.
you called me a liar, basically.
I did not. I
Yes,
never
you did.
said the word liar.
You
Rewind
did.
it. I dare you. I'll give you $100 if I said you're a liar.
You
And you
basically
can
said
prove
you
it.
don't know what you're
Oh,
talking about,
basically said it.
and
Yeah.
lots of people are
Moving the
thinking the same
goalpost.
thing. You said you don't know what you're talking about, and lots of people are thinking the same. So what was it that I was saying that lots of people are thinking I don't know what I'm talking about?
You're completely missing the point, and you just obfuscated the claim and attack that you made against me only moments ago.
I'm about 2
and you want to
seconds away
run
from
away from
banning
it.
you.
That's fine.
I'm about 2
I can
seconds
go
from
away
banning
again.
you.
I can go back on mute, and you can have your little
No,
conversation.
I'm going to
That's
ban
fine.
you. I'm going to
That's
ban
fine.
you because you're a fucking liar. You said what you said.
You're gonna ban me for being a liar when
Yeah.
the video and voice recording proves that you're the liar?
Iron. Iron, you literally claimed things that I never said.
What did I say? What did I claim?
You turned around and said, I don't know what I'm talking about. And you said that lots of other people are thinking the same.
I said, do
What are
you
those
know what we're
things?
talking about? You're a
No,
liar.
you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I asked you what your personal experience is. If
Right,
you want
and
to
then
be a coward
right,
and blame me and
right.
ban me,
No,
fine.
wait there. No, I'm blaming.
No.
I'm gonna ban you for being intellectually
Yeah,
dishonest.
do it.
Because you actually turned around and said, "What did you say?" You said, "What are
You're a
your personal
delusional idiot.
experiences?" You said, "What's your personal experience?" Right? Yeah.
How is a
Okay.
question a positive statement of you don't know what you're talking about. How can you support your
two
personal
separate
experience and
statements.
your knowledge? How is that an attack on you? That's pretty
You said
fucking
that first before you
thin,
asked the
man.
question. You said that before you asked the question, for one.
So we're
You
just
said you-
revisionist historying everything.
Wait there, I'm going to play it back for you. All right?
Do it, please.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be fun.
Going to play back what you said because
You
I've
gonna
already
play
listened
back
to it.
from the start, or are you gonna play back a small clip taken out of context?
No, I'm going to play it back what you said.
You're a joke, man.
All right, so you're attacking me now as well.
No, that's my opinion that you're joking right now.
Delusional, I'm a joke, and you've attacked me.
Incredibly offended over being asked what's your knowledge of this topic that you claim yourself an expert in.
When did I say I was an expert in aeronautics?
Oh, wow.
Tell me. Tell me. So you're being intellectually dishonest.
That's like your opinion, man.
When did I claim I was an expert in aeronautics and being a pilot?
You said
literally,
you knew what it
put it in
was.
my mouth. You literally put it in my mouth that I was a pilot. This is why I'm getting pissed off with you.
I didn't put it in your mouth that you're a pilot. I asked you if you were, and you could have been one. You could have said, yes, I am a pilot. I served for 20 years in the Royal Air Force. Or you could have said anything. But that was the answer to the question, is that you weren't.
I failed to answer, right? But
Are you feeling insecure that you have no personal experience?
No, that's the point, is that you tried to make out, that
Don't tell me what I tried to do. You're not a fortune teller. You don't read my mind.
You said it with your words.
I did not.
All right,
You're
this
disingenuous.
conversation's
Go
over.
back and talk about.
Just mute him. It's easier.
No, I'm banning him.
He's not going to shut up.
I've banned
He's
him
convinced
because
he's. Yeah, I hear you. Move on. Anybody else? What's up? How you doing today?
I can't be bothered with people like him. He's someone that is obviously friends with one of my enemies.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he probably knows somebody that doesn't like you.
Yeah, that's
or
what
at
it
least
is.
just has a bad taste in his mouth for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that happens for legitimate reasons.
The only thing that I claim to be a slight expert in is munitions, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't. You don't have to actually fire.
No, I don't, and I've always said I don't have any credentials either.
I said you wouldn't necessarily have to have used them to necessarily know how they work, now would you?
No, because a lot of the time the thing that you'd be involved in the munitions for nowadays is actually sensors and also precautionary devices as well.
Basically, you said
and for shape charges as well, and how to make shape charges. That's the munitionary basis that I've been involved in personally, and more British platforms over American. So because I didn't get an American plane right by being able to guess a bomber, right, which I made no claim to be an expert or a pilot. If you actually play it back, right, he actually did come in and say, I've listened to it again. He came in and said, you don't know what you're talking about, and lots of other people are thinking the same.
Yeah, he said something like that. Yeah, he did.
100%.
I realized that it wasn't a matter of being called out. He just going to lie his way through. Whatever it is, you triggered something in him, and then he just goes to this resort. And I'll just wreck you. I'm just trying to make you look bad.
He was trying to basically make me look bad. That was the point.
Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to get you to say something or do something that would make other people think that, yeah, right. And then just try to draw it out. Yeah, which is dumb.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can tell you, it was his recovery. It was his way of recovering or trying to feed his what do you call it, ego or something.
I think what he did was he attacked me thinking I was claiming I was a pilot, right? And was going to pull me apart for claiming to be a pilot when I'm not one. I never said I was one, so that's what he did. So that's why I banned him for trying to find a fight where there isn't one, and I don't want people like that in the server.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean,
and he just turned the whole fucking thing into a shit show when it was actually just men posting pictures about cool fucking planes.
I thought you were going to meet him like when I first tried. I just checked in just a minute ago, and like I knew right away. I was like, I would have banned him already, or at least muted him and let him think about it.
Oh no, I wanted him to like further push himself into a lie, so that I had evidence for why I banned him. Because he first claimed that I said nothing, right? Back to his question, and then he said that I claimed that I did have expertise. He said you said nothing. He said, "Well, what personal experience do you have, right?" And he tried to change it into like, and I said some, or I said along the line. He's like, "Do you have any personal experience?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "All right, so you're a pilot." And I was like, "Well, no, obviously not. Like, I wasn't saying that. But in terms of munitions or certain forms of munitions, I've been involved in certain things to do with that. And then personal experience could be me just photographing these planes, which I did do for several years as well, up close, right? And then as well, I've actually given like guided tours on at different, like, let's say Farnborough or somewhere like that, and given guided tours showing people the different planes that are on display, and teaching them about the various parts of the plane, and the ceiling of the plane, and what it was and what operations it was involved in and things like that. But like, that's what I meant by personal experience, is that really, like, with these platforms, not that I flew them. But yeah,
Well,
I think he
like
thought I
I
was
said,
claiming I was a
not that you
pilot.
need to fly them to know anything like basic information about them. But that's what I don't understand, is why is it they always go, well, you're not an expert, so we're not going to take your word. Like, why do you need an expert? You can read. I can read the same book the guy wrote. I mean, all scientists write down their data and their science, right? They write down their findings, right? So you can just go read what they wrote. It's real simple. I mean, we can lay it all out here, but they don't want to do that. That's the part I don't get, is why they don't want to actually bring any evidence with them. They just come in and
I don't
attack.
know. He wanted to
Some
straw
form of
man me into saying I was an expert on planes, which I never claimed, and that's trying to pick a fight where there isn't one. And he's a flat earther, dude, so he really shouldn't be doing that shit, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Wow. I wouldn't
He
even
really shouldn't.
guess that.
He was a flat earther, right? Yeah. But
Wow.
that's why I know he's a friend of one of someone. Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
what was he arguing with you about? I don't get it.
I really don't know.
It must have been personal or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, yep. That's when I knew that.
You got my vote. You did the right thing.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's when I knew that it was personal. That's why I wanted to eke it out a little bit further, because I wanted to sort of check his mutual friends, and the 5 friends that he had on his list that were mutuals of mine that I personally know are people that dislike me. I knew I would find 5 names on his friends list, and I found them. And then I realized, yeah, he's just attacking me for attacking me's sake.
He was just looking for a fight.
Somebody's put him up to it or something.
I think he didn't realize that I was a moderator. The dumb twat.
Oh yeah, because you don't write it on there. So yeah, I guess that's easy. I don't know. I never even really care about it. I usually just be nice to everybody if I can. Try to anyway.
Yeah. I hate that when people try and
anybody
push in my
calls in,
mouth that I say I'm an expert in something that I'm not an expert in, and I never claimed to be one. Like, no, I'm what you call a historical weaponologist. Yeah, that's it. But there's not really any credentials you can have for being a historical weaponologist. This goes all the way back to the Atlatl and the Bolo, and like all the way back to the earliest extensions of a man's power. And that's really all it is. And like, yeah, you can get some form of a degree in historical weapons, but that doesn't go then forward toward modern day weaponry. And I've never decided to want to actually go to college to do it or anything like that. But weapons platforms are something that I do know a lot about, but they're not something that I'm saying that I've utilized and used, or nor am I a pilot or anything like that. I've always been upfront with what I say about these platforms. Very upfront, in fact. My lack therein of experience, or the amount of experience I have. But going back to Vickers and the Avro. And by the way, the plane that I posted where I said, well, you better be able to tell me what that is right away, is the Model 60.
Emperor, he knew.
That's the model. It's the McDonald Model 60, and he was actually correct. That the Model 60 is a prototype type plane. Barely 100 made of them or whatever, and he was correct on that. Well, I don't know if there's 100 made. I wonder how many of them there were made. Let's check it out. Let's see if he was correct on that.
I think that's true too. I'm not sure. That sounds like pretty sure I've heard of it.
Huh? The Curtis. No, it's not the Curtis P60. Nothing to do with that. But I don't really know. I still don't get. I really don't understand the suggestion of like. So if I'm not like a pilot or an expert,
bro,
then I
it's a
shouldn't
full
be
moon.
allowed to talk about it. That's really
It's a full
confusing.
moon. It's a full moon.
Fuck knows.
That's
Really
why.
confusing.
Right. Now we know how the freaks are out, right?
Even if you have got a problem with someone in here as well, and you're a flat earther, you are supposed to take it to DMs and not do it in the live stream as well, right? So I apologize for airing that out there, but he attacked me here, so it was kind of like, yeah. But like I said, I don't think it's the full moon thing. I think it's more who he's friends with versus people that dislike me. And him trying to impress his friends.
Why would anybody dislike you though?
I don't know. I've got a lot of people that dislike me, dude. Loads of people dislike me.
I haven't had a problem with you, so I don't know. Maybe you are. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
I don't really start.
You seem like a nice guy. I mean, you're mellow. You don't seem like a aggressive person. Or, I mean, sometimes you get a little on the edges. When you catch someone, not being honest and stuff. But they deserve that.
Well, no, what it is I monologue quite a lot. I monologue quite a lot. That's what it is, and people don't like the fact that I speak a lot. But oh well, someone out there must like me doing it. That's why I'm a moderator, and that's why he's just got the flat earth role. And he's.
Well, I think it's more about personality, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah, it's about how much time you put in actually, and it's how much effort.
You got a good way. The way you do everything, you're polite and stuff. It's not easy to be nice when you're, when someone's sometimes.
It's really hard to be friendly and be a moderator as well. Like sometimes people don't realize the other stuff that's going on in the background, sort of thing. So it's like
right. Yeah.
Sometimes you're thinking, is this person who they even say they are? Like because we've got people that are consistently trying to get in here when they shouldn't be, and
all it takes is an email. That's not hard to make.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like there's a bunch of us that are out there trying to find the bad guys that are taking advantage of that. It's always just finding out which one, and what I mean. There's more of them out there trying to cheat than there are out there trying to catch cheaters. That's what I mean.
But yeah, there's actually sometimes there's very, very concerted and I would say like quite big efforts towards trying to fuck over moderators. No, to fuck over moderators. No joke. I've been swatted and everything since I've been a moderator, dude.
I take it as a badge of honor when I get kicked out of a place. Or if I don't get kicked out at least once, then I ain't being honest with myself. Because I'm the kind of guy that usually that causes a lot of trouble. Like I rub people the wrong way sometimes. But
yeah, I know I do for definite. I don't mean to, but I know I do. And
sometimes you got to. Sometimes people are just roughing you and they're just trying to jar you, and you gotta let
Well,
them know.
Joshua's here actually. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
go ahead.
Joshua, were you here for that guy? And what he did?
I think he was here when I came in.
If he's military
Yeah,
as
mate.
well,
Yeah.
or he's
I've
ever been
been
involved in
around.
private
I,
sector military stuff, he knows by asking me the question, what munitions have you been involved in? He knows that I'm not allowed to answer that fucking question.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And he knows that for a fact, so he did that
I
just to be a
agree.
cunt.
Yeah,
Like, what a prick.
he thought that was going to be an easy way to make you look weak, right? Yeah, that was stupid. Because it was obvious to me that he was trying that too. I was going to mention it, but I didn't know if you wanted to even mention that at all.
well, the
Well,
dude's obviously a douchebag, so.
Yeah, he is obviously.
I've seen him. Listen,
I won't
he's got
argue
the.
with. I won't argue with that.
I made a role called the Viking tag, right? And I made it for people that are like people that I found to be quite cool dudes, and I noticed he had that tag. So he's someone that I previously got along with, right? So think about that.
And maybe you could do a little research and find out if it's somebody that you know just mess with you. Maybe somebody give me a hard time.
No, it's someone that is friends with
You're right, but I mean, somebody sending
someone
you
that
all
I
those
fell out
messages,
with.
someone trying to have a laugh with you. Oh, yeah.
Oh no, that wasn't for a laugh. That was 100%. Like I said, I knew if I looked on the mutual friends list, there would be 5 mutual friends on there for definite. That
Oh, okay, so you've already got a pin who, what it's all about then.
Yeah. It's like an old beef from someone that got someone I banned ages ago.
I see.
So that's what that was down to, basically. Pretty sad, really.
So you heard about Rob, right?
I've banned probably about 5 people as well, just to be honest. Yeah, rookie dude. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I like. What was it you were saying? Recently, I can't remember. What was we
Oh,
on a different
I asked
server?
you. Yeah, we've talked quite a few times. Yeah.
We talk on a
I don't know.
different server. There was something you
Yeah,
said that. Oh, fuck, I can't remember what it was. I wanted to ask you more on it at the time, and you loaded out, and I was like, fuck.
well, if you think of it, I'm here.
No, I'll try and remember what it was, but it was something you spoke on, and I was like, I really wanted to find out more about what you were saying, and I couldn't find it. I couldn't find out any information myself on it, so I was gonna ask you about it, but it was something you mentioned.
Does it sound like you can't mention here, or do you mean?
No, it's nothing that I couldn't mention here. It's just I literally can't remember what it was.
Oh,
I'll
I
try and
see. I was
remember.
gonna say.
That's what I'm
I guess it
saying.
wasn't that important, huh? I'm just kidding.
I had like a really pertinent question that I wanted to ask you, right? Like about 2
Right.
days ago. And then like I was gonna write it down, yeah. So I didn't forget it, and I was like, right, oh yeah, I wrote it down, and then I started looking through my notebook, and I was like, shit, I didn't write it down. So I mentioned something, and then realized I didn't even write it down, so I can't even ask you it. So I basically
Well, when
said
you
all
think
that
of
for
it,
no
I'm always
reason.
here. You know where I'm at. You can always DM me or whatever. Yeah. I'm assuming that's something positive, right?
Yeah, no, it was something positive. It was something we were talking about in a different server,
Right.
and it was something that it was some information
I
that
was
you
going
had.
off the other night, so I was having a bad day that day. I
Oh,
apologize
I
if
don't
I get.
remember that.
I
Oh, I
get
don't
cussing.
remember that.
Apologize if I do.
Oh
Well,
no,
I get
I'm
mad at the
cool with that.
world. It's like sometimes just things happen to me, and it's like, all right, come on, people. Like, what the hell's going on here? Like, everybody starts sounding the same. They're saying the same things. It's like something's not right here. I just get tired of that. It's like, why is it I
Yeah,
wake up some days and it's like everybody's saying the same thing? It's like, would you guys stop that? Like, snap out of it, okay? Like, are you guys okay? Did you fall into another fucking dream world or something? Like, what?
or a
Hello?
cult.
You know, are you guys okay? You know, like, did I die last night? And then what's going on here? Something changed. Like, I woke up this
That's
morning and
what
I'm
I
hearing all
felt
this
like a minute
Mandela stuff
ago.
again. I'm like, what's going on? I thought we had this I thought we had all this Mandela stuff ironed out. All this whole new wave of stuff. It's
Oh
like what?
no, shit.
It's like,
Oh, that Mandela
I
fucking
wish
stuff
somebody would
does my
figure
head
out what
in,
the hell
bro.
it's really all about, so we could stop arguing about it. You know, like it's getting old. I mean, I admit it's
I
something
felt
that's
like that a
interesting, but
minute
I don't
ago,
see how you
dude.
explain it. You know, like I don't know how you would explain something because it's like stuff that you can't really nail down whether it's really changed or so.
Well,
Like
a lot of the
you
time,
can,
it
it's
actually
so easy to remember
company.
something improperly, even though you look at it all the time. You know,
Well, yeah, but it
I do
could
it all
just
the
be that
time.
the companies have changed their shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, of course that's the excuse, but I mean, some of
Oh, I
it
wish
I will
Trace was
argue
here.
it seems like it's changed, but there's got to be a reason why it feels that way, why it feels so genuinely like it's changed, even though, come on, how are they going to change the stuff that's in my house? Like it's stuff that I have collection item. Like if I collect a certain brand, let's just say I collect stuff that says Coke on it, okay, and I know what Coke says, I know how it's written, but then all my stuff changed too. I think I'd flip out a little bit, and I don't know that I would advertise that on YouTube either, but just out of just being
Yeah, you
honest.
know what Coke smells like, what it tastes like, what it feels like. Oh, I mean, yeah, you can tell the
What?
difference between Coke and Pepsi. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, the way the label's written, like when I was a kid, there was an assignment where we had to create our own label. First, we had to copy another one. And then the other part of our home ec class was to create our own product. So I came up with cashew butter. And this is before I'd ever heard about almond butter either.
Oh,
So I was like, cashews are good. Let's make cashew butter.
yeah,
That was
they're
my
the
great
best.
idea. It was a great idea. And my ad and everything, dude, I got an A+ on it. It's the only thing I ever got a really good grade on ever. I really didn't do well in school, but not because I'm not smart, but because I wasn't listening
I
to them.
bet you that teacher went and stole that idea and made the product. That's what I
No,
think
well, no, people
universities
are
are
selling it
about.
now, but I don't think I think people have thought of it. It's probably been done before.
No, I know, but I mean, I think universities are about that. That's kind of the point I was trying to illustrate. Universities are, I think, about funneling the best
Yeah, that was
brightest minds, especially
You're
when
right.
it comes to scholarships, right? And I think they
Right.
funnel the best and brightest minds either to build, psychological military products, like with Ted Wazinski, IQ of 178. They had them working with Andrew Murray. They helped build MK Ultra and all of the, psychological torture techniques through the coursework he was doing, where he believed he was just in a debate class, where it was actually about destroying him from the inside. And then they used that very
Can you imagine
technique
if the
on
world
him.
would have known exactly the truth about him while he was doing his killing?
Yeah,
How
man.
weird that would be. Imagine how he could have
Oh, bro.
manipulated people. That would have been
I'm
weird.
just saying, I feel like universities are a way of people robbing ideas from the youngest and brightest minds to being,
That's the reason why they have school. It's to train and to weed out all the people they can use.
Exactly,
I
like
didn't do well in school because I knew I knew that stuff was wrong. I knew something wasn't right. Like I saw stuff going on at school that creeped me out. And I couldn't explain it. And when I tell people about it, they go, "That's crazy. Well, why would they do that, Ryan?" I'd be like, "Well, I don't know why they do it, but they did it." "Well, that's not true. You must
yeah.
have missed or something." I'm like, "Well, you could say that I'm just stupid." And people have been telling me this my whole life. I'll tell them something crazy. I mean, literally, I'll just say something off the wall. I'll be like, "Well, maybe it's this," just out of curiosity. And they'll be like, "That's crazy." And it's always like, "Yeah, that's crazy." But now it's like we're starting to find out that, like, I don't know if I should even talk about it because my wife get mad at me.
No, I know what you're saying.
My wife got a shot, okay, and now my wife got the jab, okay.
Shit.
And now her boss got sick, even though they both got the jab. So now she has to go get tested. And I said, "Well, of course you're going to test positive because you got the shot." And of course they didn't give her the end thing, but now we're waiting to see what's going to happen.
I'm really sorry, dude. Like, yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. Like, and it sounds like I'm saying sorry, like she had died almost, but like, I mean, like,
Well, I mean, no matter how she looks at it, it proves that I'm right. So it kind of hurts. It's going to hurt more than anything.
Well, yeah, it's one of them cases of where you don't really want to be correct, to be quite honest,
No,
isn't it? When
I'm not gonna. I got to be real careful not to rub face because it's gonna hurt. It's personal, you know.
Yeah, dude, I can imagine if my partner got the shot. She never would, and I know that for a fact. Like, for a fact, she
I'm not
would die.
saying that that's like an antecedent to being in love, to being my wife.
No, I know.
At the same time, I'm gonna support my wife no matter what, just like she would me. And because I love her, and care about it, regardless of how we feel about all this. You know, I'm not going to. Me and my wife, I'm not going to actively leave her or anything over that. No, I'm not going to let it get to that. That would be letting whoever's doing all this for whatever reason. Man. All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
Well, dude, all I can say is that I've not even tried to argue against a shot to any of my family that I don't really speak too much. I didn't get hold of them to warn them. I'm taking the memeist approach. The meme approach is like, you know, let the people that want to get it, like, let's just hope the one that your wife got was a placebo. Let's just pray that it was, all right, you know? Because some of them are going to be placebos. It's just a fact.
Yeah. So if anybody out there wants to say good things or think good thoughts for me, that would be great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. If you send me your wife's first name, I like to pray a name, but you don't have to if you don't want to dox yourself or anything like that. But
Shannon.
All right, Shannon. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Shan or Shannon? Shannon. Okay, sweet. No worries. No worries, dude. All right, sweet. I'm gonna make a note of that.
Hello, everyone.
Yo, is that actually Hank on a hill? No way. I
It
wish you were
is.
here a minute ago, and I wish Drace was also
Oh,
here
you're
a
here.
minute ago.
Just kidding.
Drace loads
Crack
in, you
the
load in straight
dragging this thing
after
down.
someone come in and attacked me, like for no reason at all, which was one of these incidences where
Well,
I
not for
told.
no reason. For ridiculous.
Well, no, yeah. Well, it wasn't for no reason. It was for it's a reason toward a concerted effort of people attacking me of recent. But yeah, like it was just completely ridiculous. You know, someone trying to claim that I was an expert at things, like trying to push words into my mouth, you know, type thing. But like Joshua said, it's a full moon. You know, I just it's the first time I've had to ban a flat earther, and I feel a bit shit about it. And like, you know, and the reason he was attacking me, I believe, was because of me banning one person as well. And I've literally only ever banned about 4 people, like ever. And it's like the concern trolling thing's a real thing, man. It really is.
Well, I remember one time somebody got banned because I was talking about how you can learn from people you disagree with. You can learn from a Muslim, a Hindu, an atheist,
Of
right?
course.
And
I'm
he
gonna
was
ban you for
really
making that
fired up
statement.
about that.
How dare you? Sorry, carry on.
But yeah, the guy was, you know, really irate and was, you know, basically like saying that I was like not a real Christian or whatever.
Oh, really? That's
One of
like
those. Oh God, I can't stand
that's so ridiculous because the
Why do they go to the
Muslims.
lowest spot? It's like, well, I can't get you any other way, so I'm just going to go after your religion because I know at least you got something. You got morality, so I'm going to try to take that away from you too.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly. What?
I
you
heard.
got nothing. Really? Like, okay, here, let me just be honest here. Let me tell you all my problems, and then let's trade for a day or two, and let's see how you like my problems. See how much better you do with my life. You know, like, who
I
are
heard
you
the
to say?
tail
You
end of that.
know,
I'm sad I wasn't
walk a
here
day in
for
my
that.
shoes, brother. No, I'm not. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, you know, like, you know, that's how it is nowadays, right? Like, how everybody is. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Sorry, what was that, Drace? Go ahead.
I heard the tail end of that. I'm sorry I wasn't here.
Oh, bro, I would have loved you to have been here to like pick apart some of his logic, and because yeah, I couldn't memorize
Logic.
every
He
little
didn't
bit
have
of
any
what he
logic.
said.
His whole argument was that
That's what I mean by
I don't
picking
even
it
remember
apart.
what it was. It wasn't even logical enough to remember where he was coming from. He didn't have an angle for about anything. It was just, well, you
It's
said this
kind
and
of
then you
funny.
said this. It's like, but I didn't say that. Let's rewind it. And then he kept saying, yeah, let's rewind it. And then when he thought you were going to rewind it, then he got all quiet for a second. And then it was almost like I was waiting. I thought you were just taunting him, like you were just messing with him, like you were going to play it back, and then you didn't. I was
So
waiting
I
for him
missed
to
it.
play
Who
it back.
was it?
And he could sit there and go, he was wrong. I don't remember his name.
Who was it?
He was called. What was his name?
Iron.
Iron. That was it.
Iron, yeah, with spaces in between, yeah, or something like that. Spell it, capital, all letters. Scout.
Yeah, I like to write out what they say when they say it verbatim, just to help us remember it. So I'm kind of a stenographer when it comes to these kinds of
Yeah,
things.
I'm on a phone. So Fucking
Oh, you mean
yeah.
you
No,
you
moving
you're
on.
I
not
knew it. I knew you were working out of a cubicle there, Drace. I knew it.
It's obvious. Look at the way he
Well,
posts memes and shit, dude. He's in a bunker somewhere in
He's a
Iceland.
three-walled
Oh,
warrior,
I know.
right?
He's in a mobile sea bunker. I know that.
I always
Yeah,
make that joke about QE that I imagine QE just sat there in a bunker. Like, imagine Quantum Eraser. He's just sat there in a bunker somewhere with all these fucking huge filing cabinets left or right of him. Like, with like digital codes that he puts in, like numpd 102, and then like a file just pops out, and then it's just like presses a button, and then it just like Bluetooths it straight to the screen, and then
Imagine having a World War II era American battleship
yeah,
at your
dude.
disposal,
Why don't we
and you just have
don't
it
we have
decked out with the
ammunition
top
that you can read right over
communications,
that?
so you can
One
have
second,
internet out to sea because you have
Rookie.
microwave beam technology.
I think there's something going on here. Rookie, click on Joshua Matthew a second.
Am I not hearing somebody?
I think so. Because I don't.
Hello, hello.
I hear you, but you're like not all there. I can barely. He's
Yeah,
trying
well,
to
I'm on
call.
my phone right now.
Can you
That's
turn
fine.
them up a little bit, Rookie?
All right, I'll just start doing for us to talk that way when I cut in. You can just tell me to shut up.
Well, no,
It's
it
all
just
right. I'm
seemed like
used to people talking over me, so.
I am too.
no,
That's
just
why I just go on talking, and then other people get all mad at me, and it's like, I'm sorry, I thought everybody was cool with it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
so
to
wait
be.
there. I want to. Oh, Hank, is Hank still here? So Hank, so
Yeah, bro.
why? Wait there. I because I got lost in the confusion, right? So someone basically got annoyed at you for saying that you could glean truth from Muslims and like Hindus and shit, right?
Right, because we were talking about you can learn from people you disagree with, which is one of the things that I've been preaching kind of since 2015, right? Because you can learn from like globe earthers, right? There's many ways that you can learn. You can listen to the opposite of what they say, which is one thing to do, right? You can look at both sides of the coin and measure it out and justify for yourself with your own discernment whether they're telling the truth. Or, take a look at the Lord's Prayer, just the Old English King James Lord Prayer. Would a Muslim be able to pray that prayer and it be just as sufficient in his religion? Or a Jew? I think so.
Yeah.
I think they could take that Lord's Prayer and pray it to their God or however they see their God, or you know what I mean?
Right.
And it's supposed to be the same God. But I think even a Hindu could look at the Lord's Prayer and go, that's a beautiful prayer. So I was talking about the Muslim
Of course they
prayers
could.
that you write it out in English and it's like, wow, that's a beautiful prayer.
Well, dude, I've prayed many prayers that come out of the Quran but then I've just replaced certain words. So, for instance, there's in one of the hadiths there is a saying, and it basically is a prayer, and it's almost like it's like a serenity prayer, bro. Right? Yeah. And it talks about being granted wisdom and all of these different types of things, right? Yeah, and asking for wisdom. But I just changed Allah to Yahweh, and changed, you know what I'm saying? And then I didn't say peace be upon Muhammad and all that. I just sort of said, in the mighty name of Yahusha. So like, you see what I'm trying to say? Like, but the words were still had meaning behind them. The words, just because they were written in a Quran, it didn't mean that those words didn't mean something. They were just words. For fuck's
And
sake.
I really wish this person would come back, because they're a flat earther and they kind of go and they kind of comes back sometimes. So I'm hoping that he'll just come back, because I'm certainly not mad at the guy. But apparently it's not tolerated if you go into spiral into like a religious debate, and then because someone doesn't adhere to your doctrine, you're condemning them to hell. Apparently that's not tolerated here.
And
or whatever he did, he was basically saying
you got
you
himself
can't
banned.
do that. Yeah, he got himself banned. Because the way I see it, I'm sort of an eclectic in a way that I could take something from Taoism and be like, oh, that's nice. and I'll incorporate a Taoist principle into my walk. Like it says in the Bible, be slow to anger and quick to
Yeah,
forgiveness,
quick
right?
to forgive.
And then the Buddhist and the Taoist teaching is very similar, right? So if I learn something, let's say Raja Yoga, it teaches you how to control your emotional faculties, right?
And the
So if
Bible
I
says,
use
"Do not let your emotions be rulers of you."
exactly, so if I take the Raja Yoga thing and I'm practicing it, has nothing to do with any of the Hindu gods. It's just a principle for
Yeah, of course.
maintaining your emotions, and then I will incorporate that into my walk.
Well, yeah, dude, that's just called like you could have thought of that shit off your own back. Like you could have been led by the Ruach, right? Like whoever said that, they said it in a spirit, right? What was the spirit they said it under? Did they say it under a spirit of hatred? Did they say it under a spirit of false idolization of a god, or were they just talking about principles? It really comes down to that. Again, the bits you should discard from things like Hinduism and stuff is where the principle goes back toward reifying a deity or an ideological thing that they would, let's say, something like an idol. If it is something that contradicts the principles and morals of that, what is true to your belief system, then discard it. But there are
Exactly.
words in between sometimes that can
You
obviously
got to
be
dodge the
utilized.
hijack. You got to dodge
Yeah.
this. Miss me with that extra bullshit. I'll just take this. That's where I come in and say, chew the melon and spit out the seeds, or chew the meat and spit out the bones. I'm not taking the part that doesn't.
Separation of the wheat and the tares, bro.
Right, exactly. It's discernment. We're supposed to test all things. What does that mean? Does that mean like the
Test every
Quran?
spirit.
Does that
Test
mean
every
like the
spirit.
Hindu? Yeah, everything. We're supposed to test everything and keep that which is good. That's basically a philosophy right out of the Bible that teaches you to be an eclectic like me.
I wouldn't even say it's a philosophy. I'd say that's an ideological framework. Because, right, so, and like the reason why I say that, and it's not to be a word policer, is the Bible. If you believe in it and you believe in the deity behind it, it's not philosophy.
Yeah, I agree.
It's straight ideology, right?
Right.
But if you don't believe in the deity behind the Bible, you can see it as philosophy, right? That's the main difference, I would say. Well, no, I get you. Obviously, I got your point. I'm just saying that for the audience, really, because I know you know that anyway.
Yeah, I got you.
I've literally heard you say that before. I swear. Like, I've listened to you for that many hours. I know I've heard you say something similar anyway. That the Bible isn't really philosophy, but
Yeah, the Bible warns against the philosophy of the Greeks, and where do the whole globe Earth and the secret societies and
exactly
the mystery schools that came out of like the Greeks and the Egyptians, whatever they were doing with each other.
Probably bum sex. Sorry.
With olive oil.
With olive oil as well. Wow. I took that as a fact then, even though it was a joke. But I'm taking it as a fact because I'm choosing to. See that? You see how I did that? That's called being intellectually honest and dishonest at the same time.
You're a married bachelor tonight.
And I didn't just violate the law of non-contradiction. But I kind of did. Wait, was that a violation of the law of the non-contradiction? Who cares?
Yeah, I think you did it twice.
Who cares? Now I'm begging the question, right?
But yeah, dude, sorry to hear about, your family members, all that have chosen to gamble with the death penalty. Here's the thing, man. You just got to be wise as serpent, harmless as dove. Not wise as serpent. What is the serpent always doing? He's always sticking out his tongue and testing before he goes forward. Isn't he always like sniffing the air? Always moving slowly forward.
Yeah, so Ricky, I'll be praying for your wife. I really will, and I'll be praying for her name. Me and my wife will pray for your wife as well together. Where there are two or more and all that. And I'm sure Hank will probably do the same. His wife's name. He actually
For
said
sure.
his wife's name. His wife's name was
Shannon.
Shannon. Yeah. So, but yeah, like exactly. So yeah, like there'll be intercession for her. Especially, I don't know if she believes or if she's a Christian or what, but you could ask her to agree to any prayer that's prayed for her tonight. That's toward the directive of being helpful and toward the directive of being healing. Obviously, don't just say accept any prayer that's prayed for you tonight, because there could be Satanists listening to this, and then they could pray for her and try and actually fuck her up. But yeah, ask her to be in agreement with Crackwillen and his prayers for her, at least. That would be something smart to do.
Thanks, man.
I always say that with like witchcraft and stuff like this. People don't really realize how witchcraft and stuff really works. Like, it's some real shit. It really is, especially if you know it's going on. Like,
don't tell the muggles.
Listen, the endo pleasure system, bro, is an extremely powerful thing, right? And people go, oh, that's just a false spiritualistic experience. You went to church, you experienced the resonance, and you were in the sweet spot of the church under the vaulted ceiling of the cathedral. That's why you felt God's presence. And I say, so who created everything if Yah created everything? Who created the capability for the knowledge, for the capability for me to be able to feel the frequency based on the shape of this building? Oh, wait, it was Yah. And it's those buildings, right, that happened to be built solely for the purpose for me to have this experience. And it was those buildings that were called the holy buildings that I would worship the name of him. And that's the sweet spot. All right. But yet that's some form of design in order to reify the idea that he exists. Okay. Well, if all's created by him and somehow this is the thing that helps personify him and helps put me in a frame of mind to accept him and to get in closer contact with him, couldn't I simply just suggest the exact same thing, that all comes from him, so therefore what are you talking about? Do you get what I'm trying to say? As much as people could say this is a created religious experience, okay, well done.
What if we were
yeah.
all just fractals of the same being?
Well, what if all of us are fractals of the same being? Would be akin to saying that is true in essence of this, right? Fractals of the same being. All things came through creation through him, right? Okay? If all things are created through him, then all things came from him, right? That means we are fractals of the same being, and then we're also double fractals of the same being. For if the body is the temple, and the temple, the third temple, this is what people don't get. The Jews don't get this either. They're waiting for the physical third temple to be built for the Messiah to come back and to live in.
Yep.
Well, guess what?
But
The third temple, you are it, right?
Yep. That's
You
why
are
he
it.
said he would destroy the temple, and in 3 days it will be rebuilt.
There you
But he built
go.
the temple in the heart of man, right? Which means you are the temple. Why do you
And
think there's a body part called the temple?
Listen, exactly, brother. So, and then as so will the Son of Man, spend 3 days in the belly of the beast. You know what I mean? Like, no, sorry, I messed that up. As so will the son of I can't remember, the son of someone will spend 3 days in the belly of the beast, so will the Son of Man spend three days in the belly of the earth, right? And then
Jonah.
Yeah, Jonah. It's obviously Jonah, but I mean, I can't remember the son of. I can't remember the next word after that. But then I can't remember what it is, whether it's his father's name that's given or whether it's. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So, as so the son of the earth spent 3 days
But
in the
see,
belly of
get
the beast,
this.
as so the son of the man
Whoever
3 days in the belly of the beast.
whoever
And
does great
I'm too tired.
things Whoever does great things and enhances their body and says, "Look what I have done. I have become great, and I deserve the praise that I am receiving." That is the beast, the Antichrist, the one that is set up in the temple for false
No, of course.
worship, the worship of self.
The devil comes
He's
from
a
within,
deist.
brother.
Yep. People don't realize that duality is a trap.
Of course, bro. And really that should be not necessarily apparent, but I would say to me it's apparent. Like in the sense of like it's obvious. But in essence, I would like to sort of say this is that when you look at these prophecies, right, like, you know, when people, right, this one's the best one for me, right? So, it's a psalm, right? Psalm, right there. Why? There you go. Let me just, I'll find out what one it is. So Psalm 22, right? Okay. So Psalm 22, effectively, right? Okay. Remember, Yahushua's on the cross, yeah? Hank, you know about this probably. There's a prophecy, right? This was written 700 years before, right? In the Davidic, I think it was in the seventh temple, I think, or the seventh. I can't remember which part, but it's a Davidic psalm, right? Okay, Davidic psalm. Anyway, when Yeshua was on the cross, and he shouted out to all the Jews stood around him on the cross, "Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?" Now every atheist strawmans that point, and they all turn around and say, "Why would he say, if he is God, to God, why have you forsaken me?" Or why would he say that to his father, "Why have you forsaken me?" No. You got it completely wrong. This is a 700-year-old prophecy being fulfilled right in front of the faces, and he wanted every single Jewish person there that cheered on him being hung on that cross and allowed Barabbas to go a murderer instead of him, a man who was blameless, right? And they hung him on the cross. He was initiating the beginning of a song, a very famous song that all of them would have sung when they went to the temple. "Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?" Right? "Why are you so far from saving me? So far from the words of my groaning? Oh my Lord, I cry out by day, but you do not answer by night, and I am not silent. Yet you are enthroned as the Holy One. You are the praise of Israel. In you our fathers put their trust. They trusted you and you delivered them. They cried to you and you were saved. In you they were trusted and you were disappointed. But I am a worm and not a man. I am a worm and not a man, scorned by men and despised by the people. All who see me mock me. They hurl insults, shaking their heads. He trusts in the Lord. Let the Lord rescue him. Let him deliver him, since he delights in him. Yet you brought me out of the womb. You made me trust in you, even at my mother's breast. From birth I was cast upon you. From my mother's womb you have been my Yah. Do not be far from me, for trouble is near, and there is no one to help. Many bulls surround me, strong bulls of Bashan encircle me, roaring lions tearing their prey, open their mouths wide against me. I am poured out like water, and all of my bones are out of joint. My heart has turned to wax, it has melted away within me. My strength is dried up like a pot shred, and my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth, and you lay me in the dust of death. Dogs have surrounded me, a band of evil men have encircled me. They have pierced my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones, people stare and gloat over me. They divide my garments among them, and they cast lots for my clothing. But oh Lord, be not far off, O my strength, come quickly to help me. Deliver my life from the sword, my precious life from the power of these dogs. Rescue me from the mouth of the lions. Save me from the horns of the wild oxen. I will declare your name to my brothers. In the congregation I will praise you. You who fear the Lord, praise him. All you descendants of Jacob, honor him, reserve him. All of you descendants of Yasharel. So think about that. Was he saying, "Father, Father, have you forsaken me," or was he just simply iterating the beginning of that psalm, saying out to everyone that was there, "Look at what you've done." This
In
is
the same way,
literally
Go ahead.
This is a 700-year-old song, bro. Yeah, a 700-year-old psalm, a Davidic psalm, written 700 years before. Think about the words where it says, right? Okay, they cast lots for my clothes. What were they doing? They were encircling him, right? Yeah, like dogs, right? Like wild oxen, yeah. Okay, they were doing exactly that, right? You've encircled me. They have pierced my hands and my feet. Remember, they lay me. They basically as well. Remember, the roof of my mouth, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth, right? My bones are all out of joint, right? I'm poured out like water. My heart has turned to wax. It has melted away within me. Think about that. That's like bleeding from this, It carries on and it even talks about the stabbing of him being stabbed in the side. They surround me like strong bulls of Bashan and they encircle me, right? Think about that. When those Jewish people heard Messiah up on the cross go, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? They would have all remembered that song that they all sung every week, right? In the Davidic temple, in the temple of Solomon. They would have all remembered that Davidic psalm, right? And they would have been like, holy shit, there's a man up on a cross 700 years after that song's written. We're casting lots for his clothes. We're literally, we are mocking him, as it says in the psalm. We are, casting lots for his clothes. Like I said, we're mocking him. We're encircling him. What I'm saying? Every little piece in there, his hands are pierced. He's up on a tree. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, his bones are all out of disjoint. His heart has melted to wax. Like all of this is a prophecy foretelling the crucifixion and the killing of the Messiah. And it happened right in front of them. So when an atheist says to you, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? Why would he say that? I say, well, why would he say it twice or once and then in a melodic way? He said it like that in a melodic way because it's a song, because he wanted every single one of them to know that they had just crucified the Messiah and that prophecy had been fulfilled. Sorry, this isn't the biblical room. I'm on one. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying this here. Were you going to say something, Hank?
Yeah, I never did study anything but the New Testament and I guess the first 5 books of the Old Testament. I read some of the other books, right? I think I read like half of the Old Testament, but I never did study it. So the only time that I've actually studied it wasn't Psalms. So when I heard this, argument before, I would say that at the moment, and this may be incorrect, this is just me trying to think about it. At the moment where Christ was on the cross, he had the sin of the world on his back.
Of course.
And it says that God cannot look upon sin, right? He doesn't look upon sin. So I was thinking that,
Oh, that's why he turned away, yeah. No, that's why he turned away. No, you're correct. That is exactly why the Father turned away, and that's the only reason he turned away is because light cannot mix with dark, right? So Abba couldn't look at Jesus at that moment, because if he was to do so, he would have basically obliterated everything in the sight of his path, because it was pure sin on his back, right? But when a Messiah, that was at the moment when he died, really, right? That's when he turned away from him. That was when all the sin went onto him. This is a separate moment when he says, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me, right? That in and of itself is, again, he's dead. That's not his son that he's turning away from now, is it? That's a dead body. That's nothing, as defined by the very same book. So there's really no contradiction. He's turning away from the sin, not the person. The person is dead, right? The person comes back from the grave, and does the Father look at him again? Yeah, of course he does. After he comes back from the grave, and he spends 3 days in the earth, and comes back and has a Last Supper. I'm pretty sure I was
And what did he conquer?
Again.
He conquered the laws of sin and death.
Yep.
So the laws of sin and death were conquered. That doesn't mean that he erased the whole covenant. So there's several
remember,
different laws.
of course, remember he said as well, remember what Messiah said. Do not even think for a minute I came. No, listen, do not even think for 1 minute that I came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
Another translation would say establish it.
Yes. Of course.
So yeah, he conquered the laws of sin and death, and the laws of sin and death were, all the way back to the earliest covenants. If you eat this tree, good and evil, you will surely die, right? And that was the original sin. And I think that was the law that was conquered, but we're still under a conditional acceptance, right? If we accept it, there's conditions. And if you follow Christ and you stop sinning, then you're good. But what forgiveness can you be for what it says, Hebrews 10, somewhere in there. I can't remember exactly what verse. It says, if you trample on the blood, what forgiveness is for you for those who just like willingly keep sinning.
Yes.
But yeah, I think if we can just follow those 10 commandments, I think that's what it's been about this whole time. Is, if you love your God, you won't break the first 4. If you love your neighbor, you won't break the last 6.
As well, remember those commandments were only given to us because we asked for them. People always go, he's trying to destroy our fun. It's like, no, people asked for these commandments. Every single thing that was dictated to people was based on even the sacrifices of animals, bro. People were sacrificing animals, right, to like wooden statues and owls and shit like that. So all it was a thing where he said, well, if you're gonna do that, then you at least do it in this clean way here, right, and do it in this fashion and honor it to me at least. Do you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like, he said to people, you must do this. Do you know what I mean? Abba never did that. Yah never did that. Yah always said, and remember, we asked for commandments. We asked for rules. There was a commandment that was given originally at the beginning of the creation of man, right? One commandment, and that was it. Do not try to eat from the tree of knowledge. That was it. And that was simply so that we could have free will, because he needed to create one way that we were able to go against him for us to be able to have free will of choice. Otherwise, it would have been a world designed by his own merit. Solely. And that would have made it impossible for us to have free will. So, people often say, well, if he created everything, he created evil. Yeah, he did. Doesn't mean he acts it out. Yeah, he did create evil. He created everything. So what? He had to do so in order that we could be free. Remember, he's a father. He's a father. That's what he says he is to us. Fathers want their children to love them because they love them and choose to do so. Not because the father designed it so that they couldn't do anything but love them and redefine the word to captivate and capture and hold captive, and then that mean love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people in the West, I don't think they understand what the word love means. According to the East, right? And an example of love in the West
It's
is
an action.
Yeah, well, that's what it means in the East, right? So a love in the West is like, oh, I really love my car, right? And then when the cops take it away from me, I feel really bad, right? Or I love my house, I love my wife, right? And if she were to leave me, I don't know what I would do, but that's the opposite way to look at it. It's like riding backwards right past the prime meridian. If you look at what love actually means, it's like, what am I willing to give? What am I willing to do? What am I willing to sacrifice of my own, my time, my money? That's what love really means.
Amen,
And people
brother.
think it's like a possessive thing, but really love is like...
Love is kind. Love is patient. And what takes patience and what takes,
self-sacrifice. You have to put your own ego down.
Exactly. That's why it's an action and not just a thing that just comes and manifests out of nowhere. Like, I truly love a couple of people, right? Like, truly love them. And I know I love them because I'm willing to sacrifice things that I could otherwise have, own, use, keep, hoard, whatever. And I'm willing to sacrifice those things for that person. Even if it's my time. For my partner, dude, for my wife, I will sacrifice all the time there is to serve her, right? Only because she serves the one I serve too. Do you get what I mean? For me to serve
Right.
her is for her to serve me, though, because it's symbiotic. That's the reason why it could be that way. Do you get
And
what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, I get it for sure. Makes sense.
you know, I have no problem reading to her for 5 hours if she was struggling to sleep and she hadn't been asleep for 2 days because she'd had something really bad happen, like a car accident, for instance. That wouldn't in the slightest bother me to, you know, stay awake with her for 48 hours if she couldn't sleep because of it. This isn't a real example, like, of something that happened. This is just an example, right? That wouldn't bother me whatsoever. Why? Because I genuinely love her, right? You know, I would sacrifice not only my time, but I would sacrifice even at times my own sanity, knowing that when you're ahad with someone, to be one with someone, right? That means that you know that they too would do the same for you, meaning that in your moment of insanity, they may be the thing that is your rudder to bring you back to sanity, right? The same way Yah is to be too, but to be ahad with someone is to be in congruency and in alignment with them and Yah at the same time, if that makes sense. It's full circle, you know. One balances out the other, and one powers the other when the other is weak, and when both are strong. You know, do you get what I mean? Like, they're a mighty force to be reckoned with, and if you spend all of your time worrying about the other person and not yourself, you're never going to have any time to really worry about yourself. I feel like we don't really react very well when we're trying to worry about our own problems and our own shit, right? But I feel like I do pretty good at worrying about other people's problems and caring for other people, but not very well for myself. So if we just make sure in our partnerships that we really just worry about them, and we make sure that we worry for them and we deal for them and do well for them and love them, and they do the same for us, it makes it a lot easier. I find it much easier, and like, because again, I don't think there's any principle really out there that says that you should really love yourself, like you should be in love with yourself, right? You should be more humble than that, right? Like, obviously it says love yourself as you love your neighbors, or, you know, but sometimes you don't always love your neighbors, right? You know, we are to love our neighbors, but to love yourself as you love your neighbors is not the same thing as to love your wife, or, you know, or your partner. That's closer than your neighbor. And this is me going back to the Paleo Hebrew to get these translations and get it accurate. And to love your brother, also, your brother is your neighbor, but again, your neighbor really just means anyone. But to love your brother as well, that's more intimate than to love your neighbor. Brother is a very intimate term. You shouldn't just call anyone brother, is my point on that. And there's a reason for that. You know, to call someone brother effectively opens up a line of communication between you and them. That's to sort of say that they're grafted into the same familial tree spiritually to you. So if you was to call a Satanist brother and keep calling him brother, that gives him some form of power over you, believe it or not. And it could be for intercession of prayer, right? And it could be positive or it could be negative. You know? So, you know, we've got to be careful. Anyway, I actually have to go. It's 3
All
a.m.
right, be safe, bro.
You too, man. Hank, I'll give you a call tomorrow, actually. Bit of advice. You know, the sort of world I live in a little bit. So yeah, something happened, and yeah, bit of advice from someone like yourself would be really, really appreciated.
Yeah, anytime after 11, I'll be I'll be with my phone.
No worries, dude. All right,
I'll be
sweet,
on
man.
Hangout. I'll be on Discord.
All right, sweet, brother. No worries. Cheers, man.
All right.
All right,
Peace.
peace out. Bye.
So when I first got married, I didn't have any guns. And it was kind of like the safety of the children is what I was thinking. You know, I was young and I kind of didn't understand things. And one night I moved into town, and I wasn't used to living in town. I was used to living in the country, but I moved into town and I heard somebody wiggle the back door as if they were trying to open it. So I'm sitting there playing video games and Call of Duty, and I don't have any headphones on, and I hear the back door wiggling. And I think to myself at that moment, like, I am willing to kill another man or woman to protect my children. But I don't have the best tool to do that. That's what I remember thinking. Because, like, the best tool for self-defense is obviously a firearm. So shortly after that, I got like a perfect home defense weapon, which is like a 12 gauge pump shotgun. And I say it's a perfect weapon because you can't really shoot the person 2 houses down the road if you got birdshot in there, because it's high velocity, not very much momentum. So it's not going to go through the walls. They're little tiny BBs, like out of a BB gun, like tiny ones. But ever since then, I've always kept firearms nearby to protect the children. Because if I get knocked out and then someone curb stomps me and then I can't protect my children, like, what good am I doing? So you have to have not your right to carry, but your responsibility to protect the innocent. And that's why I carry. And it's like, at that moment, you realize that you're willing to, lay down your life to protect the innocent. But then you realize that you may not have to if you have a firearm. You don't have to lay down your life. You just have to be willing to take theirs. And it's not because I hate them so much that I want to take their life. It's more like I love my children so much that I'm willing to take someone's life who intends to harm my children. And I'm not in no way talking about inciting violence and throwing the first punch. I'm talking about you're at home at night, someone breaks through the door of your house and is trying to harm you or your children. Like, that's the kind of scenario I'm talking about.
I totally get you, Hank. For instance, when I used to have nightmares, and the thing that would be the thing that would most often trigger my nightmares was things like that. Would be like someone breaking into our house, trying to murder my whole family. So those were the times where like I had to change the world in the dream and use my power, so to speak. But is there
I just
nothing
busted out the telescope and took a bunch of pictures of the moon.
that's more interesting? I wanted to talk about something flat Earth related, but
Yeah, go ahead. I was just talking about love.
I get it. I was listening to Kai's song, and I was thinking about that as well, but now I'm just waffling. I wanted to try to bring it back on flat Earth, but I had nothing. So
Yeah, so tell me more about the plasma moon.
Don't know.
That's my speculation. Well, I heard it from someone else, and then I thought it made a lot of sense because when you see light, isn't it usually plasma? Unless it's a man-made contraption.
Hank, if you zoom in on these pictures that I took, you can actually see like a glowing halo around it. Different colors, green at the top and blue at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. Could possibly be plasma. Could be multiple things.
But in nature, when you usually see a light, unless it's like man-made or like bioluminescence or something, when you normally see a light, it's lightning, right? And lightning lights up the whole Earth close by. And it's like it's daytime just for a split second, right?
Yeah,
And
lightning is plasma. Fire is plasma, but that it's air getting charged into plasma.
Right, it's excited.
Yeah. So I don't know what the source of the moon is. Like what it like is it exciting the air and creating this moon in the air, so it looks like it's in the air to us, but that's just where the plasma is getting excited. But the source of the moon could be somewhere else. I don't know.
So I think, and we were talking about this earlier in another Discord, I think that when the sun perturbs the atmosphere, the upper atmosphere, the gases, they turn into plasma, and that's why the sky turns blue.
Yep.
And then, like, I think that pretty much everything else you look at is like plasma. I think it's like fire, lightning, the sun. And the reason I say the moon too, because you can hold like a fluorescent bulb up into like a magnetic field and it'll cause the bulb to turn on. Like even though it's not hooked up. And it's like really interesting. They used to, show like Nikola Tesla in the movies. He would be plugging a bulb into the ground, like just screwing it into the dirt, and the bulb would turn on. And you're like, how does that happen? But they don't want you to know about the ground generator or the battery that you can put in the ground. So you take like the guts of a battery, like it needs like the two type of metal. So let's do, I don't know, copper and silver. Okay. So you put those two in the ground and then you add water, and then it's going to have like a 0.2 volt charge. And then you can put those in a series and it has diminishing returns, but that should be enough to light up, to light up a light bulb just from the ground.
Yeah, I saw something that supports what you're talking about, where a guy was testing and playing around with plasma, and he charged up one plasma vacuum tube with I think it was neon and or something. I forget what it was in it, but the different types of gases that are supposedly up in the atmosphere or air, and he charged one up with a magnetic field, and it started glowing, and then he showed that each one that started glowing was then propagating the charge of the field and allowing it to glow even further. So he could line them up in a row to make them glow further. Then they would be able to like glow based on the magnetic device he was using to make the first one glow. So the plasma seems to like propagate its charge further. So if you have a lot of gas up there, like all these, I forget what they're called now, but if you have them all up
noble
there,
gases,
that's it, and you have some sort of charge up there, some sort of magnetic charge, it would propagate outwards in a circle around that charge. So that it's interesting. His idea was interesting.
Yeah, so obviously I'm speculating about the moon. I mean, nobody can know if someone says that it's made out of cheese, that's just as scientifically accurate as me saying that it's plasma or that it reflects the sunlight. So they're all scientifically not scientific. I mean, let me rephrase that. They're all equally not scientific. So it's just poetry.
Yeah, it's interesting to consider and look at what could be possible through different means until we have definitive answers that lead us to say like it's one way or the other. It's always interesting to consider, but we don't like hang ourselves on any of these.
So I struggle with Christians when they talk about the moon giving her light. You know, and I'm like, hey, that's speculation. We don't know that. So just to be absolutely clear, like it is speculation. I don't know what the moon is made out of, but whenever we see light in in nature, other than bioluminescence, it's plasma. The whole star in a jar thing is really interesting, and I haven't done a great deal of research on that, but that's one of those things that like makes you scratch your head and go, wow, this is beyond cool. The star in a jar. But isn't it a form of plasma?
Yeah, I don't know. Like the star in a jar thing doesn't work for me as the stars, because then you would actually continue to see the stars the higher you went up, and they would become more bright. But instead, the opposite happens. So I don't know the source of the skylights.
I'm just glad that I can go outside and go, I wonder what that is, right? And other people, they're going out there like, oh, I know what that is. That's a gas giant in a vacuum, and it has this much mass. And I'm like, yeah, you're silly, buddy. That's a cool story, bro. That's some poetry. You should write that down. And I'm going, I wonder what that is. And they're like, oh, I know exactly what that is. Sure you do.
I think the big difference is they look at it and think they know, and they lose out on the wonder and amazement and the fun of thinking about the different possibilities instead of being locked into like thinking they know.
It's kind of like that scene in The Lion King, right? When they all lay down, you know, the pig and the meerkat and the lion, and they're all looking up the stars, and then the lion says that he thinks that it's the ancestors of the past, and then they were like, oh, you're crazy, it's obviously great giant balls of gas, right? And they're burning forever. Like, or whatever they said, right? It's kind of like that. It's like they're clowning on the dude for going, this is what I was taught when I was a kid, right? They're clowning on the lion, but it's like their shit is just as clown worthy, if not more.
Yeah.
I probably saw that in a video somewhere, but it's very like true to reality as far as I could tell. But I can remember being like 2 years old and walking, holding my hand with my dad, and like, what's that? And he's like, what? And I'm like, that up there, that light. And the clouds partially hid the moon, and he didn't obviously see it at first. And I'm like, that light, what is that? He's like, oh, that's the moon. It's like I had seen the moon before, but I hadn't seen it behind the clouds. But yeah, that Lion King movie, what is it like? Lion King 1.5? It's really good if no one's seen it. If you've seen 1 and 2, like 1.5 is so good because it kind of gives you like the in depth in between the lines, the stuff that you missed. It's such a good movie.
I'm pretty sure Karma's seen it, and I probably saw it in passing when I was young, because we had all the Lion King stuff.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Yeah, Karma loved it.
Yeah, the meerkats, they dig so they can hide, and they hide so they can dig. And they sing this this little song, and it's like very catchy, and you'll find yourself singing it while doing the dishes. But yeah, I do like some Disney films. I don't really think The Lion King was too bad. I would recommend it to
Yeah, I
just
mean,
about any child.
yeah, I mean, there's some trauma in it, but if you're there with the kid to teach them the lessons of that and help them through that, then it's not that bad.
We talk about like man-childs, right? Sometimes like people just refuse to grow up. The guy who never takes responsibility, never does anything, for anyone else. He's only concerned about himself. Like that's kind of what the young king did for a little while. He was an adolescent, and he was hanging out, with those two guys eating bugs, and he didn't really want to grow up. And then like he runs into the female from his tribe, and she's like, "I thought you were dead. What are you doing over here?" It's like, "You're over here just bullshitting. Like you're supposed to be helping us." And then like he like decided, he chose to mature and grow up. He like decided that he was going back. And I think I got this from Jordan Peterson, to tell you the truth. But I think Jordan Peterson says you could see it in his face. Like when he was, hanging out in like the wilderness, like he had that goofy look on his face, like he's half stoned or whatever. And then when he chooses to go back, his face hardens, and you can see so there's palm reading, right? And then there's face reading. And you can see the trait conscientiousness like went up like a standard deviation. Like you could see it in his face. And like you could tell, like some people look childish, like Babyface Nelson, right? He looked childish like into his older age. And his conscientiousness must have been really low. He must have been very open. In fact, so open that he thought robbing a bank was good. But yeah, you can see it on people's faces. Like they make micro expressions for so long that you can read the lines on their faces and tell them like stuff that they've experienced in life. And once they know it and they're addressing it, maybe they can kind of heal from it, and those lines can actually go away a little bit. But yeah, face reading, ancient Asian art, pretty much lost to most people. They have no clue.
It's still widely used in China, though. They use it even when just hiring staff and stuff like that. So they think there's something to it.
I know that art still exists today. It's called being stereotypical accurately.
Can you elaborate? Please? Because I get it is stereotypical. Like if you see like somebody who has like resting bitch face. Now usually this is only females, but men can definitely have it too, right? It's just, resting cunt face, right? And I don't mean cunt like the female body part that no one likes to talk about. I mean like I'm a member of the country club, right? That kind of cunt, right? The guy who's playing golf all day. Do you have resting cunt face? Here's what you need to do.
Smile a little.
Try smiling, put down the golf clubs, and quit beating on your, what's the guy who carries the golf clubs? Your patsy? I don't know what they call him.
Caddy or something?
Yeah, caddy, that's it. Stop beating your caddy. Smile a little bit and maybe go do some charity work. Probably make you feel good. You know, go work in a soup kitchen.
Oh, no, wait. Go take a picture in a soup kitchen, then leave and donate to Bill Gates like usual. Oh, wait, that didn't work last time. So, yeah, do what Hank said.
Yeah, I'm not hating on people that play golf, you know, but it's like, you know, there is that type of person, right? Resting cunt face. You know, maybe they don't necessarily go to the country club, but
Well, they might not go to the country club, but they go to some other fancy club. Let's just be honest.
yeah, for real.
Yeah, I've looked into Chinese face reading quite a bit. I like David Snyder when he talks about this. He describes his teacher and having watched people when they deal with the underlying issues like built up grief and stress they haven't really managed to express. Those lines become less, and some people, like, it's common for people to claim to have lost 5 to 10 years after having gone through that face reading therapy thing. So it's interesting to look at, because we all certainly carry trauma and different things within us, and it kind of shapes oftentimes our issues. So
Can give you a hole in your stomach.
yeah, just like Karma came with a good point. Just like stress can give you a hole in your stomach.
Exactly, bro. Micro expressions. You make the same sad micro expression for 15 years, you're gonna have those lines like permanently in your face, right? So, have you seen the thing where trauma can pass down 3 generations?
I heard of that, yeah. And I think part of that is through epigenetics, because we turn those on and off, and I think we can deal with that karma in our own lives and work through it. And I think it's important to try to not pass on negative karma to your children.
Sorry, I missed a few things. But yeah, the epigenetics. So I've heard that like people will say that like they're terrified of like ice water, right? And their whole life they don't know why. And then they mention it to their grandmother, and their grandmother was like, "Oh yeah, when I was a child, like I fell in through some broken ice, and I died. And ever since then, I was like really afraid of it." And it's like she never told the granddaughter, right? But the granddaughter was like innately scared of like ice water. And I think we witness this in the animal kingdom a lot. You know, we love those videos where people puts the cucumber next to the cat, and the cat jumps like 5 feet in the air, and it's like, "Damn, kitty, I didn't know you could jump that high." And you know, it's like fun to watch. But they innately are afraid of snakes. Monkeys too, right? You don't have to teach a monkey to be afraid of a snake.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, you take a cucumber and put it next to an Icelandic cat, and the cat's like, "What the fuck is this?"
There's no snakes in Iceland. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude, that makes me think of the what is it, the something monkey effect, to where monkeys on one island started using a tool to get their food, and then on another island, like completely not connected, the other monkeys started doing it too. So they did this test, one in the UK, or I think they started in Australia, and it was like an abstract painting of some sort, and they said, see how many faces you could find. And they found like a real low number at first, and then they did the one in the UK, and they had a similar effect. But then in the UK, they told them all the faces that they found, so they pointed them all out at the end. And then they did it again in Australia, and they got like a way higher number that time. Like they found way more faces, and it was a completely different group. So I kind of wonder, like, how much is in like the, I hate to say Akashic records or the ether, but how much can we get from just, pulling it out of, that fifth pocket, like in cartoons, like where did he get that gun? He just pulled it out of his back pocket.
Well, we're only using our conscious minds, and the subconscious mind is about 90%, they say. So we could be connected on a much deeper level. So I think that's one of the reasons why you have all this mainstream control of the narrative. You want to have them all believing some other stuff, and so it's easy to goad them into what you want to believe, because as long as you can make the majority believe it, or enough believe it, it starts to spread and be easier for the other ones to accept.
Aussies and English people are psychically connected to each other. It's the accents.
Obviously, you're speculating, right? After all that shit that I just said, right?
Yeah, it's making fun of it.
If you look into some of the early experimentations concerning, or attempts at experimentations concerning hypnosis, where they tried like double blinds and all sorts of weird things, they found that like with Edgar Casey, for instance, how he could heal people, and they could make random people just do this. Figure out the illnesses, figure out the prescription for it that would help them. And sometimes the prescription was really weird, but then they did it and it worked, and it was just weird. And another time, I wish I memorized this story perfectly, because it's a really weird one. And I'll read the book again, memorize it, and then tell you guys later. But it's essentially mankind has more abilities than we are conscious of, and through the unconscious we can access those more readily, and that's basically what that whole thing went into.
Oh yeah, if you read a series of lessons in Raja Yoga on YouTube, it's like an 8-hour and 45-minute book, and it's one video, and it's got like, sorry, what? Anyway, a series of lessons
You cut
in
out.
Raja.
Then you cut in.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a series of lessons in Raja Yoga, right? It teaches you how to utilize your subconscious. And your subconscious is like a supercomputer compared to the thing that we operate on a daily basis, the conscious level. So with a supercomputer, like if someone asks you a question, you don't necessarily know the answer to it, but your subconscious probably does, because your subconscious is probably taking in like, 16 terabytes a second of all the information that's going on, right? All your senses and everything, your heartbeat, all that stuff. Like it's recording everything, I think. And you don't need all that in your conscience, but your subconscious needs it for like, future encounters. Like we learn from the past, we store everything, and then, we're prejudiced based on what's stored in the subconscious. So like one of the things they were saying is that businessmen often will smoke cigars during the business meeting, right? And when they're asked a question, they might take a drink and then take a hit of the cigar, and they're postponing the fact that they don't know the answer right offhand, but their subconscious probably knows the answer. So what they're willingly doing is they're giving over time for the subconscious to process the answer. And I kind of pause a lot in my speech, and it's because sometimes that's what I'm doing. I'm practicing what I learned in this book, and I pause, and then people overtalk me, and it's like, well, I'll just wait then. I'll just wait, and I'll like try to hang on to that answer, and then I show up like 5 minutes later, and everybody else has moved on, and it's like I got the answer now, and like it trains you. This book trains you to do this. It teaches you to utilize your subconscious because people don't usually utilize it like at all. Like, I mean, you've heard the story of Archimedes where he gets in the bathtub, right? And some of the water overflows, and that's when he discovers Archimedes' principle. So he gets up like a pervert and runs through the street naked, screaming, "Eureka! Eureka! I figured it out!" Right? And it's because he had stopped thinking about it. And at the very moment you stop thinking about it, you allow your subconscious mind to take over. And when it takes over, obviously it figures it out eventually, right? And that's when it kicks in. And it's like really amazing that you try this shit and it works. It's like this actually works. So yeah, I definitely recommend that book. I learned that from a Hindu man, and it was like some of the best information I've got on the internet since I've been on the internet.
Yeah, can you write the name of it so I can look for it and find it?
Yeah, it's a series of lessons in Raja, Raja Yoga, Raja Yoga. And it's got like a pink or purple flower on the front. I'll just pull over and find it real fast. And this is one of those things you can't just read it, right? And now you have the knowledge and now you're all powerful. No, you gotta like take notes. You gotta take notes and you gotta like, practice. You gotta practice this stuff. Okay, so
It's kind of like that with everything like this. It's a skill, and it's a habit.
Mm-hmm. All right, there it is. Share. Yeah, this is one of those ones that you kind of have to get past the accent. I think the first guy or the second guy has a real thick Hindu or Indian accent, and it's like if you can get past that and just listen to what he's saying. Like for me, it was difficult to understand him at first because I'm not used to talking to Hindus all day. But yeah, this stuff is like really good, really really good.
Cool. I'll definitely give it a watch.
Take notes. All right, let's see. Into the science, so they mean knowledge. Regarding nature of real self. Yeah, when they start talking about the I, right? Because like, ask yourself, who are you, right? And you might say, well, I'm a father, I'm a candlestick maker, I'm a driver, right? All those are like archetypes. Like, who are you really, right? And then you start saying, well, I guess I am that guy. Like, no, the guy, that's just your gender, right? Like, then you boil it down, it's like, I am I. When I say I in a sentence, that's who I am. I am the I when I say I. And you might point to your third eye, your pineal gland, right? That's supposed to be like the seat of the soul. But it's like, I don't know. This book kind of teaches you like who you are. You're not the meat suit, right? That's just your body. Like I'm not the Pontiac Vibe that I'm driving right now. That's just the vehicle that I'm currently in. Anyway, it's really ancient wisdom, I believe. I don't think there's anything in that book that conflicts with Christianity as far as like training your emotions or your mental faculties. I don't think that's antichrist at all. I kind of think that's what we're supposed to do. I think we're supposed to be well trained. And I think we're supposed to be badasses with swords that never use them unless we absolutely have to. I think we're supposed to be ferocious beasts. But we're supposed to control that beast at all times.
Are you talking about like karate or something like that, or kung fu?
Yeah, there you go. Or
I
a
think they
samurai or
say. I
a
think they
ninja.
say the only problem with those martial arts is they invoke spirits to do those superhuman feats and stuff. So I think they say that it involves spirits that may not be what you want to deal with, from a biblical, sense. They might be, in some cases or extreme cases, demonic. And so I think they talk about the invocation of different spirits to do
Yeah.
those arts and stuff.
From what I have read, I don't see that as being the case for majority of it. I see it being the case for some of it. True.
Well, like when they say I, the spirit, and I pass the meat suit. Like when you deal with like a Hindu man, right? Like you're doing business with him. Like he's just a spirit man. He's just a light being trapped in, this meat suit, just like you are. It's just his meat suit was formed in India where the plants and the foods are different. So he's going to be a little different than you are. And his genetics are different because his family has been through different traumas than your family has. Different experiences, different dragons. Yeah, I mean, there might be some stuff in there about reincarnation. I just dodge that stuff, because I don't really think I'm coming back as a tiger or a leech. Hope not, anyway. But what I was saying is, I don't think there's anything that you're going to read in there that's like going to cause you to like miss the mark. I think all that stuff in there is like ancient wisdom. And, our fathers, like our forefathers, like they went through a lot of shit to pass down whatever wisdom that was left to us. Because think about what knowledge we have now, which is not much. And think about how hard it must have been to try to pass it down, right? Because we're living in the New World Order. This is the New World Directive, right? This New World Directive, where the world is a sphere and everybody thinks it's a sphere and everybody thinks that they're, an animal. Not everybody, but, like this place that we're in now, like this isn't the old world. Like if you look at, they passed the law, the New Deal, right, in 1933. It's like, what was the old deal? And if this is the new world, what was the old world like? So anyway, whatever knowledge we have left, because I don't know about y'all's library, but my library, it's small. It got shrunk. They took the library and moved it to another place, and it used to be like an upstairs, downstairs like place. It's huge, and they turned it into City Hall, and then added to it, and then they shrunk the library and like made a new building like down the road. But only 2% of written literature is on the internet. So everything else is like hidden somewhere, like covered in dust, and people aren't reading it because it's not on the internet. Because, let's face it, who's cracking open a book these days? Certainly not me. I like audiobooks. But that limits me, right? Because only 2% of the world's books are in these audiobooks, and I can only read English. So what? Like less than 1% probably? Or I can only comprehend English.
I think if the moon is a plasma, it's a plasma the opposite of the sun, in that you have to have get supercharged, like to go from a gas to a plasma, like heated up. So the same like with the moon, only cooled down. So in a sense, the moon could be yeah, because it's colder, like in moonlight. Just my thoughts.
It's almost like it transmutes the sun's light.
Yeah. So if the moon's plasma, I think the sun is probably too, and that, but I don't know.
At least we get to wonder.
Amen to that.
You got to wonder what do globe earthers wonder about. Like, why do these schnozberries taste like schnozberries? That's probably what they wonder about. And that's funny if you know what a schnozberry is.
It's that and aliens.
Isn't a schnozberry a candy booger?
Nope. In one of his other books, he defines it as a male reproductive organ.
Oh, the other nose. Okay.
So early this morning, maybe like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, I think it was then, me and B. Carls were arguing with this guy. In fact, I don't know when it was, but me and B. Carls were arguing with this guy, and this guy kept saying, like, you're just a layman, you're just an idiot, like you're reading these sources that you're citing, and you don't understand what it's talking about, because you don't have like a PhD or those letters after your name. And I was like, okay, so you're basically saying that I don't think that word means what you think it means. So I'm going to call that the Inigo Montoya fallacy. So if anyone ever says that to you, I coined a new fallacy. I get it that it's the argument from ignorance or incredulity, but it's like a variation. Like, you don't understand the argument because you can't understand what these words mean because you don't have a PhD. Anyway, I thought it was funny as hell. So my wife watches that actor. I don't know his real name. She watches him on TikTok, and he was kind of clowning on Shatner for going to space. And he made this video. He was like, "Oh, Shatner went to space. Like, who cares? Look how good this cake is. Like, oh, this cake is so good." It's like him and his wife are like, "This cake is so good." And they're eating cake, right? And like they continue on, and they're like, "Oh yes, it's so wonderful, so creamy. Right? It's so light, it's so delicious." And the next thing you know, they're like rubbing the cake all over their face, and they're like, you know, like, "Oh, this cake is so good." And it's like, yeah, man, who gives a fuck about Shatner? Like, this cake is good, and it doesn't matter, if you're talking about like ice cream cake or vanilla cake or chocolate cake or marijuana cake. It's like, fuck these guys. Fuck them. We got cake. Is there any new people in the house? Any VC verified? Any Globers? Anybody want to pick a fight? So I think I've seen some stuff because my wife, she really loves this guy. I can't remember. I don't remember his name. Yeah, I do believe I don't remember his name. But I think I remember him saying, like in an interview once, like, you know, like we all love this guy. It's ironic that he's asking, an English speaking person, and he's obviously from Spain, and he's saying, like, I don't think you know the word what you're using it wrong. I don't think you understand it. And like that's not even his first language. But the part about his dad in the movie, like he said it was very real emotion, right? Because he used the emotion of his dad who had recently died from cancer, and he kind of transmuted the I don't think he used that word, but the six-fingered man into the cancer. And when he was reading those lines, he was very much thinking about his real father who had recently passed. And that's what got him the role, because it was so strong with the emotion and the casting that he got the role because how strongly he felt. And when you see the the actual movie, The Princess Bride, and like you see how emotionally charged he is when he encounters like the six-fingered man. It's really beautiful to watch because most acting is, kind of crap. That's why I don't like Hollywood, because most of it's just, a load of crap, except for, the people who really get into it, like the method actors, who are, like some of the greats. But those method actors, they're the ones channeling spirits. I don't know about martial artists, but the method actors are the ones channeling spirits. But this Inigo Montoya character, like he's not challenging anything. That is like real raw emotion that's like bleeding out of him, and like every pore, every sweat, like it's all real raw, like unfiltered emotion. And I guess I can't watch Hollywood for the same reason that I can't watch like the fake wrestling, you know? I can't suspend my disbelief long enough to get to the end of the match when, the Undertaker throws everybody else out of the ring and then he wins. Like I can't suspend my disbelief that long. It's like he wins again? Didn't he win the last time? It's like, didn't he win the time before that?
My
I get it.
name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
That's it, bro.
How did you go to wrestling from that?
Suspending disbelief. Like, you don't have to suspend your disbelief when you hear that man say that line. Like, when he says that line and you're watching the movie, you're like, fuck yeah, get him, poke him. He's springing a leak, hit him again. You know, like you're with him like 100%. You don't have to suspend your disbelief. Like, you're with that guy in that moment in that movie, And even though he kind of started out as the bad guy, like he turned out to be a good guy, an honorable man. And like at that moment, you realize that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and you're like, I'm with this dude. He's right. That six-finger man did kill his father. Give him what he deserves. But when you're watching wrestling, you have to suspend the disbelief because at the same time they're punching the guy in the face, they're stomping the cage, and it's kind of like the Hollywood movies are really bad because the car goes down the hill and it hits a parking meter and busts the glass, and the next scene the glass is all repaired, and it's like, wait a minute, this is still the chase scene. What happened to the broken window? And it's like stuff like that I can't deal with. But sometimes there's a movie that's made so good that I don't have to deal with that. I think there was one that was really good recently with Johnny Depp and a train and an inspector and he had a weird mustache. I watched that movie with my family, and it was like, it was really good. But I still figured it out before the end. It was a murder mystery with Johnny Depp, but I still figured it out before the end.
I think I know what happened with the broken window on that car and that car chase. The guy driving the car, he just has really good insurance.
I was thinking cheat codes.
It's Murder on the Orient Express.
Thank you. That was a really good film if you have trouble suspending disbelief.
Yeah, the original, and also anything regarding the actor that played Poirot in the TV series was very good.
I didn't know there was a TV series. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, it was like 35 or 40 years long. Very, very long. In fact, apart from like shows like the Simpsons, it's one of, if I'm not mistaken, it's like among the longest lasting TV shows of all time.
My favorite part is when he steps in the shit, and then they were like, "Oh man, let me wipe that up for you." He was like, "It's not the shit, it's the imbalance." So he steps in it with his other foot, just so he could have balance. I'm like, okay, I feel that. I kind of understand that.
(1989 to 2013). It's a pretty long time.
What TV show are you talking about?
Agatha Christie Poirot, or I'm not Belgian, so I can't pronounce that word properly. But Poirot, there's no roll of the R really.
Agatha Christie Poirot is what you're saying?
No, Poirot. P is in Paul. Poirot. It's a great series. It's slow to start if you start the show from the very beginning. It's kind of like, oh, it's kind of lame. It's kind of poor acting. But if you watch through about 3 or 4 episodes, you'll be like, okay, it's an endearing character, and the plot lines are very nicely done. And Agatha Christie, it kind of creates a character that's similar but not a ripoff of Sherlock. Columbo is infinitely better, but Poirot is pretty good. Columbo is the king, the eternal high king of all mystery, murder mystery. But
yeah, because Columbo will be like, just one last thing. Like, oh fuck.
Columbo, I could rewatch that series over and over from start to finish for the rest of my life. I think that highly of Columbo. It's kind of ridiculous, but
Well,
Columbo.
you see, there's just one last thing I want to ask you about.
He's so great. Speaking of endearing, that guy is so epic. And his movies, the movies he played in, which, speaking of Princess Bride, which you were referencing, he's the grandpa that tells the story. So that's Peter Falk. And of course, Fred Savage or whatever.
I remember playing that baseball game when I was a kid. I had that Nintendo game that Fred Savage was playing.
Oh, yeah.
You could see like he was really getting into that game when he was playing it. Like he was really enjoying it. And I gotta say, as someone who hates baseball, That was a fun game to play when you were a kid.
Hmm.
Yeah, but most stuff that comes out on like DVD, it's like complete garbage. I can't get into it. I can't feel it. Most of it's crap. So it's like I'll watch TV with my family sometimes, and sometimes I'm just like, guys, I can't watch this. This is dumb. Like, forgive me while I play on my own separate computer screen. You guys enjoy that. We're all enjoying our own screens, like 5 feet away from each other sometimes.
The overt Luciferian and Freemason symbolism that's in almost every Hollywood production is what is exhausting and tedious.
But I do like certain movies, like Constantine with
that
Keanu Reeves.
one would be full of the symbolism, but
Oh
maybe
yeah,
on purpose. But yeah.
oh yeah. I love The Matrix. The Animatrix was okay. I'm looking forward to the new Matrix, even though it's probably going to suck.
Mm-hmm.
I love movies like Magnolia that are just like so many interwoven plot twists. Movies like Memento. I like stuff like that, like the weird stuff. I just remember Tom Cruise. Respect the cock. That shit is funny. um, but yeah, it's just most movies just don't do it for me. Like Time Traveler's Wife, I'm like, oh god, I can't do this.
I like Time Traveler's Wife. That was Eric Bana. He's a boss.
He's the Hulk sometimes.
The longest TV series I have, at least for America, is 33 years. The Simpsons, 710 episodes.
Wow, that's a lot of it.
But what's not fair is The Simpsons is a cartoon animation, so technically you don't need same kind of actors. They don't age, for example, just the voices. But they have like The Bold and the Beautiful and like Young and the Restless. I think those have been going on for longer than that, like 40 years. I don't know how they're comparing to The Simpsons because, hang on, let me check.
It's Hollywood. They're all demons.
See, I have the Bold and the Beautiful also at 33 seasons. Interesting. Simpsons, Bold and the Beautiful. Uh-oh, guys, something's happening. 33. Young and the Restless, I have 47 seasons. Those are those afternoon novellas where the old folks get in front of TV and just hear some really slow, mundane, but catchy story where everybody sleeps with everybody and everybody's daughter sleeps with their father and stuff like that.
Disgusting.
It's basically porno for old people. Like the stepdaughter sleeps with the father's best friend, and they go back and forth, and they have a baby.
I don't care who you are. That ain't right. That ain't right, boy. That ain't right.
Another current story is a guy named Eric, and he's an older dude, so he's impudent. So he's having his wife sleep with a young black dude.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Basically, swingers, immorality.
Yeah, I feel very fortunate, to be with a woman who hasn't been with another man in at least like 20 years. Let's see, let me do the math. Maybe 19 years. Wait, no, it's 20. Yeah, it's about 20. So that's pretty good. I wasn't a virgin either, so it's not like I deserved a virgin because I wasn't one. But I think it was less than 10 people, so because I think it's really gross to like share. I don't know, that just doesn't I don't compute. Like like I'm not very like possessive of certain things, but I literally view my wife as my property and I'm her property. And if you look at the etymology of the word, it means that she's proper to me and no one else, and I
Yeah, I
should
wouldn't
enjoy
share
the.
either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like she's proper to me, and it would be improper for anyone else to use her for their pleasure and benefit. Like she's only for my pleasure and my benefit.
It's like my tractor, right? Nobody else touches my fucking tractor but me.
Yeah, same thing with a motorcycle. So okay, so my wife and my motorcycle, nobody rides either one of those but me. You can shoot my gun and you can play my video games, but you ain't sitting on my wife or my bike.
How about people less fortunate than you? You want to share?
Well, they can sit in the passenger seat, and I'll take them around on the motorcycle. I've taken a few old ladies around like that. One of them cried on my leather jacket. But yeah, I've given a few rides to people.
So you help out those old ladies? Do you, Hank?
Look, man, like they rode when they was young, and they had like some memories of
They
riding, and
like the rumble.
yeah. Look, if you ever get a
I think
chance,
they're
give
like a
an
young buck.
old lady a ride on a motorcycle. It's the worst thing you got to do is clean your jacket. You know.
Wait, are you talking figuratively?
No, seriously, she cried on my jacket. She snotted and wiped her face on my leather jacket. I'm not joking. Apparently, she had some trauma or something. But, you know, with the amount of bugs that you hit on your jacket and all the bug guts, you know, what's a little snot and tears?
Now, when you say old, are you talking old like Queen Elizabeth, or are you talking about Dolly Parton?
Bro, I don't know. I don't remember how old she was. I just know that she said that she used to roll around all the time with the biker club, you know, ride with the gentleman, and then she got hit by a motorcycle and it killed her, but she came back to life. And she asked if she could ride, and I took her for a spin. And then when I noticed that she was crying, I pulled over and I was like, "Are you all right? You want to keep going?" And she was like, "Yeah." So we kept going, and then I took her back home and dropped her off. And it was really emotional for her, and I was kind of freaking out a little bit because she was freaking out a little bit. But yeah, I've taken people for a ride before. My children love it. They like to hop on the back and go for a spin. If you've never ridden a motorcycle before, it's like you're free enough to kill yourself. It's like, you know, it's this whole consuming amount of the feeling of being free, because I don't know, it's like you're a bird and you're allowed to just go. Like nobody's stopping you, nobody's telling you you can't do that. You know, as long as you're not doing anything stupid, as long as you're not speeding or doing willies. No dank woolies, gentlemen. No dank woolies.
Like a free bird, man.
It's a very freeing feeling.
Did you say you do a Harley?
Yeah, I couldn't make out your last question. What'd you say, Godric?
Do you have a Harley?
No, bro, I got a Honda VTX 1300C. I got it for $1,900 about 4 years ago, something like that. And it is a wonderful motorcycle to learn on if you weigh about 250 or more. If you weigh 250 or more, it's a good one to learn on. If you don't weigh that much, you probably want to start with a smaller bike. But I wasn't going to ride a motorcycle that's like halfway up my behind, so I decided to get a big bike. And it was actually recommended to me by an older gentleman, and I couldn't find one. I kept looking. I was like, man, it's not in my price range. And then I go to this place in Garland, and I was settling for another bike, a Suzuki. It was a much smaller bike, like half the size. And the guy was like, well, not half the size, maybe 3/4 the size. And the guy was like, what did you think about the Honda next to it? And I was like, what kind of Honda? I was like, I don't want no sports bike. And he was like, the 1300C. I was like, what? I was like, bro, that's what I was looking for. And it was the same price as the one that I had settled for. So it worked out. And I got that one. And I put like 10,000 miles on it like the first year. I got to tell you, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than a shrink. That's some good quality therapy right there. As long as you can stay away from the leaves and the slippery spots.
I have that same kind of thing going with the drone, flying the drone.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like just therapy.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Punching bag is also a good therapy as long as you don't throw haymakers. You won't mess up your wrist. Just throw high volume, low impact punches. Another good thing is a guitar, some sort of musical instrument. When you're focusing 100% of your brain power trying to get the notes and the chords just right, and you're working within the theory of music, and you try to make it not just the right note, not just the right chord, but the right inflection of emotion to come out of the instrument, right? Then you don't really have time to think about all the bad stuff that happened to you. So number 3 is meditation, obviously, which is another way of clearing your brain, just to have a little rest, because escapism is not where it's at. But if you're doing something that's like going to make your life more enjoyable, and you're escaping just for a few minutes, but you're doing it in such a way that you're gaining skills or you're releasing tension. Oh yeah, and shooting targets. Paper targets are fuckers. I love shooting paper targets because you're trying to hone in on your skill, because anybody can make the sights line up, right? But can you make the sights line up and stay lined up while you're pulling the trigger? Because if you don't squeeze the trigger just the right way, you're going to be like off your target. So that's where the skill comes in. So yeah, it's good to have a hobby. I think we're supposed to spend 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours hobby, and 8 hours working.
Yeah, works.
Back on the drone, how high can you fly your drone?
400 feet.
Is that because of the range on the
That's the
controller?
legal limit. Legal limit in the United States. Hate to answer for you, bro, but I already knew the answer. I don't have a drone, but I did a little research.
Yeah, but how do you know that you're at 400 feet? Does it tell you?
Yeah, it tells you right where you're at.
And you have like a camera on it so you can spy on people?
Most of them do. Wait, spy on people? Hold on. That's not what it's for. It's actually illegal to do that, especially in Texas. If you're using the drone...
I heard they're spying on people because they have drones over where I live in Hawthorne, and it's like, I don't know, 20 of them. They come out like every other night. I think they're coming from... These are coming from the SpaceX area. And I think they're spying on us. Just saying.
Well, it's illegal for a civilian in Texas to use it to gather information, especially, like you're saying, to spy on someone. You can't use it for that. Not to say that
So
the government won't.
Can I knock a drone out of the sky that's just over my house?
You
Hovering
better
there.
ask. No, because you don't technically own that airspace. I mean, but consult your lawyer, because I'm obviously not giving you legal advice, but you don't own the airspace above your house. You own the land, not the air. It's kind of like a public domain. So if someone flies like a kite over your house and they have a camera attached to it or like a helium balloon, you can't just destroy their property because it's over your property. Now, if you got like a bunch of teenage girls, your daughter's having a sleepover and they're outside in bikinis, there might be some sort of discrepancy to where you could get them in trouble. But, if it's just like your land and, they're flying over your land, there's not a whole lot you can do about it, I don't think. So as long as nobody's perving on your family, I don't really think there's anything you can do about it. If I was flying a drone and I seen a bunch of like children, I would go the opposite way. Or if I was flying a drone and I flew over somebody's house and there was a lady sunbathing in the nude, I would delete the footage. Use common sense.
Yeah, definitely don't be stupid.
Okay, so you said meditate. How do you meditate? Teach us how to meditate, Hank.
Teach you how to meditate?
Huh?
So you just go to a place that's quiet, like the beach or the mountains or your backyard.
Does my room work as well since it rejects
Yeah.
sound? So I don't. Okay.
Yeah. Just go to a place where you can try to avoid distraction. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to get in a comfortable position. Some people do the lotus pose. And you're only trying to focus on your breathing. So you're not thinking about your taxes. You're not thinking about your job. You're not thinking about your wife. You're only thinking about your breathing. And then as your monkey mind wanders off like it tends to do, you grab it back and you put your attention back on your breathing. And then as it wanders off again, you grab it back and you put the attention back on your breathing. And then as you're only focusing on your breathing, you're oxygenating your blood, making your system more or less acidic and more based, right? And also you're training your attention to be where you want it to be, and you're training that monkey mind to obey you, and you're relieving stress because you're not thinking about all the stressful things. So that's like meditating 101. I'm sure it gets a lot deeper if you do some research, but that's basically how you do it. But I like the woods, a waterfall. The environment's part of it too. For me, like I like waterfalls, I like the woods, I like the lake. Not so much my room, but my backyard is sufficient. Because you'll find that we're all really good at our attention wandering off after this or that. But if you notice, your attention is a lot like your vision. You can only really focus on one thing at a time. You can't focus on like two people's facial expressions at the same time. You can't watch their eyes at the same time. You can only watch one person at one time. And it's the same way with your attention span, like the way that your brain works. Because your third eye, right? It's like I said, it's thinking about the taxes, or I got to pay my bills, or where's my phone? I lost my phone. Oh my God, where did I put my phone? Like you want to like train yourself not to do that because you've already trained yourself to be easily distracted, and you're really good at getting distracted. So train yourself not to be distracted.
Okay, thank you for that. It's been too long since I meditated. I used to fall asleep when I did it.
I think I
I
do
fell
it
asleep
when
right
I'm.
away.
Yeah, I try to when I'm trying to sleep, like focusing on my breathing. Though I don't see any improvements, so I'll probably try something different. Because not only I had to focus on my breathing, I had to focus on what was the name of it? On my dreams as well. So I had to focus on two things at the same time, so that's why it didn't work out.
But even the exercise of focusing on your breathing by itself without having to stress about all the stuff you have in your life, that's an accomplishment, and that takes effort and skill.
Yes, so don't do it really often. I do it every now and then when I don't have like any options to sleep, since I have a really bad sleep schedule, and yeah, I kind of struggle a lot.
So do you have light in your room?
No, it's completely dark.
So do you work at nights?
No, but I mostly stay awake at night.
Sign of intelligence. So you have trouble with getting up, right?
More like getting to sleep.
So you have
Even if
trouble
I
getting
try
to
to go to sleep, I only like wake up after 2 or 3 hours.
staying asleep. Huh. Wonder what causes that. Do you drink coffee, caffeine,
No,
sodas?
not even alcohol. Never drank it. And caffeine, I haven't drank it in like 5 years or so.
Do you know about sleep apnea?
Not really.
That's where you stop breathing during sleep and you wake up, and that could interfere with your sleeping.
That is a possibility, since I have really faint breathing sessions. Like I breathe really less oxygen.
If you have sleep apnea, there's a bunch of exercises that you can do that you probably don't want to do in front of anyone else because you're going to look funny when you do them. But, you know, a bunch of exercises like O, E, ah, O, E, ah. Stick out your tongue, put it to the roof of your mouth. Stick out your tongue, push it down. Stick out your tongue, push it up. Like all these different exercises to get all those muscles around your throat and breathing area like real tight and real in shape.
Mm-hmm.
And you can avoid carbs. If you cut out carbs, you'll notice you'll stop snoring as much, if at all.
We'll keep that
Something
in mind.
about the sugar takes out like a vitamin, I think, and the vitamin makes you snore. It's a neurological thing. So yeah, if you cut out your carbs, maybe you won't snore so much.
I
Check
don't
that
think
shit out.
snoring is a really big problem.
For some people, it is. It was for me.
Yeah, neither for mine. It's just I don't usually snore, since I mostly breathe with my nose.
I think I deviated my septum playing football, so I don't breathe too good through my nose. But I've been trying to train myself to breathe through my nose ever since the COVID thing, especially. Because every time somebody asked me to put on a mask, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be daring today. I'm going to put on this mask and I'm going to practice breathing through my nose. so, so I
Well,
would just like practice breathing through my nose.
nice.
There's no law that says you have to be a mask hole. So I got called into work today, and I was like, you know what? Might as well go to work. Might as well make some money. So usually I'm not on Tuesday nights. And it's pretty slow tonight. Everybody else must be working too.
Seems to be the case. In like 20 minutes, I have to go to school as well. It's like 6 a.m. for me.
What country are you in?
Romania.
Ah, Romania.
Yep.
So in Romania, your people are a mixture of European and Indian, right?
Yeah, kind of. Most of the Indians immigrated in this country, they made a tons of kids.
Right.
So yeah, we kind of like half-half.
Gotcha.
Like a part of the country is like just pure Romanians, and the other one is just Indians.
So the ones
Is
that are
that
not, sorry, the ones that are not Indians, do you consider yourselves what you would call Indo-Europeans? That's the politically correct term. Or Aryan?
I guess so.
Is that near Hungary? Romania? Is that near
Yes.
Hungary?
Yeah.
Oh, because I've got this girl that I like in Hungary. I want to go visit her. Oh man, maybe I should go over there. It's a good place. That's a good idea. Is it good? Is it good around there?
I mean, we have really good mountains, we have really nice nature. But damn, the people suck.
Is it like very controlled? Because I'm thinking of moving there.
I wouldn't recommend
Well,
it.
not, yeah, but I mean to Hungary. I mean,
To Hungary.
near Budapest.
Not precisely. I don't have the intel for that. But if you want to live in Romania, it's a little bit harder because, well, we don't get paid a lot, and you can't even keep with taxes. And politics are literally corrupt.
I heard it's pretty bad in Hungary too. The jobs don't get paid too well, but if you got a pretty good job, it's okay. But if a lot of people don't even get paid enough to basically pay their rent.
Yeah, that's basically the same case as what here.
How do you
Barely
survive? You have to like rely on your family and stuff, like to houses and kind of live together.
Either take a second job or get yourself in debt, which is not really recommended.
Yeah, you don't want to get in debt. That's bad. I try to stay out of debt. But man, so you have to kind of like, it's quite hard to maneuver. And then what are the schools like? They're good.
They suck,
for younger
all
children.
of them. We have so less technology that is just primal at this point.
Ah. Well, I'm curious because thinking of moving to Europe, but I don't know. Europe's probably not a good place at the moment with all this nonsense going on. Yeah. I mean, nowhere's good. But yeah. But the people are quite nice there, right? Around in the area?
Let's see. The gypsies aren't so nice. They probably would just try to kill you in the first day that you just try to travel. Or probably steal from you. Or they probably kidnap you. Yeah. The Romanians are fine for the most part. But the gypsies, man. They're a new kind of people.
So they're like basically the same as a certain group of people that I can't mention on probably on this live feed, because there's probably too many of them in YouTube watching. So
I mean, I don't know. I don't get the reference.
You mean Glover?
No, he
I was
means
gonna say-
people with a big head who think really highly of themselves. They're very ethnocentric, and because their head is so big, their hats are very small.
I was talking about these kind of
Democrats?
lefties that starts with an A, and their roots come from African witchcraft. They're all directed by
Assholes?
witches, like A-N. But you can't probably say their word because it's probably like politically incorrect to say the word.
Anunnaki?
Ashkenazi?
Something like that. Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying, right? You can't say the word.
Yes, I guess.
It's politically incorrect to say the word. You know. Yeah.
Just say that they are bad, and that's kind of all.
The gypsies are kind of like that kind of same style, right? Yeah.
I mean, not all of them.
Yeah.
It depends on which country
Oh.
they're in. If they're in more of an Indian kind of part, yeah, they're kind of bad. For the
And what's
most
Hungary
part.
like? And have you been to Hungary? Do you like that country?
Not precisely. The only place that I've really been is England. It was actually a nice place.
Yeah, England's pretty nice. It's good to know, man. Thanks for the heads up.
No problem.
I might pop around there. It's where my one of my friends, she lives, and she's pretty cool.
I just recommend just trying to visit Romania. We have a really low value of money. Like it's like 3 times less than euro.
Oh yeah.
You could literally just spend your money there, and you can buy literally everything.
So you're saying that I could go over there with like $100,000 and live like a king?
Yes.
The gypsies don't rob you. Yeah. Yeah.
How much is Netflix there?
Can you say that again?
Netflix.
He said how much?
Let me see. So if it's like 8 euros the minimum, it will be 8 times 3, which 8 is 16, 24. 24 lays.
24 lays?
Yeah, that's our currency.
What a name for a currency.
Yeah.
So you guys like on the same kind of currency as Hungary? You're similar currency?
Not precisely. We just
exchange?
have a different name, and we have our own individual currency.
Yeah. And what about the police and the law there? Are they very strict and controlling, or they're more laid back and they're more free? Is it like more communistic or?
It's not
or
communistic. It's just kind of there. It's just normal police, I guess. Just
so they're
doing
not
their
like
jobs.
too controlling.
But they're
not
really
like
passive.
really bad. Oh, they're not bad. They're not like really mean, psycho.
No, just really passive.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. They're a bit psycho around here. I mean, if you do, they try to do psycho stuff. Yeah. I think all the crazy people end up in the police.
So here we have
Around
this
here.
thing that are called gypsy policemen, gypsy cops. And the reason we call them gypsy cops is because they'll go somewhere, they'll get hired, and they'll hurt somebody really bad for no reason. and they just quit their job and they go work at the next police department the next town over, right? And they'll work there and they'll hurt somebody. And the same thing happens. The people sue the taxpayer pays the cop, and he quits the job, pays for the cop's damages, and he quits the job and he goes to work at another place. And then he hurts someone again, and it's just an endless cycle of gypsy cops. And there's no, as far as I know, there's no federal mandate to keep track of these gypsy cops that are violating people's rights and causing, punitive damages to people and the taxpayer footing the bill.
Should have prison for those kind of people, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes cops do go to prison. Like there was a cop not too long ago. He kicked a cop in the back. Sorry, he kicked a man in the back of his head while he was laying down, but he wasn't laying down fast enough, and that guy got fired and charged with assault and battery, I think, which is a felony. So we'll see. We'll see if he goes to prison or not. Oh, and he had the same name as that one guy. What's that racist white dude, the KKK member?
What?
The cop who stomped on the black man has the same name as the racist white guy who used to be in the KKK.
Wait, the
He was
guy
also
that killed the black man and kind of killed him in the process.
no. The cop had the same name as a racist white dude who used to be in the KKK.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to remember his name. I think he was like in Congress at one point, or he was in the Senate, maybe Congress, even though he used to be in the KKK.
And they got some really bad role models there. That's what our children have to look up to. Those kind of people, man. It's pretty bad.
David Duke. That's his name. David Duke. That's the cop's name and the racist white guy's
I
name.
was just going to ask you that because David Duke was a famous congressman that was in the Klan.
Yep. And that's the name of the cop that stomped that dude's face to the ground.
That's crazy.
David Duke was in the KKK?
Yep.
Yep, he admits it. He said that he got out because if you're in an organization that large, you can't control what other people are going to do. And while that argument makes sense, he was still in the KKK.
I'm not going to be streaming for very long.
You promise?
Oh, what, you hear that?
Yeah, who was it?
Faintly.
You don't know who it was? Here, let me start it over again, and I'll play a little bit of it. It's not copyrighted.
I wanted to go live to show you guys the billboard that has been put up by David Weiss, BITRH.
With Karen B.
That's the video you just got it from. That pic, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna go crash Flattoberfest. Floss some of my money around, David.
Who's all going to that? Is anybody here
David,
going to
you paid
Flattoberfest?
somebody to fly a banner? Look, that's my plane up there and my pilot. Buy one just to floss.
Is anybody here going to Flattoberfest?
Huh?
I said, is anybody here going to Flattoberfest?
I might. When is it supposed to? It's like in a week, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I might.
Let me double
I'm still
check.
thinking about getting in the Lincoln and driving down there. I
would go if
I actually I bored my MKZ out too much, beat the piss out of it, and blew a rod. So I went back totally stock and put a brand new motor in it. And I like that MKZ. I don't worry about keeping up with the Joneses. I drive a Lincoln from the 60s. I don't give a fuck. I prefer the older cars.
But Flattoberfest is on the 23rd. It starts. It's the Saturday, 10 a.m. It starts at 10 a.m. It's in Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Oh, yeah, I know where it is. I just couldn't remember the date.
So you got 4 days to get down there.
Shit, it only takes, what, 16 hours, 18 hours. I'm a straight through motherfucker, bro. I don't fuck around. When I go to Florida, I only stop for gas. I can do that shit in under 19 hours from Michigan. But I ain't worried about tickets in other states. A lot of states from here to Florida will let you pay right there on the highway. They give you a bill.
I drove straight through to the Little Apple once in Kansas. Took over 10 hours.
Right, Hank's a driver. You know what I'm saying. Driving ain't shit, man.
As long as there ain't no females or children in the car.
Oh, well. Now
Yep.
you're messing with stuff. So, yeah, kids got to go potty all the time. Women got to stop. They got to eat at every place they fuck. Ooh, show me's. We ain't got no show me's. Let's stop. Ooh, a Taco Bell on a gas station. No offense, bitch, but I don't like Taco Bell, and it's on a fucking gas station. Well, you can't get no more redneck than that. You got a BK, a Taco Bell, and a KFC hooked
Don't
to a
forget
buddy's
Denny's.
fucking mini mart.
Don't forget Denny's.
Hooked to a buddy's fucking mini mart. What the? Yeah, let's get some petroleum burgers. Come on. Come on, kids. Let dad poison you. I take snacks, man. I take a cooler. Big chunk of meat, crackers. I'll take jerky. I don't care. I like to. I'll tell you what. I make the boy piss in a bottle, but the girls, you know, you can't do that with them. That's why I got tired of having to stop when I drive places, so I just bought a newer Winnebago. Like the reservoir's there. We got a bathroom. Go back there. You're hungry? Look in the fridge. The microwave works while we're driving. I don't like to stop, man. It's just it's a waste of time. You only got so long to live. Why? I know people that only drive 10 hours a day. Take 3 days to go to 1,300 miles. What the hell is that? Do it in 2. Enjoy more of your vacation. I literally drive 19 hours, but hey, I'm used to, I might work 28 hours straight doing asphalt. So it's no big thing for me to drive 19 hours and do it where I make it in Florida maybe 10, 11 in the morning. Then I stay awake all day and go to sleep that night, and we never miss a beat, Shit, I drove 19 hours and went to Disney World. Other parents tripping out. I seen this mom tripping out about her kids and shit. And I thought, damn, bitch, I ain't slept in 24 hours. I'm not fucking tripping. Spoiled kids don't bug me, though, Oh, I like that name, Brad. I'm Brad, bitch. That's fucking funny. Buckle up and guard your grill. I'm Brad, bitch. I should change my name to Buckle Up and Guard Your Grill, huh? Toe up from the flow up. Arnold Chopper. That's funny. What's with the fucking name? Funny names, man. Y'all want a funny name? I'll pick a funny name for every one of you. Derp 1, Derp 2, Derp 3, name Derp 4. Ain't a damn Glober 1 in here. What the hell?
Skirt.
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Well, I guess I
Who
need to
is
go
that?
to... Who's who?
Who is that?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Well, who the hell are you? I asked first.
Where the fuck am I?
Yeah, I don't know, but you're about to be banned.
No, don't ban me, bro.
Well, who the hell are
Praise
you?
me, bro.
I'm just chilling, bro. I'm just chilling. Don't ban me. I didn't even know I
Who
was
the
in
hell?
here.
Ollie.
I'm gonna mute now, bro. In a bit.
No, now you got to talk to us, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna talk to you, man.
Hey, man.
Is that your chick?
No, bro.
Your buddy? I thought your buddy was a girl. Ha ha ha! Laugh at him.
Funny,
Laugh at him right now. He's got a girly voice.
That's pretty funny, bro.
I'm just joking, man.
What's actually going on in here? Like, I didn't even know I was in here, mate.
You ain't got to do shit. This is Flat Earth. You're in the Flat Earth server.
No, I know what this is gonna be, but like, what's going on in the live stream? Is someone live streaming?
Nothing. That's why we're trying to press you into talking. But
Oh,
you know,
why did
I'm
you
a fair
unmute me and
guy.
no one else?
You don't have to talk if you don't want to.
To be fair,
I
I
don't
would
like.
give you a kiss, but not right now.
I don't like to force people. You know, if you don't want to
Are
talk, you
you a
don't
flat
have to.
earther, sir? Okay, thank you.
You know where you're at, boy?
Yeah, he's a flat
Flat Earth
earther.
Discord.
I know, I'm asking, yeah, but like some people in here aren't flat earthers, you know, like they're.
Yeah.
Yes, we are flat earthers.
We measured it. We know that it's flat.
You measured the earth. No, I'm not even.
A portion of it.
Can you genuinely
Samples.
explain to me how you did that? Like, I genuinely.
Yeah, sure. I will. Will you just do me a favor? Google the radius of the Earth.
I'm
Right?
gonna do it right now.
Okay. I'll get you the PDF, Hank, and then I'll be quiet so you can do this.
Radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers.
Right. So if we got the radius, we can work out the dimensions of the Earth and see where the horizon would be. Now, if you go to an Earth curve calculator and you type in 1 foot observer height, it'll tell you that the horizon distance must be 1.225 miles, or 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that's going to tell you where the horizon should be, right?
Yeah.
So if we can measure the horizon at another location, then the Earth isn't the size that they told us that it was, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's supposed to be at 1.225 miles away, and we measure it and it's more than 10 miles away, then that means that we falsified the radius, right?
Right.
So we've done that.
You did that.
We've done that.
Guess what?
What?
That completely doesn't make any sense. Did you make
I know, right? Because you grew up in a cradle, right? And you had stars and moons above your cradle that spun in a circle, right? Stars and planets, and you're mobile, right?
I did, yeah.
And then when you turned on the TV, you saw the globe Earth on TV,
I did.
right? And when you opened magazines and books, you saw the Earth was a ball. And then when you went to school, your teacher said, "Look, you live here," right?
No, like, genuine question: who gains out of calling the Earth like a sphere or like?
Hey, I posted that FE core.
benefits from
Let,
that?
hold
Do I
on,
think the Earth's
because
flat or I think the Earth's round?
hold on, bro. Hold
Who
on.
gains from
That's
that?
some. Hold on, I'll answer you.
Thank you.
That's something we can only guess at. So you want me to guess
Maybe there's
who and why? Because there's no logical reason for me to.
It's a Gartha in the middle. It's the Middle Earth. It's in the flat Earth.
Can I talk?
Right? Oh shit! I hate that.
Can I talk? Or I mean, I was trying to answer you, but you just cut me off. It's kind of rude.
Sorry, wait, my headset died. I can't actually hear any of you.
All right, so we can only guess at who's lying and why, because we don't have to assume that every scientist, engineer, or any large group of people are in on it, because there's always a possibility that the large group of people just believe the lie is the truth. But
I literally got one sec. It's not working.
Oh Lord, whatever.
Oh, hello.
So here's the math on the curvature rate. We use the Pythagorean theorem. There's a complete formula to show the curvature rate.
Where am I looking? Where am I looking?
In Livestream voice text.
Okay, I'm looking.
Above that,
I'm looking.
Above that is a FE core experiment description. That's a field engineers core, not flat Earth core. That was done by field engineers.
Yeah, I've read that.
And that's the laser survey. And they're not attempting to prove the Earth is flat. They were attempting to prove the Earth was a globe and prove the curvature exists. But they didn't find none at 42 kilometers. They actually found a missing 90 feet of curve.
Wait one sec, guys. I'm so sorry. I need to plug something in.
Bro, you got PayPal, you got an address. I'll order you a new headset.
It's working. I can hear it.
I'll order you a good headset.
Yeah, my headset's fucking shit. It's actually terrible. It's sellotape together. I smashed it.
I got this one, $99 you can get it. I paid $1.50 and the motherfucker went on sale.
Go back in.
He said for you.
Yeah, so to be fair, I think you've convinced me.
Oh,
I'm not trying to convince you.
No.
Neither is Hank. We're trying to get you to
Come on. Listen. Be reasonable.
Go ahead.
Be reasonable, brother. Right? We're not trying to convince you. We're not. Listen. This isn't a religion. We're not trying to convert you. The only thing we want you to do is to think for yourself and question authority, and go out, find a large body of water, and measure it yourself. Yeah, you're going to measure it yourself, and then you'll know whether I'm lying or telling the truth, because I'm just an egghead on the internet. Bro, you keep talking the same time I'm talking. Please do me a favor. Listen. You're being rude. Listen, bro. You can see France from the UK. Did you know that?
Where are you guys from? Whereabouts are you guys from?
Bro, did you hear me? I just said that there's a spot in the UK where you can see France. Did you know that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's impossible if you live on a globe.
Okay, well, I actually will go test this myself, like probably in the next week. So I'll come back here, Jesus, and then we'll
yeah, all you need is a mirror and the sun behind you, and a person on the other side of the water, and you want it to be during a clear day when you can see really far. And if you can see the mirror that's setting in the water, right, and let's say 10 miles away, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So don't do it with like 1 or 2 miles. You at least want to get a good handful of miles, like 10. And I don't know what that translates into kilometers, like 12, 13 kilometers, right? Don't do 2 or 3 kilometers. You want to do, over a large body of water that's at rest, right? You don't want to do it during a hurricane or a foggy day. You want to do it on a crystal clear day. I know you don't get a lot of those in the UK, so it might take you a couple weeks. But I'm at home, and I'm going to go rub my wife's back or something.
All right, Hank.
Hey,
good evening, brother.
Hey, fuck you, Hank. TMI, damn it. You better treat that woman right, but TMI, bro. Some of us ain't got no wife at home to rub on. Damn it. I'm offended. He didn't think of the wifeless men. I'm just joking.
It was really kind what you did, man. You're like super patient with that person.
Yeah. I'm not a hater. I'm not hurting either. I'm just a picky bastard. But hey,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, I worked a long day today. I ain't got the energy to be aggressive.
I don't know. It kind of takes the best out of you. But then when you're at your worst, you're at your best.
Fuck, I've been trying to find hours when I was talking. Plus, I worked, and then I got a time where I could talk. I was up from like 3 in the morning till 6, and then they called me and said 2 people called in sick. So I had to go get my nephew. And me and my nephew went in and covered 2 empty spots at the asphalt company. It happens when the change of weather is near, and most of my jobs are caught up, so they know that this is when they get so many sick days. I give 7 paid sick days a year. Because, dude, we do asphalt. I can work my guys 118 hours in a week, and they'll still be sleeping in the truck so they can get more hours on that same paycheck. I've literally taken a lot of my guys on jobs where they got paid 24 hours straight, 5 days in a row, 120 hours. Still had the weekend, and they still work. So I know by the end of the year they're worn out. So am I. So, I give them sick days. So you might need it, dude. The fucking sun. I don't care how much water you drink. When you're putting it in and sweating it out every day, it has a toll on your body, Affects your energy. Can't eat properly when you're working that many hours. You need a day off every now and then. I'm the only asphalt company in my town that actually gives sick days and vacation. You usually don't get a 7-day paid vacation at a seasonal job. But I also know what it's like to work 20 years and then say, damn, I haven't had a summer with my kids in 20 years, So I give them the July 4th week off, 2 days before, and then, 7 days. So they can at least enjoy. The 4th of July is a good holiday to enjoy, I think. If it's the only holiday you get. I mean, I generally have fireworks out here and a company picnic, so I even let them camp out here if they want, because I got 2 rivers that connect to 6 lakes. It's called the Chain of Lakes region. I got a bunch of kayaks, canoes, and boats. I try to hook up. For me, the company's not the equipment or the contracts. It's the people who do the work. Without them, you don't have a company. The happier they are, the better company you got, the more quality work you do, the happier the customer. So, the better treated your equipment is. You put a guy who's miserable with his paycheck in a $200,000 excavator, and it's going to need repaired a lot because he's going to get pissed off a lot. A guy that makes enough in one day to pay his bills, which I have guys that make 30 to 50 bucks an hour. So one day they paid their bills for the week. One day overtime. Anything past 8 is over. Anything past 40, that's how most people do it. You got to get to 40. I don't care if you only got 12 hours in. If you work 12 hours straight, you get 4 hours overtime. And if you get more than 80 hours, it pays double time. I got some guys that make 110 bucks an hour on double time. And you know they're happy as hell coming to work. Them worked 80 hours. They know damn well they're about to get 18 more at double time. They're happy as fuck.
That's a big chunk of change, man. That's more than they basically make more than I would in the entire month in a day.
At $55 an hour, yeah. But those are general managers, job site foremen, my state highway foreman, who is a certified highway engineer, he makes $78 an hour. So he's the highest paid, but he's qualified for his job, and I don't have to run the highway crews. He does it all. He runs 3 highway crews, so and he keeps them on track. So he's worth his money. He's actually gets a raise this year. And not no punk ass raise. He'll get like $7. But he's worked here 20 years. I still run the company by the employee rules. My dad said, you get a certain amount of money for a certain amount of time. Doesn't matter. You can make more money than that in that time by getting certifications, that get certified in equipment repair or county roadway inspection, state highway inspection. You can make more money. You can move up. Happy employees make a good company. Like my bidders. If you go out and find a $300,000 job, guess what? You get 3% of the profit off that job. I have guys that find over $2 million worth of work a year. Profit won't be $2 million. It'll be probably somewhere 1.2 after taxes. That's when your 3% comes in. It'll be about 8, and you'll get 3% of 8, which is that's 800 grand. Shit, you can make 80 grand in a year just on being a bidder, but bidders don't make a high amount an hour. Literally, I don't even pay them by the hour. You get a salary paycheck with incentive pay. So they only make $350 a week. If you don't find me a job, you get paid $350 a week to drive my truck around and try. Plus it goes up too, though. The 3% can turn to 5% depending on the amount of the job. But like my dad did that, it was incentive for it. It's not just the bidders that can do that. Any employee can get a job for the company and get a percentage of the profit. And they all get profit sharing too and bonuses. They get bonuses because it promotes this. Whenever you get a job done ahead of schedule, pays a higher rate. The contract will say, if I'm done in a timely manner 2 days before that, then you just pay the contract. But if I'm done 4 days early, then it goes up a percentage. And they know that, so they get a percentage of that too. You'll say 1 or 2% is not a lot, but it really is when you figure how many jobs these people are doing a year in 7 months. We do a lot of fucking work. Look, this year the city just paid to repave every city of Jackson roadway. I've been so busy this fucking year. The state's being dicks, but the county gave me way more work. So I actually made more money off the county than I do off the state. The state's hard to make money for. They're picky sons of bitches. They reject loads. Say, nope, you can't drop that in this highway. If I don't have a job where I can say, reroute that to a Staples parking lot, you know. If I don't have that job, then I just lose that load of asphalt. You can lose $5,000 like that. Just wasn't hot enough to pave on the highway. That's why I put GPS in my trucks and give my drivers phones. Because if they're going to be late, I know it. Like, hey, motherfucker, if it takes you too long to get to the job site, I already know it's going to be under temperature. There's no sense even showing it to the inspector. If I got the job, I'll reroute it when it's already late. I met a guy on here that sells a computerized system, keeps track of everything from the asphalt yard all the way to the job site. And I'm thinking about promoting his system, buying it for a deal, letting them hook it all up, and then they can use my company as advertisement. I'll be the first company to start using it. But then the state can say, my state inspector could get on the webpage and go, well, this one's going to be 15 minutes late, Mike. It's risky. You want to reroute it? You know, he can say it. He can reject it just based on the amount of time. Because once we get going, we know the distance from the asphalt yard. We know this load made it here at 400 degrees. It's got to be 350 degrees to lay it. 400 degrees at a 45-minute travel time. Then we know when we get into an hour of travel time, it's going to be probably 350 degrees or less, you know. So if it took you an hour to get there and you're still 20 minutes away, you know, I'm not even going to have you come to the fucking highway job site. I'll send you somewhere else. Mystic Warrior. I haven't heard that name. Hi, Mr. Mystic Warrior. Give me a second, I'll unmute you. Hello, Mystic Warrior. You're unmuted. You got control of your mic. You want to talk for a minute? Maybe you can get VC verified. You don't have to debate. Well, the flip side is you just go on mute again until somebody gets to talk to you. Then you can get VC verified. But I should warn you, if you come in here too many times and you don't want to get VC verified, somebody probably just remove you from the server. We got agents from other servers that come here just to data mine. We don't take kindly to that. Who the hell gave you space aids, Raven? Are you a bird enthusiast, Raven?
Everybody's AFK.
Yeah, fuck 'em, man, if they don't want to talk. I was thinking about Mick Super Loud in the whole lobby. Who knows that verb? We had this guy, Ace Mick Super Loud. When he got pissed off, he would literally ban an entire lobby. Just ban everybody in it if they were under him. Yep. Oh my gosh. No shit, Josh. Where'd you get that? Candace Owens. Isn't
Yeah.
Isn't that a Secretary of State or something?
No, her husband had something to do with the Trump presidency, but she's
Oh.
fighting against critical race theory and the theory that America is systemically racist.
Yeah, critical race theory is some idiotic shit, dude. I mean, Obama was president. Come on, man. How come we can't let advancements just keep being advancements? The minute they did that shit, they took. When I was a kid, man, people were a lot racist. You know, my parents still had traces of the racism that they got from their parents. But a lot of people in my generation broke it, and we advanced that shit so much so that a black man became president. That's a large advancement. It's a move forward. And when we get people feeling like they're so oppressed that they're not getting any advancements and they don't clearly see the advancements we have made and we lose all that, it's lost. Come on. If the lesbians had an open lesbian president, they might quit feeling so oppressed. But the truth is, all Americans are oppressed. You're a tax slave, preferred stock, aka stock slave or tax slave. I can show it to you on court records. You're literally a goyim, a tax slave, preferred stock. You're owned by a legal fiction if you're a citizen. A citizen is property of a legal fiction.
Look out for the cat sniper in the tree.
Yeah. Charlie in the trees.
Oh, did you see my photos of the moon? The best photos I've taken yet.
No. Check them out. We need something to talk about. I had a long day. It's time to relax, damn it. The only reason I can keep going, though, is because I know it's coming to an end quick.
What, the day?
No, my season. And most of my employees done used up all their 6 days and vacations. So, damn it, they'll be trying to get in their last hours before the end of the year, you know. We'll be on equipment maintenance. Those are good here in a second. The only thing they'll be doing is maintaining equipment.
Thinking about taking some more, but playing with the settings this time with pro features so I can get true color. Telescope.
What are you taking them with?
The telescope and my cell phone.
Oh, a telescope that clips on your cell phone?
No, it's just a telescope, and I have to line up the camera.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But I want to see if I can find the Venus and Mars and all that shit.
It looks like a fucking like a orange or something that had the stem pulled out of it.
Yeah. What if it's all flipped up? It's flipped upside down. We know that because it's a fucking telescope, right? So the crater that's on the bottom that you can see is really at the top. And what if that's the North Pole or Montenegro?
Or what?
Montenegro, the Black Mountain.
Yeah.
I don't know. That thing don't even look real, bro.
What do you mean? Is that the North Pole we're trying to get to?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's possibly the North Pole. But,
for blood over intent? No, I'm with you. The anode cathode theory, right?
No, I'm saying everything that you look through a telescope is inverted due to the way the telescope works. It's flipped upside down 180 degrees.
I know that. I know that. I got plenty of telescopes. So you're using a reflector.
Yeah, it's a mirror. It's a Meade telescope. It's like a 3-inch telescope.
Yeah, not all telescopes invert it like that, but reflectors do. Because you're looking at a reflection. That's why it is inverted. Damn, that's a daytime one there.
No, that I accidentally had the flash on.
Really? And you got all the blue from the sky from a fucking flash?
Yeah.
That's crazy. It lit the damn night sky up and gave you a daytime looking. How the fuck is that even possible?
It was only possible through the telescope. I don't know.
That's fucking
I think I
crazy.
just gave you a bunch of ideas, huh? You're like, man, I'm gonna have to go try that.
Yeah. Make me want to shine a couple lights at the sky. I got these big spotlights. I got lights that, well, you know what I'm talking about. They're generated lights for asphalt work at night. You know?
Yeah.
I can light up an entire highway, bro. Keep it lit for days.
I know somebody that I think they still have it for sale for $9,000.
What, a lighting? A
Yeah,
lighting system?
a light trailer.
Well, that'd be worth it depending on how many hours it has on it and what year it is. Year don't really matter, but the hours do.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what they used to do. I know they did a lot of construction. So construction
Well,
with
I'm
heavy
just saying, that's a $25,000 setup, if not more, depending on what brand it is. You know?
I mean, if nothing else, like if the lights are junk or whatever, and that circuitry is fried, just replace the
Oh,
coils.
that's simple shit, dude. You're
turn it
preaching
into a
in the
welder.
choir. I've been doing that shit for years. I upgrade my lighting systems. You know, so I can rewire it. Shit, as long as I got the carriage, man, I can switch it all around if I want to make it all fuse box ran.
Hang on, real quick. I gotta help someone locate their shit.
Huh. Yeah, that was what I had to do as soon as I came home. My daughter's, where's this, Dad? I'm like, psh, I don't know. Where was the last place you used it? Let's walk through this. We're gonna work this out. You call a white guy 3 a.m, wake him up, and he'll be like, hold on. Let's talk about this. We can work this out. Where was the last place you seen it? Well, I was using it here, Dad, and then I left and I came back and blam, it was gone. Tear the couch apart. Oh, there's your phone. The last place you seen it was the couch. Why you wouldn't start looking under shit, I don't know. I got a big fat dog that likes to get up on the couch and lay on all your stuff. And he ends up with his fat arse pushing shit into the cushions. He does it to me all the time. I gotta find the remote every fucking day, man. Somebody always leaves it on the couch. And then my fat dog, he's gonna lay where there is stuff. Because he might use that stuff to itch his belly or something. Somewhere his fat ass can't reach. I made him a scratching pole. Like the cat's got a scratching pole. I made one that's he can walk in it and it's a hoop. But he squats down to get in it and then he can rub his butt up against it and rub his hips against it and shit. It's a itching post for him. My cat's done whittled it down thin. So I think I'm going to have to build another one. Just made it out of 2x4s and put carpet on it, you know. The cats done scratched the carpet all off it and whittled it apart. Using it for scratching posts for their claws. I have to build him another one. He loves that. He loves that thing. He'd go rub his his head against it. He can itch places that he can't reach with it. That's why he likes it. Anyone that has carpet burn knows damn well, you know, you can get some friction for a scratch from some carpet. Where the hell's Quantum? He's on. He ain't been in here in a minute. That's just a crazy fucking photo, dude. That just looks like a daytime fucking photo. I'm amazed you can see the blue just from a flash. You can see the damn clouds, dude. Or is that a lens effect from the flash of the light? And tell me in that one that the fucking moon looks like the ass of a fucking lightning bug. Looks luminescent to me. There's just no way it would be a perfect circle if there was light being cast to it. There should be evidence of this light as it, hits the atmosphere of the moon. It's got some atmosphere. There should be some scattering of light there. It shouldn't be perfectly uniform because it's being projected to it, right? So we should get some kind of tracers. I mean, the camera senses light. Why wouldn't the light be visible that's going to it? I think we should actually see a beam of light that goes all the way to it if it's being lighted up by a beam of light. And like they say, it's in our atmosphere. That's the thing. All that atmosphere that the light shines through would be lighted up to a degree because light scatters in the atmosphere. So the reflection, the scattering, that would make it visible as it travels through the atmosphere, right? It's a polarization. Supposedly light isn't in space. Supposedly the minute you leave the atmosphere, you shouldn't be able to see the light from the sun because it's white light. And it's not in space, it's white light. It doesn't come in the visible spectrum until it shines through the atmosphere. So there shouldn't be any light in space because it's all white light. It doesn't separate or become polarized until it casts through a medium called polarization. Here, let's see if we can get people in here. Fuck it. What do you mean what? Davy Jones, it says join BC.
Oh, thanks for the role. Whoever gave it to me. Nickname Master. That's funny.
Well, I made some interesting observations just now, man. Holy shit. Okay. So I saw a planet. I'm not sure which one, but I was able to zoom in digitally with my cell phone while focused in as best I could to get the clearest pictures to try to get an image of the moons that were around it. But this is what ended up coming out. This is a planet, one of the wandering stars. Crazy, huh? Like, click on it and zoom in on it. You can see the thing. I'm gonna see if I can crop one. Here we go. Enhance. Looks like an eye to me. Be nice if I can get the 6-inch going.
Yo, Joshua, do you have a, Nikon P1000 or what? Is that your pictures?
No, this is just my cell phone with a need 3-inch telescope.
Okay, yeah, I have a Nikon P1000 infrared converted camera. I have some pretty good footage of Polaris and random stars. The only stars I actually identified was Polaris. The other ones I was just zooming in on random stars, trying to keep the camera still on the tripod.
I'm pretty sure I can
Okay.
find out which one this is, but I'm pretty sure this is a planet.
How do you want to go through the extra steps of trying to figure out what star I was zooming in on? How do you think it would make a difference? Oh, which light in the sky is it? Okay, they're all lights, so really don't care. And then if I say it's one star, someone's gonna be like, "That's not that star." Like, yeah, that's a different star. I've seen like all kinds of like fantastical, like geometric shapes and stuff while zooming in. And on the moon too, dude, I was like seeing all kinds of like designs and stuff on the moon. I have some 4K footage on my YouTube channel, and it was even like more clear when I was actually looking at it in real time. If I could find anything, hold on.
So apparently that's Saturn. Because I wasn't able to find Jupiter in the viewfinder, but I was able to find Saturn.
Do some telescopes tell you which star you're looking at, or what?
No, I have to look at a overlay of Google Sky or Star Walk or whatever. This is supposed to have a slew where it will automatically go to it, but I can't figure out the system's like not working correctly. So I can't use the automatic go to star, go to function, go to coordinates. I got to put everything in from location to date and time, and then find a couple of stars in the viewfinder and make sure it's centered. And once it's centered, hit enter, and that'll set the location like pinpoint accuracy with like 6 different stars. Crazy. But it doesn't go through the function all the way. It aborts halfway through.
I'll post like 3 or 4 videos. Yeah, I have them like in like GIF version, but that's on my laptop. I'm on my phone right now.
But that would make sense if that's Saturn. Because the ring.
Oh, Globers hate it when I show this stuff too, and they're like, "Oh, that's just glare," and you can do that same thing, zooming in on any light, and it's like, okay, dude, Galileo had like a 12.
I had to tone the light aperture way down to like 0 to like 0.1.
It's like Galileo with the 12x zoom. Oh, these are perfectly spheres of gas balls, or whatever he said. In 2021, we have 183x zoom, and Globers are like out of focus. Okay, you can believe the 12x zoom versus the 125x. See how many times stronger is that one? Yeah, just 10 times more powerful.
Yeah, see, they look like fucking bubbles, man. Straight up like bubbles. Yeah, I have to use like analog mixed with digital. So it'd be nice if I was able to like zoom in on the viewfinder, like get a telescopic viewpoint on top of a telescopic viewpoint, but unfortunately it's not available without like Nikon P1000 attached to it, which would be dope, especially on the 6-incher, because the stars are a lot larger, more detail, more focus. You can actually tune the mirror.
Yeah, if you do get one, get an infrared converted camera.
Don't you just have to take the jewel out of it?
I'm not trying to do that myself in case I mess up $1,000 camera. That'd be my fault.
Well, I think they have a solvent to get that the light sensitive glue used to set it in place to get that removed. But then again, you might want to replace it with something else because it kind of protects the inner CCD. They have those bypass filters you can add, but it's not the greatest quality. Best just to remove it. And then when you do that, you can take an incandescent light like a searchlight or a headlamp, like an old school headlamp from like a car, and put a bunch of film over it for like taking photography film. And what happens then is it emits a strong beam of ultraviolet or infrared light because all of the wavelengths are blocked besides infrared, and you have night vision. Wherever that beam is, you have good sight. It's like daytime.
Man, some night vision would be dope.
Yeah, see, the best I could do is take this number 12 welding glass and put that over my phone. Try to get a picture of the sun that way. But it would be a green filter. Sitting on the dock of the bay, my ass about a foot above the water, looking out across the bay, way too far.
Yeah, I was in South Padre Island a few months ago and we're on vacation. I wanted to spend like the whole time doing like observational stuff, but yeah, I was with my wife, family, and son and stuff, I didn't get to spend the whole time doing what I wanted to do. It was pretty fun though, riding around South Padre Island. You could ride golf carts on the street there, and it's funny because they only go like 30 miles per hour, so it like pisses off all the cars around you. Oops.
In fact, if you want night vision scope, like fully digital to where you don't have to look at it, it's like a screen. You know those dash cams
Yeah,
that have the screen built in?
that you stick to your windshield.
Yeah, you want to get the one that does like nighttime recording, but it's black and white footage, right? And that actually switches to infrared, and it uses infrared LEDs emitted to help light things up for low light situations, right? And you could attach that to, like, say, a piece of PVC to where it's dark and disable those lights. Like, just remove those LEDs completely and disable that circuit. That way it doesn't have to switch, but instead you shunt it to where it automatically sends the current low, so it switches the camera mode to infrared mode instead of daytime mode. So that when it's in that mode, you can also have it to where, like, anything that it's looking through is going to be in the infrared spectrum, right? So it's good time for daytime, but at nighttime you need a light, and the light is like, a mag light or something like that, an old incandescent light with some film over the top of it, some photographic film, and it's invisible light that's only picked up by the camera. Like, animals can't see it at all. But the cool thing is if you get the right one, the ones that will record after, a round, or it senses like a G-force differential to where it's like, an impact, it'll record before and after the impact. So, like, anytime you shoot something on a rifle, like, you have a record of the animal strip. Like, I got the pig.
That's sick.
Got the zombies.
Yeah, we're going. The best time to hunt is like really early in the morning. Like before the sun comes up, like where all the animals are actually really active. A lot of places you're not even allowed to hunt at that time because it's just like easy pickings. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Right, but I'm saying not everyone can afford a starlight scope. Not everyone can afford a light amplification scope or anything like that. Those things are like $2,000. But this system, shit, you can make this system for like $60, depending on if you have supplies laying around, a bunch of disposable cameras from back in the day, film that's never been developed.
Yeah, y'all better learn how to hunt and a place to hunt before shit hits the fan. I got a lot of family that gets in like a lot of deer and like random meat, usually deer. I'm in Texas, so
I know where there's deer right off the reservation where I can get them. But here on the reservation, I can't. Unfortunately, it's in California next to a wildlife preserve, so I can't get them. But shit hits the fan, I can get them. Plus, we got
yeah,
plenty of donkeys that we can trade for other things.
you're
Hey,
going
look, we got live feed.
you're going to see normies like chasing squirrels up trees and shit in the cities.
Tell everybody, you know what?
But
Fuck that electric vehicle bullshit. If you really want to go green, ride a donkey. And then I got the market on them motherfuckers. Wild burros, wild burros. It's cheaper when they're wild. When they're broken, you got to pay more.
is Bailey in the chat? No, she's not in here. Bailey. Octane. Very cool. What's up, DJ?
Hey. I didn't even know I was unmuted, sorry.
I'll see how it is.
Hey, what's
So,
up, Bucks Ups?
Damn!
you're
What's
gonna have
going
to
on,
prove those
guys?
four. So you're gonna have to. Oh, hold on. Yo, Bailey. Welcome. Bell, maybe. Are you able to talk 0408? No, I think that's our only Glober meet right now. Yo, Alien.
Bali 0408 space white team.
Bill Bonds. Bill Bonds. Can you hear me?
Hey, welcome, Alien. What's going on, man?
How's it doing, Chief?
So, are you a Glober?
Not likely.
You said not likely?
Yeah, you mustn't have heard what I've spoke about. You
Any
must be
Globers
new.
in here? Feel free to jump in.
What's that?
I'll say, any Globers, feel free to unmute and jump in. Who's Arnold? I don't recognize him. Oh, no, that's probably
That's
a flat earth.
Reckonor. That's Reckonor.
I've known about flat earth for about 57 years, 58 years.
Congrats, you got a lot of years on me.
Vet.
I was in another flat earth channel 24/7, Poncho Peak. I was in there for about 5 years, 4 or 5 years.
Who the fuck got the muted role?
Who got the muted role? Say again?
Yeah, Puke Rill. Pukey Rill. Right? He's got a role that says muted. What?
I don't know, man.
Yo, Glat, when'd you get that referee, man?
Like a week ago, maybe 4 days ago. I don't know. Crack gave it
Oh,
to me.
man.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
Congrats.
anything. Well, thank you. It doesn't mean anything like gaining anything, like a role, like a job or ability. I can't mute anybody or anything. So nothing really changed. But yeah, when people click it, it says referee, and that means that
yeah, just
you
need
won't
to
be
kick
you
ass,
won't be
dude.
fucking around when I'm in the chat. You just won't be fucking around. Does that make sense?
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. So cool. Yeah, thanks, man. Hey, so Empirical Emperor wants. I think he says he's not a Globie, so I feel like he's due at least the 3 questions, and then maybe we can
I'll
do
give you
something for him. What's that?
I'll give you the answers.
No, don't do that.
I better not say that.
Alien, is it? Wait, do you know the answers?
I better not say it, otherwise you might just copy it.
Well, yeah.
Starts with N.
Okay. Hey,
Proven.
Empirical, can you speak?
Beg your pardon?
Sorry, I'm talking to the Empirical Emperor Alien.
All right, okay.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, buddy, your mic's real low.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, just get closer to it. Turn up a little bit. How you doing? How are you, sir? Empirical Emperor.
I'm alright.
Oh, good. Super. So you say you're not a Globie, huh?
No.
Why should I believe you? Okay.
I don't
No,
know.
that's a bad question. Listen, that was a bad question. You did great with the silence. A lot of people just act out. You feel me? Okay, so Well, I got series of 3 questions, real easy ones, that help get the whole room acquainted with you, see where you're at with the topic. If you don't mind me asking you those, if that's okay.
Are they like nuanced questions?
No, they are yes or no questions. In fact, they're super easy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool, super. It's not a test. Like people already have answers for this, so it's not like you got to go study. So the first question is: do you know of any time in history when a person or a group of persons directly measured the physical curvature of Earth's surface?
No.
Right on. Me neither. Good answer. That was honest. I like it. The next question is similar. Do you know of any time when a person or group of persons directly detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis?
No.
When did so you don't know when they would have gotten that either? Me neither. I've been looking for years now. So no rotation, no curvature, but people do believe it, don't they?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, loving to believe in that space ball. So yeah, it is definitely a belief out there. All right, last question. Oh, I can stop waffling. Can there exist gas pressure without a container?
I assume no.
And why would you assume no?
Because I'm not all the way acquainted with the topic.
That's okay. The answer is no, and I'll explain why. And you were honest about that again. So it's probably more that you don't know, but that's just as honest as no in that regard. So let me tell you what it means. Quickly, it's like you can't have a tire without tire pressure. Sorry, you can't have tire pressure without the tire. The tire is the wall of a container. The word pressure has the word press as its base word, P-R-E-S-S. And so the gas does what up against the walls of a container?
Press.
There you go. Very good. It's how we get PSI, pounds per square inch, of the walls of the container, giving the force against the walls of the container. That is a force that we can directly detect, unlike gravity. So, anyway, thanks for going through those with me and for me.
It shouldn't be called pressure. It should be called pusher.
Pusher? Yeah.
Yeah,
Squeeze, man. There's too many people in the party, man. It's squeeze.
Thank you for making it.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Actually, the topic itself is really simple to understand, right? You know what flat means, right?
Yeah.
You know what stationary means, right? Not moving. That's really all we're dealing with. It's flat and stationary. There's other things like space is fake. We could talk about. Gravity's not real. We can talk about that. Talk about a lot of stuff, but yeah, flat and stationary. And if you keep it simple, people sometimes do like to talk about it.
Hang on, let me pick on him real quick. Do you know what flat is? Is flat a shape, a way of things, or a surface feature? Huh?
The basic shape's flat, but it can have an incline and decline of flat, whereas level doesn't have an incline or decline.
Okay,
That's
I
why
was
level shape because flat is.
I was gonna
And
finish.
it's every level, height or depth on Earth.
Putting out the
It
question.
proves beyond doubt that it's flat. Because water sits level and continues level no matter the distance. There's no curve or bend in level.
So the question was: is flat a shape, a surface feature, or a way of the appearance of something?
Like a piece of board, it's flat. You know, you say it's a flat piece of board.
Hang on,
It
we're
doesn't
gonna
look
see
like
about if we're gonna see if empirical. We're gonna see what empirical emperor says about it. Alien.
Surface feature.
Very good.
Yeah.
Flat does not necessarily mean smooth, right?
Yeah.
But both are the definition of a surface feature.
Yeah.
Like things that are flat don't necessarily have to be completely, razor flat. There is some kind of inclination. That's why we have standards to go by. And, most buildings today are built within I think 4 inches per meter off square is the tolerance for it. So 4
I don't
inches
think
per
it
yard.
would be that high.
Huh?
I don't think it'd even be that high. Once you achieve level, it stays level.
I said off square.
All right.
So I mean, and that's pretty much undetectable. That little bit it's just off square, just a little bit skewed, But still, it's not a perfect rectangular shaped room. So could you say that it's rectangular? Yeah, but is it a true 3-dimensional parallelogram shape? I don't know what you would call that. A cuboid, I guess, but not a cuboid. A rhombosoid. Anyways, because it's not true dimensions, it's skewed off a little bit, so the angles won't be precise.
Are you
But
sure
it's good
level
enough for
doesn't mean
government work.
curved? Because that's what Globers keep telling us.
What does level mean? There's 32 different definitions for level.
0 degrees, 90 degrees.
And not a single one means an arc.
No.
Right, so when the
0
antonym
degrees, 90
means
degrees.
curved,
Is a plumb bob's level at 90 degrees.
Do you know how level is found today?
The best way to achieve levels with hoses and water. Water in the hose.
Well,
If you're
back in
going
the day, they would have a knot on the string at the bottom of 2 sticks that were put together in a 45-degree angle, the plumb bob hanging down from it. And when something is level, that knot will be lining up with the plumb bob string.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
No, but over long distance like
but
building.
today we use water. We use a liquid, not necessarily water, but a liquid.
Yeah.
Called a spirit bubble, right? And coincidentally, we can also use something called a mercury bubble to shoot a transient laser line to find an exact level. We also use, you can shoot a string across great distances and get it as taut as you can. Get that string as tight as you can. You can put a level on that string. It's called a line level, and you can make sure that string is level, right? And once that string is level, you could probably shoot a laser along it. And if that laser is perfectly aligned all the way along with the spacing of it, over what, say, a quarter mile? Quarter mile would be enough to have some kind of a deviation off target, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think outside the box. But I don't know if there's a way to get that string taut enough over a quarter mile. There'd be some sort of a sag. There always is.
right, so are we able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container? What if we use 2 containers to demonstrate that? Will that work?
I could give you the answer, but you're not going to like it. However, can we demonstrate gas pressure without a container without equalization occurring? No. We cannot demonstrate that, but we can demonstrate difference in pressure. Right? That's what storms are all about. So the thing is a lot of people forget that the law of gas is equalization. It's against equalization. The vacuum doesn't suck. It's the pressure that pushes the gas into the vacuum to fill the vacuum, right? The vacuum doesn't pull the air. It's the air pressure that pushes in on the emptiness of the vacuum flask to fill it.
I don't know, man. Every time I ask a Glober for a demonstration of measurable gas pressure without a container, they give me a demonstration with 2 containers. So level means curved and 2 means 0. So I guess we're progressing.
We're doing something, that's for sure. I think we're just moving horizontally.
Yeah, but the bottom line is equalization will always occur. A lot of people forget that even a flat tire with the valve stem removed still has 14 psi on the inside, 14.7 psi. Right, so if you have 30 pounds, you really have 42.7 or 46.7. No, yeah, 44.7.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not good with
You'll
math.
get the next one.
I'm not good with math.
I'm not either at all. But the good thing is one doesn't have to be good at math to understand their reality that wasn't made with math equations.
Yeah.
In fact, math equations are a way to confound reality, not understand it.
Yeah, I left school when I was 15, so I got no doctrines, no training in any of it.
That's a good
Oh,
thing.
hey, if anyone's planning a trip from, like, say, California to Colorado, I urge you while you're in California to buy a couple cans of Pringles and drive.
No Pringles over there.
No, there's Pringles there, but the thing is, I want you to try this, okay?
Oh, the pressure.
Yeah. Take some Pringles with you, buy some Pringles at the store, and then drive to Colorado with those Pringles. Once you hit the Eisenhower Bridge, they should have all burst. Or the Eisenhower Tunnel.
Well, yeah, you can just take a drink of water from a bottle and then just blow air into it before you put the cap back on. You know, get it all nice and taut. And just... I almost slid off the side of a mountain driving up there. It's a big storm. Car wouldn't stop sliding, and we just happened to be on one of those mountain curves with no
That's when you
barrier
go,
there.
"Oh, this is fun. Can't stop now.
Well-
Gotta keep going."
Well, what I did was I said to my girlfriend, because the thing was going to come on my side, the car was going to go down on the driver's side. So I said, all right, when I open this door, you fucking jump, and I'm going to push you too. So you're probably going to survive this. I'm probably not. And I was ready. I was ready to kick the bucket, sell the farm at that point. And, well, I didn't have to. The car stopped real luckily, a couple feet from the drop-off. I mean, obviously, I'm still here, but yeah. That was scary as fuck.
So whoever you made a promise to, you better make sure you keep that, huh? You
I
gotta
think I
represent
am
now.
keeping that promise. I don't think I remember the promise, but somehow I'm keeping it, just given how things are going. So I'll just get. I'm staying the course, you know.
You gotta represent.
Yeah, my life's been saved a few times, but that was the most blatant one, where like I was about to die, and then nothing got in the way of me dying except the car stopped moving, which it shouldn't have done. It was very slippery. I shouldn't have even driven up that hill.
Okay, that just hurts my brain. Why do you have to do that, man?
Nice
Do what?
Oh, fucking box ops. He puts that
Oh.
freaking Newport ad again. It's like, what the hell? Or it's not a Newport ad, but it seems like it should be a Newport ad.
Yeah, it's my favorite color.
With the pants, like, fucking, it hurts my brain.
It's weird. Weird looking. Also, it's very pretty. Also, she should eat 2 cheeseburgers an hour for the next 25 days. Good Lord. She barely exists. Look how skinny she is. I mean, her hair's amazing, but eat something, would you, kid?
Someone throw a cheeseburger in it.
Throw a cheeseburger off the cliff.
Problem is, she's probably not hungry at all and won't be hungry the rest of the day. Girl like that, you know.
Not a real photo. That's photoshopped. There's no way that her hair looks like that.
Cousin It.
Yeah.
I love long hair like that, man. Shit.
Yeah, joke's on you. It's the dude. It's Fabio.
Yeah, that what I'm looking at doesn't seem to have any clear indication of hips, so, but that doesn't mean it's a guy. Those are long arms, though. I will say, very long arms.
Oh shit! It's Mrs. Trump.
Sure.
Ivanka Klump.
Yeah, you got to sit there and think maybe Ivanka's not a woman because there's been a couple of photos where it looks like there's a Captain Kanish.
Oh, dude, that Ivanka's getting huge, like as a person. She's getting big, tall. Yeah, that's a man. There's no way around it. The bone structure's coming in, right, on the face. Used to be nice and smooth, hardly any cheekbones, and now it's like, oh man, you're getting some sunken in eyes there, and cheekbones are popping out, a little bit of a chin. Uh-ooh.
Yeah, certainly the most used words in 2021 towards those that know you and love you and all that is, I fucking told you so. What do you want? I fucking told you. But no, you shot the messenger.
Be a lot cooler if you did. That's a good one. That's a good meme. Box Hops, did you post that?
Yep. Usually.
Yeah. It's a good one. Hey man, you got any of that first-hand evidence, man? No, not on me, man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did. I think I saw him once. Lived in Austin for 10 years, and apparently he still lives there, and I think I saw him once. And I was about to go, Matthew! And then I realized that would be the one thing he wouldn't want to have happen in his hometown. Or maybe not, I don't know. But he's not the kind of guy that goes around with a bodyguard, if you know what I mean.
When you just go up and like get in his way and like take the cart from him at the grocery store or whatever and just be like, look out, dude. Like he's no one. He's like, hey, man.
He shouts at the Trader Joe's out there in the middle of the city.
Yeah, just go up and punk him, just take his shit, be like, you're no one, who the fuck are you? Have it on camera.
Well,
he's like, man, I'm fucking Matthew McConaughey, man.
Well, see, the thing is, he doesn't act like a superstar, and a lot of superstars don't look like superstars when they're out in public, so we probably see a lot more of them than we think. And he looks like, I mean, if he puts a fucking baseball cap on, he could be anybody.
Peer-reviewed science. I'll took to that.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear shape. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, McConaughey might get something going in Texas, yeah. That'd be so funny. I mean, we already had Schwarzenegger as governor of California. That was comical enough. So it might as well be that Matthew McConaughey gets governor of Texas. Why not, right? All right, all right, all right. We're gonna have ourselves a revolution. That's right. Light up the joints. The girls going.
Tear
Get
down
out
them
your
idols and
shotguns. I don't
resurrect
care
the
if them shotguns.
standards. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I don't even care, man, if them shotguns are sawed off or not, man. Get them out. We are going to party.
See, the thing I like about bullets is they get older, but they still work the same.
It's actually one of the most slimeball things I've ever heard in my life, is what he said in that movie. But yeah. What are you gonna do?
What? Hey, tell your sister I was asking about her.
No. I get older, but they stay the same age. It's like, oh, that's not good.
Well, it's a
That
good
you
thing
said
you
that
didn't
and that you
say
think
it
like that.
because it could be clipped, you know.
Yeah. When we're supposed to believe that he's just a college, like a 22, 23-year-old college guy. Or 21. Nicolas Cage for president, everybody. Why not? We already had Donald Trump. Nicolas Cage would be a step up.
Morning, guys.
Yo.
Yo, Roger. What up?
Saw Kai had a new song.
Oh, cool. Is it on her page?
It's on Witch's page.
Okay.
Let's
I'm gonna
jam
go
it.
to it.
We can play it.
Yeah, play
Yeah,
it,
let's
and
play
I'll
it.
post the link too. Yeah. Yeah.
DJ spin that track. DJ's taking requests.
Oh. Wrong room.
Yo, check it.
Apple juice, sunshine, orange shoes, blue eyes, fire in your sign, you just my type. Even when I'm wrong, boy, you always treat me right. Even when we fight, no, you're the love of my life. Days turn into weeks, stay, please do not leave. Taking all of me, babe, you're the man of my dreams. Love, 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 rush, something more than a crush, yeah. Love, love, love. Give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz, I feel a rush. I wrote this song because I said, babe, do you really love me? And if you really do, well, tell me how much can it be? I'm like, dang, I just can't even explain. Ever since I met you, wanna do the wifey thing. I've been cooking in the kitchen every morning, scrambled eggs. Wanna have your children, wanna get a ring and take a name. Who knew love could make a runaway, want to domesticate? This feeling I've been feeling, I would never wanna trade. Long nights and rose, long drives and no breaks. Swerving on my curb and I know that you're here to stay. Thanking y'all every day that you're the one for me. And an interface, turning face to face. Simple days turn into a soulmate. Out of state, feeling like it's home. Now we never lonely, let me say it slowly. Oh, I said you're the one and only. Love, love, love. Give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz, I feel a rush. Something more than a crush, yeah. Love, 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 love. Give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz, I feel a rush. I wrote this song because you said, babe, do you really love me? And if you really do, well, tell me how much can it be? I'm like, dang, I just can't even explain. Ever since I met you, wanna do the wifey thing. I've been cooking in the kitchen every morning, scrambled eggs. Wanna have your children, wanna get a ring and take a name. Who knew love could make a runaway, want to domesticate? This feeling I've been feeling, I would never wanna trade. Give me such a buzz,
Yeah, I dig it.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was good. Someone needs to tell the guys making her beats to do another minute always. Give her another minute of material.
Yeah, even if you have to like repeat the chorus or something, or you can just
Yeah.
put it on repeat.
Do a
I like
bridge. Well, that's the thing. They stop at the bridge usually.
my
But I
favorite
mean,
part
that's
was
the
the
thing.
beginning.
She proves that she can handle it no matter what it is. So yeah, she should be doing more than that. Cause every time it's like I'm like, yeah, all right, here comes the bridge. Here comes at least another minute and a half of song, and I'm like, fuck, I want to hear her fucking flow some more. Yeah, no, excellent work.
Did y'all see them, Witsit and Kai talking to the cops in Houston? Flat smacking cops. Oh,
That was
dude,
cool.
it was really cool.
Yeah, the one cop pulls him aside and starts talking to him, and then all of a sudden, 5 minutes later, he's schooling a group of 6 cops, like teaching a class. It's so funny. You know, cops have a IQ limit of they don't want to hire anybody above like 105, 110 IQ. So, a guy like Witsit is quite the teacher for those guys. About anything, really. No, I'm just kidding. They're good dudes. They're probably good men, most of them. I mean, they didn't have any problem with Witsit. They were like picking his brain.
Play that, Roger, play that Dre song that we listened to the other day. That was like super good. See,
Which one? He has a couple.
Dre's. I think it's his newest one. Let me look. What's the name of his YouTube channel? Dre's.
Love, Wisdom, Harmony.
Oh, I don't know which one it is.
I
Okay,
think
yeah,
it's
they found it. Yeah.
globe
The
cancellation.
hmm
Okay.
Good job. Passed.
Past is the future. Yeah, here
Oh,
goes.
dude, y'all check this one out.
Go. Oh.
Trace, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification, to name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation, the cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and much experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile per hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
Hell yeah, brother. Nice job, Drace. Got me straight vibing, dog.
Witsit and Kai's other songs. This one is also pretty good. Check this one out.
Yeah, Matrix is good. I don't know if Witsit's on that one, but perhaps he helped produce it. I could be wrong too. I could be dead wrong. It's Britney bitch type of beat though, huh? Oh yeah.
The last day's getting way too wicked. It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, 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 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Yeah. I had that song, the chorus stuck in my head the other day when I woke up. I was laying there and I was like, man, I gotta get up for the day. And then I started humming the song, singing it to myself. And then I'm like, well, fuck, I'm up. And before I do anything, I gotta hear that song. So I played it. Then I had breakfast.
Any idea if these are on Spotify? That'd be cool.
I don't think so. SoundCloud and YouTube, I think, just right now, but I don't know. Don't quote me on that. Quote me instead when I say, there is no Earth curvature to be found today, tomorrow, ever. What going say now? What going say now?
Oh, he has more songs on SoundCloud than YouTube. That's cool.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, for sure.
Probably for good reasons.
Well, he might just they might not have been slamming the YouTube just yet, but like for instance, I've had a SoundCloud for years and years and years, and I don't think I have one YouTube music video just yet.
Oh, so we're gonna have to listen to your song next. You already exposed
Well,
yourself.
it's not flat Earth music, and there's no lyrics. I mean, it's fun to make, and I like it, but I got to change my SoundCloud. I guess I could do that now to take all of my personal information off of it, and then I can start showing you guys some stuff. I guess. Don't pull my arm. Don't twist my arm, okay? Don't threaten me with somebody listening to my art.
After you put some lyrics over it.
Some of them could use lyrics. What I try to do when I make these songs, I just try to make electronic music that doesn't need lyrics. So instead of like vocals or backup vocals with a lead part, I'll just do like a lead synthesizer instead that has like harmonies to it or something. Anyway. I didn't know SoundCloud was Swedish. Just found that out. Oh shit, I can't take not only that, but because I deleted both the email addresses that were attached to that account, I don't think I can change any of the information. Shit. I might have the password laying around. I'm not going to give you guys any more play-by-play, sorry.
Just use the same password for all your devices for your whole life, man. It's the safest way to do it.
Honestly, I did that for a long time when I was growing up. When I first started using the internet, I was like, dude, I'm lazy. I'm just going to use the same fucking password. And so I did for years and years. Up until about a week ago. No, I'm just kidding.
My wife also
about
has
5
a-
seconds from now when I change one.
Yeah. Your wife did what?
Oh yeah,
Alex?
my wife has a Discord account also, and trolls always joining all the servers and stuff, and she clicked on like a link in a private message and ended up like being a hacker, and they ended up getting our credit card information. Luckily, like our bank like immediately like, oh, this is a suspicious charge, and put a hold on my account. But they tried ordering like 2 MacBooks off a random sketchy website.
Yeah.
It's like,
Dumbasses. Then they're usually dumbasses when they're like, oh my fucking god, I actually got a credit card number. What do I do? And then they want to order they want to buy a car and order computers and all kinds of dumb shit. Like if they were to really do it, they'd take a look at somebody's Amazon history and like watch them for a while, stake the thing out, and then see what they get, and then just get more of that kind of shit. You're not going to be able to buy a car with their credit card, you dumb shit.
Something happened to my grandfather's account, right? Somebody took his account and they spent like $4,000 on baby clothes and shit. So he's like, no, cancel that. I don't have anybody that I know of that has a baby. Well, he's got granddaughters, but they're taken care of, So like, he's not having to go out and buy clothes. He's fucking 80. He's dead now, but he's 84 years old. So
yeah.
And the suspicious thing was, right? India was where the charges were taking place.
That makes sense. Because we outsource a lot of stuff to India, telemarketing wise, right?
yeah, if you start getting a bunch of Indian spam callers, you might as well just get a new phone number, because your phone number they all share with all the other scammers and like all the databases. Usually, if you get scammed once, you're going to end up getting scammed like 18 times. They're like, "Oh, this is a sucker. Write this number down."
Over the years, I've gotten really good at making sure they don't get